Chapter 321 100,000 Years of Repression. On the huge square, there is a statue of a man kneeling. This person's face is very lifelike. Even after 20,000 years, Ouyang Xiu recognized it at a glance. Lin Jiufeng did not understand, since the quasi-immortal king, how could he come here during the battle between Xianting and the Protoss? He had been on a mission before that, and he never came back. Until I died, I didn't see him. Ouyang Xiu recalled, I just didn't expect that he would be here, which is a bit weird. I've seen this a long time ago, but I always thought he was a believer of Shakyamuni the Great, kneeling here piously. I didn't expect that he turned out to be a member of the fairy court and a quasi-immortal king. Ananda the monk said. He doesn't believe in Buddha. Ouyang Xiu said immediately. Not only did he not believe in Buddha, but he hated Buddha very much. Because I was born in West Desert, he talked to me about whether Buddha really exists. I told him that I can't enter the Buddhist scriptures. I don't believe in Buddha. He also said that he didn't believe in Buddha. I also don't believe that Emperor Shakyamuni is really as powerful as everyone said, and he will be an immortal king. Ouyang Xiu said slowly. So, I was really shocked to see him kneeling in front of the statue of Shakyamuni the Great. Ouyang Xiu added. When you came down just now, you said that the person who sensed Xianting was he? Lin Jiufeng's focus was very strange. He doesn't care whether this kneeling man believes in the Buddha or not. He just wants to know, is this the person Ouyang Xiu felt at the beginning? Ouyang Xiu shook his head and said hesitantly, I'm not sure either. Lin Jiufeng frowned, walked to the kneeling man, and looked up. The great Shakyamuni and him seemed to be looking at each other. Lin Jiufeng watched silently without blinking. It's useless, the statue of Shakyamuni the Great will not respond. Monk Ananda walked over and said. But the next second, with a boom, the statue of Shakyamuni the Great shined brightly. A character appeared and enveloped it. This change shocked Monk Ananda. He just said that the statue of Shakyamuni the Great would not respond, and immediately slapped his face. Of course, it doesn't matter whether he slapped his face or not. He was shocked that he watched the statue of Shakyamuni the Great for so many years, and there was no reaction at all. When Lin Jiufeng came, the statue changed. Is this the chosen one? The monk Ananda is very bitter in his heart. The light appeared, refracted on the huge square, and a terrifying battlefield picture emerged. This is an ancient city suspended in an endless sea. Ouyang Xiu said in surprise. The light shining down is a huge ocean with turbulent waves. On the ocean, an ancient town is suppressed and exudes a terrifying power. That's Emperor Shakyamuni. Monk Ananda pointed at a villain in the picture in shock. Monk. A monk with his back to the world and facing the ancient city. The ancient city is huge and majestic, exuding a simple, heavy, and oppressive feeling of the world. And the back of the monk is so tall and straight, so fearless, striding forward. The sea breeze blew his white monk's clothes, surrounded by raging seas, and in front of him, the sky and the earth were dim, and the heavy pressure was felt. Even after 100,000 years, it was just this picture. Lin Jiufeng and the three could still feel this huge pressure. But Emperor Shakyamuni walked past unswervingly. This picture reveals such a thing. Just looking at this picture, I feel a great tragic and vigorous, as well as the unrelenting confidence of Emperor Shakyamuni. Monk Ananda muttered. Where is this place? On the vast sea, there is such an ancient city, and this ancient city also makes people feel terrified and scared. Ouyang Xiu said in doubt. Lin Jiufeng shook his head and said, I don't know, this should be a picture from 100,000 years ago. Maybe it's not there anymore, but it's our blessing to see it. It is already very fortunate to be able to see the back of the invincible Emperor Shakyamuni 100,000 years ago. This statue is not as simple as you said. Lin Jiufeng looked at the statue of Emperor Shakyamuni again. The light shrank slowly, and the picture slowly disappeared. Who knows, I have looked at it for 20,000 years, but it hasn't appeared even once. As soon as you come, Emperor Jiufeng, it will appear. Maybe this is fate. Monk Ananda sighed. Delaying Temple, what happened on Earth, why did it disappear? Are these secrets here? Lin Jiufeng asked. No, the disappearance of the Great Lain Temple is not recorded here at all, which makes people feel strange. Monkananda shook his head. Over the years, I am also chasing the truth, but every time the energy tide, I avoid being swallowed by the decline of the spiritual energy, choose to fall asleep, and then wake up when the new era comes, when the spiritual energy recovers, and start practicing again, quickly. It can be restored to the peak. Monkananda said. Lin Jiufeng continued to observe this statue of Sakyamuni the Great. But after the statue glowed with the word, there was no more movement. It was as if Lin Jiufeng came here, and Emperor Shakyamuni showed him this picture. Lin Jiufeng, just like that, stood in front of the statue of Shakyamuni the Great for a day. On this day, he did nothing, just watched in silence. Monkananda and Ouyang Xiu were also here with Lin Jiufeng, and then watched silently. Especially the Monkananda, his eyes were weird, he circled around the statue of Sakyamuni the Great, carefully observed, and wanted to find out what was different. He thought he was already familiar with the Great Lain Temple after 20,000 years. But it turns out that he was wrong. With this cold statue, he has no idea. One day later, Lin Jiufeng moved, because a line of words appeared before his eyes. Do you sign in front of the statue of Emperor Shakyamuni? Lin Jiufeng nodded immediately. Sign in. Sign in successfully, get a handwritten copy of Shakyamuni the Great. A yellowed scripture appeared in Lin Jiufeng's hand. Manuscript. The person who wrote was the great Shakyamuni. So Lin Jiufeng turned to the first page. There are no words. He frowned and continued to turn to the second page. The third page. Fourth page. I read the whole handwritten book all the way. There is not a word www.novel.com until the last page. Lin Jiufeng didn't see a word. Ugh. The word came into view, and Lin Jiufeng's ear sounded a weary sigh. Shook his soul. Made Lin Jiufeng involuntarily look at the statue of Sakyamuni the Great. Boom! The eyes of the statue moved unexpectedly. The world of Lin Jiufeng's body suddenly changed. He saw the same picture as the character, just now. The difference is that this is not a static image, but a real-time image. The sea is raging, the wind screams, thunder and rain fall. The world seems to be destroyed. In this picture, a young monk lifted up the ancient city with one hand, imprisoned everyone in the ancient city, and walked into the depths of the sea. Emperor Shakyamuni, Yuet. Lin Jiufeng heard an angry, terrified roar. And the young monk only had a word. The monk is coming today and suppressing you for 100,000 years. In the picture, Emperor Shakyamuni took this ancient city to the deep, unknown sea. Chapter 322 Xuanhuang Gyatso. Lin Jiufeng suddenly saw the picture before him collapsed. In the next second, he saw Monkananda stretched out his hand and pushed him, cautiously said, Emperor Jiufeng, are you okay? Lin Jiufeng saw the huge statue of Sakyamuni the Great, the statue kneeling on the ground, and the nervous Monkananda and Ouyang Xiu. He is back to reality. What's wrong? Lin Jiufeng asked Monkananda. You have been motionless for a day. Monkananda said. Has it been a day? Lin Jiufeng was stunned. He only felt that it had passed for a while, but he did not expect that it was already a day. Emperor Jiufeng, are you okay? Monkananda asked worriedly. This is definitely not about Lin Jiufeng's body, but worrying about the origin of my soul. After all, once Lin Jiufeng had an accident, they would have to follow the bad luck. The soul origin was pinched by Lin Jiufeng in his hands. I'm okay, there is nothing good to see here, take me to other places. Lin Jiufeng calmed his mind, pressed the shocking scene that he saw to the bottom of his heart, and did not say it. He knows this square, this statue, there are not many secrets anymore. So he doesn't need to waste time here next. Why did Emperor Shakyamuni go to suppress that ancient city for 100,000 years? Is the Emperor Shakyamuni really that powerful? The ancient city on the sea looked so terrifying, but in front of Emperor Shakyamuni, it was not the enemy of one united at all. It was lifted up by the emperor and walked into the depths of the sea. Then why not just destroy that ancient city? There must be something I don't know about in it. If I can think of it, Sakyamuni the Great can definitely think of it. So, I have to continue to grow stronger in order to explore these truths buried in history. Furthermore, Emperor Shakyamuni suppressed them for 100,000 years. By this time, 100,000 years have passed. Does this mean that ancient city will reappear in the near future? Lin Jiufeng's inner thoughts turned, and there was a lot of pressure. He discovered that in this era, it seems that there are no powerful enemies. Now the people live and work in peace and contentment, the emperor is flourishing, and an unprecedented world has been created. But all this is like a castle in the sky. The undercurrent hidden in this calm, once it erupts, it will destroy this so-called brilliant world in an instant. Lin Jiufeng is absolutely not allowed. The goddess of war in the fairy garden, the ancient city suppressed by the great Shakyamuni, these are the two major threats Lin Jiufeng knows. Lin Jiufeng doesn't know the threats, but I don't know how many. The world has finally calmed down. The people have had an unprecedented good life. I will never allow anyone to destroy such a good life. Lin Jiufeng's eyes were firm. Lin Jiufeng, who fluctuated violently in his heart, looked as usual. Monk Ananda took him to another place. Dilapidated Temple is too big. Dilapidated Temple has many good places. Monk Ananda knew this well, and brought Lin Jiufeng and Ouyang Xiu to the next place. This is the prayer tower of Dilapidated Temple. The prayer wheels here have been passed down for tens of thousands of years. Of course, some people say that it was passed down by Emperor Shakyamuni. Every time I come here, my thoughts are confused, or if it is troubled by evil thoughts, I will turn around. Monk Ananda said. The main body of the prayer wheel is a huge tower. But the prayer wheels are lined up very long, a full 1 kilometer section. Are all pale golden prayer wheels, engraved with Buddhist Sanskrit, immaculately dusty. Under the passing tower, a poignant story happened. It was widely circulated in Buddhism and in the land of Shima. I don't know if Emperor Jiufeng knows it? Monk Ananda asked. Lin Jiufeng shook his head, and asked curiously, a poignant story that happened in the Buddhist Holy Land? Is it about men and women? I really don't know this. Ouyang Xiu interrupted, I know this. Lin Jiufeng looked at him. Monk Ananda stopped talking, and gave this opportunity to Ouyang Xiu. Ouyang Xiu said, in our West Desert, this is a widely circulated love story. It is the story of an outstanding living Buddha in the history of Dilapidated Temple. He also wrote a poem for this story. Lin Jiufeng is interested, the living Buddha of Buddhism has a poignant love story. Let's talk about it. Lin Jiufeng listened respectfully. At that moment, I rose up, not to beg for blessings, but to wait for your arrival. That day, I closed my eyes in the fragrant mist of the sutra hall, and suddenly heard the mantra in your chanting. On that day, I set up a mani pile, not for cultivating virtue, but for dropping the rocks of my heart. I listened to Sanskrit for a night, not for comprehension, just to find your breath. In that month, I shook all the sutra barrels, not for superfluousness, just to touch your fingertips. That year, I crowed on the mountain road with my long head, not to be seen, just to stick to your warmth. In that lifetime, turn the mountains and rivers to the pagoda, not for the next life, just to meet you on the way. At that moment, I rose to a ferry, not for longevity, but for your peace and joy. Ouyang Xiu recite this little poem that many people know about in the West Desert. Lin Jiufeng listened silently, and said with emotion, it's an infatuated monk. Lin Jiufeng stretched out his hand, turned the prayer wheel, and walked forward. After hearing this poem, he wanted to turn the prayer wheel for 1 kilometer. Before him, the monks in West Desert suppressed their feelings, and the monks did not have a relationship between men and women. This was written in the Buddhist scriptures of the great Shakyamuni. Monk Ananda followed Lin Jiufeng and said as he walked. But since he appeared, he has outrageously questioned that everyone has feelings. The scriptures written by the great Shakyamuni are the sentiments of the great Shakyamuni. They cannot restrain the monks from generation to generation. The Buddha also has sentiment, but the Buddha's affection is applied to all living beings. Monk Ananda said inexplicably. Such a monk, in Buddhism everywhere, in the great Dilapidated Temple, interpreting Emperor Shakyamuni like this must be very miserable, right? Lin Jiufeng said with emotion. Those who dare to question the classics will definitely be hurt by the power of the world. Monkananda nodded. At that time, he was the living Buddha who came to the world, and was the next leader of the Great Lain Temple, but since this sentence appeared, he was imprisoned and never appeared again. Some people say that he committed suicide. Others say that he was killed by Dilapidated Temple as an insurgent. No one knows the ending. Ouyang Xiu added, so his poem, his story was quickly spread in West Desert. Open, everyone is discussing him. 20,000 years ago, reading www.uukunshu.com, I found the ruins of the Great Lain Temple, and at the end of the prayer wheel, I also saw a poem. Monkananda said. What poem? Lin Jiufeng and Ouyang Xiu looked at him together. I was worried that passion would hurt Brahma, and I would not fall into the mountains when I entered the mountain. The world is safe and secure, and I will not lose the Tathagata but not the Ching. Monkananda read out. This shows that Dilapidated Temple actually did not harm him, it just trapped him here, but then Dilapidated Temple disappeared, and he also disappeared with him. Monkananda sighed. The 1 kilometer prayer will soon came to an end. Lin Jiufeng suddenly asked, what is this monk's title? The 6th Dalai Lama, Lobsang Rinchen. Ouyang Xiu said. But Monkananda suddenly stiffened, and looked straight ahead, with an expression of excitement or surprise on his face. Actually, he has another name. He called, Xuanhuang Gyatso. He is there. The Monkananda stretched out his hand, his tone was hard to hide his excitement, his body was shaking. Lin Jiufeng looked up. At the end of the prayer wheel, a monk was kneeling in front of the Buddha statue, very pious. The Buddha's light is draped on his body and he is plated with a golden body. Chapter 324 Skeleton Knights. The monk came silently. Even Lin Jiufeng didn't spot him, coming from the prayer wheel, he didn't notice him at all. Monkananda and Ouyang Xiu were very excited. The boys and girls who grew up in West Desert have all heard his story. A Buddhist monk, with deep affection, makes people unforgettable. In the solemn Buddhism in the land of West Desert, the verses of the 6th Dalai Lama and Lobsang Rinchen made young boys and girls longing for it. Includes Monkananda and Ouyang Xiu, they also regarded him as an idol in their youth. Now, this idol is in front of my eyes. I can't help them not get excited. Xuanhuang Gyatso, is that you? Monkananda asked in a low voice excitedly. The monk raised his head, revealing a white face, his eyes bright, like a baby, pure and free of impurities. Lin Jiufeng has seen this eye. On the way to Shi Desert, Lin Jiufeng saw this kind of eyes in an ascetic monk. But the ascetic monk was black and thin, weather-beaten, completely different from the jade-like monk in front of him. But, they should not be alone. Lin Jiufeng said silently in his heart. He doesn't believe that the contrast will be that great. The monk stood up, looked at Monkananda, nodded calmly, and said, I am Xuanhuang Gyatso. Monkananda and Ouyang Xiu became excited instantly. The realist Xuanhuang Gyatso. That is known as the most charming monk in the West Desert. Actually appeared in front of them. But Xuanhuang Gyatso ignored their excitement, but looked at Lin Jiufeng and smiled slightly. Emperor Jiufeng, we will meet again. Lin Jiufeng frowned. He overturned his thoughts in an instant, and hesitated, are you that ascetic monk? Xuanhuang Gyatso nodded and smiled. The little monk said, this trip is to Dilapidated Temple. I just heard them say that you were trapped in Dilapidated Temple 20,000 years ago. What happened to Dilapidated Temple back then? Why did you live this time? Lin Jiufeng asked with doubts in his heart. Monkananda and Ouyang Xiu also looked at them curiously. They are also full of doubts. 20,000 years ago, the little monk was trapped under the turning tower, chanting scriptures, but one day, the little monk was suddenly sealed in a place, slept for a long time, and then woke up again. This is the era. Xuanhuang Gyatso said bitterly. Are you saying you were sealed? Lin Jiufeng asked. Yes, when I woke up, the world changed a lot. The Great Lain Temple was also ruined and became a relic. It didn't take long for me to recover, and I could only choose to walk to the Great Lain Temple and take a look. What happened here? Xuanhuang Gyatso said. Ananda said helplessly, then he doesn't know as much as I do. Lin Jiufeng looked at the current cultivation base of Xuanhuang Gyatso, who had just broken into the realm of immortals, and it was indeed too far from his previous title of living Buddha. You are here now, do you want to find some clues from that year? Lin Jiufeng asked. I have found it. Xuanhuang Gyatso said. What secret did you find? Lin Jiufeng was suddenly curious. Monk Ananda and Ouyang Xiu also looked at Xuanhuang Gyatso expectantly. I didn't find the secret of the year, but found my mission in this era. Xuanhuang Gyatso waved his hand. Mission? Lin Jiufeng didn't understand what this meant. From 20,000 years ago to the present, I was sealed and appeared in this era. There must be a reason. Then I will live in West Desert. Xuanhuang Gyatso did not intend to explain. He knew his own mission. All right. Lin Jiufeng saw that he didn't want to say it, and couldn't force it. He just looked at him and asked, is there anything about Emperor Shakyamuni in the Lei Temple back then? Xuanhuang Gyatso said, the Great Lei Temple 20,000 years ago is 80,000 years away from the time when Sakyamuni the Great. Do you think anything can be passed on for 80,000 years? Except for the big statue, there is nothing handed down by Emperor Shakyamuni. Even some scriptures have been supplemented by later generations, and they are no longer the original version of the year. Xuanhuang Gyatso said with emotion. It's true. Monk Ananda agrees very much. The scriptures are passed down from generation to generation, but there are always people who will interpret them from different perspectives. Originally, the meaning of Shakyamuni the Great was very simple, but after the continuous interpretation of future generations, it became complicated. This is inevitable. Then don't know if you can take me around the Lei Temple? Lin Jiufeng looked at Xuanhuang Gyatso. No problem, it's my honor to be able to invite the contemporary Emperor Jiufeng to visit the Lei Temple. This is an opportunity that many people can't ask for. Xuanhuang Gyatso smiled. Since his recovery, the last person he heard was Emperor Jiufeng. The supporter of the Feathering God Dynasty, the world's #1 master, the #1 immortal in the world, the great emperor who suppressed 10,000 races. These reputations have all spread to Shi Desert, and one can imagine Lin Jiufeng's current popularity. Then your previous name. Lin Jiufeng suddenly remembered. The first time he saw Xuanhuang Gyatso, he called himself a monk Yueya. And, at that time, he was dark and thin. Monk Yueya is a Dharma name I have used. It was black and thin before. I just recovered. I have weak energy in my body. I have been sealed for 20,000 years. It is good that I have not become a corpse. Xuanhuang Gyatso said jokingly. Lin Jiufeng followed him and began to visit the Lei Temple. The level of familiarity with the Great Lei Temple, Monk Ananda is definitely not as familiar as Xuanhuang Gyatso. Ananda monk knows many places, but he can't tell why he came, but Xuanhuang Gyatso can tell the origin of this place, what interesting things have happened, and some secret Buddhist past. Monk Ananda listened carefully and didn't make any trouble in front of Xuanhuang Gyatso. Soon, Xuanhuang Gyatso took Lin Jiufeng and the three people to the most important place of the Lei Temple. Buddha Dojo. This is also the place second only to the huge statue, because this is the place where Sakyamuni the Great preached, and it has been preserved intact until now. Xuanhuang Gyatso introduced. Lin Jiufeng looked around, a very simple clearing with a linden tree. That was the Bodhi tree that was planted later. It is said that the Buddha enlightened and spread the Dharma under the tree. The audience is sitting here. It is a very simple place without much sense of ritual, but it truly shows the Dharma. Naturally, the origin of all things. Xuanhuang Gyatso said. Lin Jiufeng nodded, he believed this statement. Because a line of words appeared before his eyes. Did you sign in at the place where Emperor Shakyamuni preached? Lin Jiufeng decisively agreed. Sign in successfully, get a chance to enlighten. Lin Jiufeng was stunned, wondering in his heart, this opportunity for enlightenment, is it the same as before, enter the ocean of the Tao? He quickly checked the information, but found that it was not the case. The opportunity of enlightenment is to let you listen to a sermon from Emperor Shakyamuni up close. Time is an hour. Lin Jiufeng was overjoyed directly. This is so pleasantly surprised. Is the greatest help for him now? After all, his cultivation is too weak. Although this kind of cultivation is very powerful in the eyes of others, Lin Jiufeng feels that it is far from enough. He needs to be stronger. This chance of enlightenment is simply the biggest surprise for him at this stage. The Great Lei Temple is silent now. There were 3,000 people practicing and enlightening here every day. Monk Ananda said with emotion. When he came to the Lei Temple that year, when he saw it for the first time, the shock would never be forgotten in his life. No matter how bright the flower blooms, there will be a day when it will wither. There is no undefeated dynasty in the world, and there is no sun that never sets. The Great Lei Temple has ended, but it doesn't need to be too sad. It's good to complete its historical mission. Xuanhuang Gyatso said softly. Historical mission? Ouyang Xiu looked at Xuanhuang Gyatso suspiciously. Lin Jiufeng is also very curious. Xuanhuang Gyatso has mentioned a historical mission several times. What is this historical mission? Everyone has his own mission, big or small. 100,000 years ago, the West Desert was wild and wild beasts were rampant. The great Shakyamuni was born and founded the Great Lei Temple, which cleared the West Desert. Spread Buddhism. By now, the land of West Desert is safe and sound, and the mission of the Lei Temple has been completed. It is normal to withdraw from the stage of history, Xuanhuang Gyatso said. Lin Jiufeng listened to Xuanhuang Gyatso speaking. He walked directly under the phoenix tree, and then sat down. Learning the appearance of Emperor Shakyamuni, enlightenment under the tree. You continue to go to other places. I have some feelings, I need to think carefully. Lin Jiufeng said to them. Xuanhuang Gyatso, Monk Ananda, and Ouyang Xiu also understood very well. It is not good to disturb Lin Jiufeng at this time. Especially Xuanhuang Gyatso, he said goodbye to Lin Jiufeng directly. When I came to the Lei Temple this time, my purpose has been achieved. I will see you next time by chance. I will find a place to restore my strength. Xuanhuang Gyatso has just recovered and reached the realm of immortals. His strength is absolutely terrifying. As long as he is given a little time, it is not a problem to return to the peak. He also walked very smartly, turned around and left the underground world. The formation arranged by Monk Ananda is of no use to Xuanhuang Gyatso. Although the strength of Xuanhuang Gyatso is weaker than that of Monk Ananda. But his original state is definitely beyond the reach of Monk Ananda. Therefore, Monk Ananda is free to face him and dare not say anything. You two stand by and protect the law for me. After we go out, we will find the army left by Xianting. Lin Jiufeng said to both of them. Monk Ananda and Ouyang Xiu were very obedient, and sat aside obediently, looking at Lin Jiufeng. The origin of the soul is controlled by Lin Jiufeng, and they have no resistance at all. Let Lin Jiufeng take care of it. Of course, Lin Jiufeng's intention to kill them is now weakened. As long as he is obedient, he doesn't like killing. Closed his eyes, Lin Jiufeng used this opportunity of enlightenment. Boom! His whole person's consciousness is directly separated from the body, and in an instant, it seems to have crossed thousands of years and came to 100,000 years ago. Is still the Great Lei Temple. Is still under the linden tree. Lin Jiufeng saw Emperor Shakyamuni. With the hand he saw on the sea, holding up the ancient city, the great Shakyamuni, who walked toward the depths of the sea, looked younger. The great Shakyamuni in front of him has just gained the Tao. In front of him, there are many virtual people sitting. They can't see their appearance or figure, but they can feel that they are human. Is a person who listened to the preaching of Emperor Shakyamuni 100,000 years ago. Lin Jiufeng, who is 100,000 years later, can't see them clearly. It's normal. He could see Emperor Shakyamuni clearly, and the other Lin Jiufeng would not be extravagant. He was here to listen to the preaching of Emperor Shakyamuni. Lin Jiufeng sat down in the last position of the group and looked at Emperor Shakyamuni. Unexpectedly, Emperor Shakyamuni glanced at him, smiled, and nodded lightly. Lin Jiufeng was really pleasantly surprised. Just when he was about to say hello to Emperor Shakyamuni, Emperor Shakyamuni had closed his eyes, his tongue blossomed with lotus flowers, and the road fell like rain, jumping in the air like an elf, very cute. Lin Jiufeng first entered the realm of true immortality. Knowing a little about the following practice, he listened humbly, and absorbed it earnestly. Slowly, he blended into it. Immediately afterwards, he was getting better. Then, he was like a fish in water. Lin Jiufeng's sensory world, here, at this moment, as if he and Emperor Shakyamuni did not exist. Then, Lin Jiufeng heard the true essence of the realm of immortality and the cultivation behind it. The law is king. In the realm of true fairyland, the emphasis is no longer on the realm of practice, but on the law. The more the rules, the faster the improvement. The realm of real fairyland, the more laws there are, the more powerful it will be to break through. Lin Jiufeng suddenly realized that Monk Ananda was so shocked when he saw that he broke through the true immortal and held the 36 true immortal laws in his hand. In the realm of true immortality, he has not yet recovered to 36 laws, but Lin Jiufeng has just broken through, and he can have 36 laws. This is too shocking. Now that he listened to the preaching of Emperor Shakyamuni, Lin Jiufeng suddenly realized that he had a deeper understanding of the path of cultivation that followed. Moreover, the preaching of Emperor Shakyamuni also opened the door to a new world for Lin Jiufeng. The gate of this new world is like a new life, and Lin Jiufeng is absorbing it crazily. Like a hungry baby, absorbing breast milk frantically. Tiandi Dadeo is the most nutritious thing in the world. Lin Jiufeng madly absorbs it, replenishing his own Tao and his own laws. His 36 true celestial laws slowly expanded. Following his comprehension, the true immortal law appeared and he held it in his hand. 37 true immortal laws. 38 true immortal laws. 39 true immortal laws. By analogy, Lin Jiufeng was completely immersed in the Taoist nature of Emperor Shakyamuni. Do not extricate yourself. He didn't realize how much by himself. Anyway, he would not refuse anyone, and the road ahead, he was greedy, and took all of this all at once. Ate a big fat man in one bite. I'm afraid that my body would explode long ago. But Lin Jiufeng is physically strong, he is not afraid, and perseveres stubbornly. This enlightenment is a rare opportunity for Lin Jiufeng. Delaying temple, under the Bodhi tree, Lin Jiufeng closed his eyes and meditated. His whole body is undulating, layer upon layer, like clouds, constantly stacking up. Monk Ananda and Ouyang Shou were stunned. What happened? Ouyang Shou asked. Monk Ananda was surprised. Could it be that Emperor Jiufeng is going to break through again? No way. Ouyang Shou couldn't believe it at all. Didn't he just break through? Just 2 or 3 days ago, Lin Jiufeng broke through the realm of real immortality. Just in front of us, he crossed the realm of real immortality from the realm of immortals, and as soon as he broke through, he held 36 true celestial laws in his hand, and it was so powerful. Monk Ananda swallowed, looking at Lin Jiufeng with envy. Now he is about to break through again. Is this the standard for the son of luck in this era? Monk Ananda drooled with envy. He is really jealous. The true immortal law appeared in his hand. Ouyang Shou suddenly shouted, noticing the true immortal law held in Lin Jiufeng's palm. 36 ways. Monk Ananda is envious and jealous. This breakthrough involves holding 36 true celestial laws, which is really his unattainable ideal. But suddenly, under the gaze of 2 people, the 37th law of true immortality appeared. Monk Ananda's eyes widened, and he stammered, this, how is this possible? The 37th true immortal law. Ouyang Shou also opened his mouth wide. They watched Lin Jiufeng break through the realm of true immortality, and then watched Lin Jiufeng sitting under the Bodhi tree with their own eyes. Not long after they practiced, the 37th law of true immortality appeared. Is the law of true immortals so easy to practice? Ouyang Shou couldn't help but think of such a suspicion. But soon, reality shattered the idea. Because he remembered that he was in the realm of true immortality, and it was difficult to comprehend the law of true immortality. It's pretty good to be able to comprehend the 3 true celestial laws in 100 years. But here in Lin Jiufeng, he has understood a true immortal law in just a few days. Is this the difference between an ordinary man and a child of luck? Ouyang Xiu said bitterly. Monk Ananda has been watching, without blinking his eyes. He is already shocked and speechless. When the 38 true celestial laws appear. Monk Ananda suddenly closed his eyes, his chest was tight, and his eyes were dizzy. He had gone from jealousy to low self-esteem. Ouyang Xiu also had nothing to say, staring blankly. 39 true immortal laws. 40 true immortal laws. 41 true celestial laws. Under their gaze, the law of true immortals continued to emerge, causing two ordinary people to be greatly hit. In the bottom of my heart, their fear of Lin Jiufeng can't be erased in this life. Lin Jiufeng is a great demon to them. And Lin Jiufeng will not stop his progress because of the two of them. The law of true immortals has been increasing. Lin Jiufeng will not waste any time. He knew that Emperor Shakyamuni would not spend too much time preaching, he must grasp every second. Under the urgency of time, he fully comprehended the Tao, and invisibly continuously increased his true celestial laws. This is suffering from the outside world. Monk Ananda and Ouyang Xiu. They watched Lin Jiufeng's true immortal law rise from 36 to 100. At the beginning of improving, they can still surprise them, but now, their hearts have collapsed to numbness. After breaking through the 100 true immortal laws, Monk Ananda shed tears. He is still increasing, has not stopped. Monk Ananda said to Ouyang Xiu crying. This is really crushed. Invisible comparison. Lin Jiufeng didn't know it, it was Monk Ananda who wanted to force a comparison with Lin Jiufeng. Then, he was crushed into slag. My true cultivation level has long surpassed the realm of true immortality, but my true immortal law is only 100. This is only after I have worked hard for 3,000 years before comprehending it. Monk Ananda said with difficulty. His 3,000 years, in Lin Jiufeng, only used 3 days. This gap, how to keep Monk Ananda from crying. I always thought that I was a genius, and I had a talent that surpassed ordinary people. But now it seems that what is the difference between me and the general public? Monk Ananda was hit by Lin Jiufeng and doubted himself. He really thinks he is bad, even hopeless. Ouyang Xiu comforted him and smiled bitterly. In front of Emperor Jiufeng, whether it is you, me, or other people, they are all ordinary people. We are proud of the talents and things we are proud of. In front of him, nothing is worth mentioning. If you doubt yourself for this, you are very wrong. In this world, there are very few people who can be called the great emperor, but everyone is amazing and brilliant. I didn't understand what this sentence means before, but everyone is amazing. But now I understand. What Jinkai Juyan is talking about is neither you nor me, nor those people. What they are talking about is the Jiufeng great emperor. In countless generations of history, there are very few people. So, there is no need to feel inferior, but to be happy. Just like the generation of Emperor Shakyamuni, they can be proud of meeting Emperor Shakyamuni, and they can be complacent about meeting Shakyamuni the Great. Now, we are so close to this generation of emperor. Isn't this distance more gratifying? Ouyang Xiu adjusted his mentality very well, and he persuaded Monk Ananda to speak eloquently. Ananda no longer feels uncomfortable. Because once I accepted Ouyang Xiu's remarks, he found that he was very excited now. I think Lin Jiufeng is the emperor born in this generation, and he will exist like Emperor Shakyamuni in the future. Then he is in such close contact with Lin Jiufeng, isn't it his luck? Thinking of this, the sadness disappeared in an instant. Monk Ananda took a deep breath, and said, I want to see how many true celestial laws the Emperor Jiufeng can comprehend in the realm of true celestial beings. It is recorded in history that in the realm of true immortals, the person who comprehended the laws of true immortals the most was Emperor Shakyamuni, who comprehended the 2,999 principles of true immortals. Ouyang Xiu said. The people of the world asked him why he didn't understand the 3,000 true immortal laws. The great Shakyamuni said, there should be one thing that escapes in the world, so that the rest of the world can understand that the water will be surplus and the moon will be full. Reason. Ouyang Xiu said. Yes, I want to see how much Jiufeng Great Emperor can comprehend. Monk Ananda packed his mood and prepared to be a witness to history. And Lin Jiufeng doesn't know anything at the moment. He comprehended the Tao with all his heart, turned the Tao into the law of real immortals, kneaded them together, and created the law of real immortals belonging to Lin Jiufeng. As for how many true celestial laws he has now, he doesn't know at all, and he doesn't want to pay attention. In his eyes, there are only roads. He walked on the avenue, holding the sun and the moon in his hands, his body propped up the heaven and the earth, like a giant. In the world of avenues, Lin Jiufeng stands up and down. This point is reflected in the body, which is his true immortal law, which is advancing by leaps and bounds. Starting from the 100 true immortal principles, Lin Jiufeng began to run like a wild horse running away. In an instant, the 200 true celestial laws were reached. Monk Ananda and Ouyang Xiu looked at the true fairy law in Lin Jiufeng's hands, constantly increasing, and they were dazzled and overwhelmed. The true immortal law is in Lin Jiufeng's hands. It is as thin as a hair, crystal clear, and crystal-like, but the texture is very soft. This is a relaxed state. Once it breaks out, it will ruin the world. 300 true celestial laws. 400 true fairy laws. 500 true fairy laws. Under the silent gaze of Monk Ananda and Ouyang Xiu, the speed at which the law of the true immortal erupted was incredible. In just a quarter of an hour, the true immortal law came to 1,000. Can it be increased? Monk Ananda swallowed, turning Lin Jiufeng into a person who can never be hostile in his heart. Now he remembered that he had shot Lin Jiufeng before, and he still survived. It is simply the 8 generations of his ancestors who have accumulated virtue. Such a scary person, if they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, how would they believe it? After 1,000 true celestial laws, there was a pause for about 15 seconds, and then it was advancing by leaps and bounds. Set out toward the 2,000 true immortal laws. At this moment, Lin Jiufeng came to the world like a god, and could not live forever. It is as if the Emperor Shakyamuni is alive, one finger to the sky, one finger to the ground, the road to the simple, the true immortal law will last forever. Everything that happened outside, Lin Jiufeng in his soul state didn't know. He listened to the sermon in front of Emperor Shakyamuni, and his whole body sank. Is like a drowning person, suddenly grabbed a piece of wood, held it firmly, and refused to let go. This wood held by him is the avenue spoken by Emperor Shakyamuni. Avenue to Jain, the avenue is like a river, the avenue is rushing, the avenue is like a tide, and the avenue is like a volcanic eruption. Lin Jiufeng absorbed all this. His true fairy law jumped to 2,000 at once. Monk Ananda and Ouyang Xiu are numb. They are now looking forward to whether Lin Jiufeng can break the 2,999 true immortal law of the great Shakyamuni. If it can reach the same level as the great Emperor Shakyamuni, then in their hearts, the potential of Lin Jiufeng, the current great emperor, is really terrifying. Maybe in our lifetime, we will see the rise of a master who will be remembered forever in history. Monk Ananda suddenly said with emotion. Ouyang Xiu nodded. Yes, even the pinnacle fairy garden is not enough in front of Emperor Shakyamuni. If Emperor Jiufeng can rise, then this era will be the best era. They watched the changes in the law of true immortals a little bit. After breaking through the 2,000 true celestial laws, the speed has not slowed down at all. Soared all the way up and reached a critical point. 2,999 principles of true immortals. Monk Ananda and Ouyang Xiu were more nervous than Lin Jiufeng at the moment, watching eagerly, but didn't dare to blink, for fear that they would miss this opportunity to witness history. 2,991. Ouyang Xiu said. 2,992. Monk Ananda said. 2,993. Ouyang Xiu said. 2,994. 2,995. 2,996. 2,997. 2,998. It's the last one, and the two people's eyes widened like a copper bell, without blinking. 2,999. The two spoke together and counted. After the count, they seemed to be free from emptiness. They stared blankly, shaking their hearts, and didn't know how to express them at all. Just now, they saw with their own eyes that within an hour, Lin Jiufeng's true immortal principles suddenly soared from 36 ways to 2,999 ways. This is a miracle. You can't conflict with Emperor Jiufeng in this life. Ouyang Xiao said suddenly. Ananda still very much agrees with this sentence. I will be the most loyal subordinate of Emperor Jiufeng from now on, waving the flag and shouting that there must be one of mine. Ouyang Xiao continued. Lin Jiufeng didn't know, just now, he had completely deterred these two people. He just put his mind in the process of comprehending the preaching of Emperor Shakyamuni. Time passed quietly. An hour has passed. Lin Jiufeng, the Bodhi tree in front of his eyes, Shakyamuni the Great, and the 3,000 people who listened to the Tao, all disappeared. He only felt the primordial tremor and fell directly into the hell. The world fell into the clouds, the soul returned to the body. Lin Jiufeng only felt a huge force poured into his body. He unfolded his chest comfortably, and he saw the 2,999 true celestial laws surrounding his palm. Compared with the previous 36 real celestial laws, it is simply spectacular. Release your hand, the true fairy law is like a track, surrounding Lin Jiufeng. Colorful, glamorous, revealing extraordinary and powerful. All this surprised Lin Jiufeng. I realized so much. Lin Jiufeng only remembered that he had been comprehending the preaching of Emperor Shakyamuni, and he hadn't paid attention to it at all. The unexpected joy. The monk Ananda immediately said, Emperor Jiufeng, do you know who is the most comprehend the law of true immortals in history? Lin Jiufeng shook his head, slowly absorbed the true immortal law into his body, and stored it in the limbs, making his physical strength once again increased. Who is it? Lin Jiufeng looked at monk Ananda. Emperor Shakyamuni. Monk Ananda said. How much did Emperor Shakyamuni understand? Lin Jiufeng was not surprised. The Emperor Shakyamuni preached to him, and he understood so much. Isn't it normal for Emperor Shakyamuni to understand more? 2,999 laws of true immortals. Monk Ananda said loudly. Lin Jiufeng was stunned, same as me? Monk Ananda nodded excitedly, yes, it's exactly the same. The great Shakyamuni said that the great Tao is 3,000. If you escape one of them, it is enough to comprehend the 2,999 principles of true immortals. But now you and Emperor Shakyamuni have the same understanding, both are 2,999. This means that your talent and achievements will definitely not be lower than that of Emperor Shakyamuni. Ouyang Xiao flattered. Tao. Lin Jiufeng shook his head and said, I can't compare the achievements of Emperor Shakyamuni. Even if it is the same as the law of true immortals, that doesn't mean anything. Don't kill me. Lin Jiufeng knows very well that these true celestial laws can be said to have been inherited from Emperor Shakyamuni. It's just that he didn't even think of it. He has fully understood the true celestial laws of Emperor Shakyamuni. I'm sorry. Emperor Jiufeng, now you can break through the realm of true immortality and enter the realm of Xianxian. Monk Ananda reminded. Lin Jiufeng shook his head and said, now I have no idea of breaking through. The energy in his body is far from reaching its peak. Lin Jiufeng felt that he should be able to go further in the realm of true immortality. This goes a step further, to Lin Jiufeng, it is extremely precious. He doesn't want to give up everything. Why didn't you break through? Ouyang Xiao asked suspiciously. Whether I break through or not, is it easy to kill people in the profound immortal realm? Lin Jiufeng asked. That's right, 2,999 true celestial laws, once they erupt, Xianxian can't hold them. Monk Ananda nodded truthfully. That's all right. I have only accumulated 2,999 true celestial laws. I haven't felt it in detail yet. Why are you so eager to break through? Lin Jiufeng asked back. Monk Ananda and Ouyang Xiao stopped talking. The great Emperor Jiufeng made sense. Emperor Jiufeng, now you have 2,999 true celestial laws, what are you going to do next? Monk Ananda changed the subject. Take out the army in Xinting on the West Desert. Lin Jiufeng said coldly. Yangshuo immediately patted his chest and promised, I will do my best to help Emperor Jiufeng find out the remnants of Xianting. Lin Jiufeng looked at Yangshuo strangely. Is this the remnant of Xianting? Yangshuo said without changing his face, the Emperor Jiufeng is number one in the world. In this era, we should abide by the rules of this era. Xianting has been destroyed 20,000 years ago, and I have fallen for Xianting once. What? I want to live for myself once in this life. Emperor Jiufeng, Yangshuo is willing to join the Feathering God Dynasty, follow your footsteps, and contribute to my human race, without hesitation. Yangshuo knelt suddenly and said loudly and impassionedly. Lin Jiufeng and Monk Ananda were stunned. This change is too fast. Before the three of them, Yangshuo was still a die-hard Xianting, vowing to rebuild Xianting. 3 days later, he knelt in front of Lin Jiufeng, yelling loudly for the human race's liver and brain, and he did not hesitate. The Ananda monk in this operation show has a face. Monk Ananda thumped and knelt down. Emperor Jiufeng, now the great Laiyin temple was also broken by you, and I am homeless. I am willing to follow in your footsteps and be a devout protector of the Yuhua dynasty, the human race, and the people of the Li people in the world. Monk Ananda said with a look of justice. Lin Jiufeng couldn't laugh or cry, waved his hand and said, You can follow me, but don't say it, do it. I will see what you do, not what you say, you know? Speaking 1,000 words, not doing one thing is effective, so next, I want to see what you do. Lin Jiufeng said to Monk Ananda and Yangshuo. Emperor Jiufeng, please rest assured, you will be optimistic about how our two brothers did it. Yangshuo said excitedly. He decided, and immediately after going out, he immediately found out the army that had been hiding in Shima and Xianting, and then betrayed it directly. My fellow Taoist is not dead, I'm sorry, I'm betrayed by Grandpa. The monk Ananda planned in the same way. He is not a betrayal, at best it is a refuge. Lin Jiufeng didn't stop at the Great Laiyin Temple much, and left the depths of the earth directly. The empty Laiyin Temple is no longer worthy of nostalgia. Now that the Great Laiyin Temple has arrived, even Xuanhuang Gyatso will not remember it, and Lin Jiufeng will not stay here more. Came to the desert of West Desert, Lin Jiufeng looked at Yangshuo. Find the position of the Xianting army. Lin Jiufeng said solemnly. This kind of crisis, he will not take it lightly. Once he is careless and let them go, he will definitely regret it then. Yangshuo nodded decisively, and said, Emperor Jiufeng, you are waiting for our good news. Monk Anand and I will go ahead. Lin Jiufeng watched them leave. No matter what, the soul was still in his hands, and he didn't worry about their betrayal at all. So let Yangshuo and Monk Ananda rush to find the position of the Xianting army. He quickly came to an oasis, then found an inn, ordered a pot of wine, sat in the corner, closed his eyes and rested. In fact, he is comprehending the true fairy law in his body. Too much. Suddenly increased to 2,999. For Lin Jiufeng, when he realized it, it was really extremely pleasant. But now that I am in control of these true celestial laws, I want to integrate them reasonably, which is a bit of a brainstorming. Lin Jiufeng thought silently. He has time, but he is not in a hurry. And Lin Jiufeng is not very anxious about breaking through Xianxian. I have a hunch that breaking through the Xianxian may require the escaped one that Emperor Shakyamuni let go. Lin Jiufeng said. The one that went away was something that Emperor Shakyamuni did not understand. Or the great Emperor Shakyamuni didn't realize it, and took the initiative to let it go. There is a saying in the ancient times, the road is 50, and the sky is 49. In the time of Emperor Shakyamuni, it became the 3,000 Dadeo, one of them escaped. Is the one that can't be done to the full, but must be left to escape. This is the rule of Shakyamuni the Great. But this is not Lin Jiufeng's. His character, the path he walked, and his goal are actually quite far from the Emperor Shakyamuni. Don't look at Lin Jiufeng, who learned the 2,999 real celestial laws from Emperor Shakyamuni, but after all, they are not people of a kind of personality. Therefore, the way of Emperor Shakyamuni is not suitable for Lin Jiufeng. Now I am like a bucket full of water. You only need to add another drop of water to overflow. The last drop of water comes from the one who escaped. Lin Jiufeng's heart is like a mirror. He made his own way clear. In the inn in the oasis, he stayed quietly, thinking, exploring, groping, and waiting at the same time. Awaiting news from Ouyang Xiu and Monkanunda. As time passed day by day, Lin Jiufeng stayed in this inn. Like an ordinary person, he watches the sunrise and sunset every day, and then he combines the true celestial laws he has comprehended to form a stronger power. At the same time, he is also trying to comprehend the one that escaped. But it is difficult to comprehend the one who escaped. Lin Jiufeng has no clue. There is no place to trigger sign in on this oasis. But Lin Jiufeng is not impatient. He is more than 100 years old, and he has passed the frizzy period long ago. Lasts for a week. Lin Jiufeng finally waited for Ouyang Xiu's message. Emperor Jiufeng, we found the location of Xianting's army, right at the cliff of Shima. This is the message passed through the soul origin. After Lin Jiufeng knew it, he looked at the proprietress of the inn calmly. Asked. Boss, do you know where the West Desert Cliff is? The beautiful proprietress has been familiar with Lin Jiufeng for a long time, and they have lived here for a week. Although Lin Jiufeng's origin is not clear, but Lin Jiufeng's harmless appearance and gentle bookishness make her feel very intimate. Scholar, are you going to the cliff? The beautiful lady boss asked in surprise. Yes, I'm going to the cliff. Lin Jiufeng smiled. He didn't say his name, they all called him Scholar this week. Lin Jiufeng doesn't mind either. I know the cliff, but it's far away from here, and it's dangerous over there. It's a burial place that Desert Buddhism can't handle. Many masters entered, and then they couldn't get out again. The meaning is obvious, let Lin Jiufeng not go. Lin Jiufeng just looked at the glamorous proprietress with a smile. The attitude is very clear. The glamorous lady boss still wanted to persuade Lin Jiufeng, but the old boss on the side glared and shouted, "You keep going north, and you will be there for tens of thousands of miles. Go quickly, don't waste time." The boss hated Lin Jiufeng this week. Is such a handsome man, he is still a scholar, and his wife, who is like a flower like a jade and a few dozen years younger, is intently attracted. He was really afraid that Lin Jiufeng would put a green hat on himself, but he heard people say that this is what scholars like to do the most. Lin Jiufeng shook his head and laughed, not angry, but said to the boss's wife, "There will be no deadline." The next second, the beautiful lady boss still wanted to say something, but Lin Jiufeng stepped out. The space suddenly tore, swallowed him, and disappeared in the inn. For a while, the boss and the proprietress were frightened. Tear space, this is a fairy. The boss trembled. Okay, you are jealous and ate a fairy. You are really blind. He is so noble and has such a unique temperament. At first glance, he is not an ordinary person. I am more enthusiastic about him. You doubt me, is it still a person? The beautiful proprietress suddenly cursed with cross brows and angrily. The boss humbly coaxed, he is very skilled. After Oasis left Lin Jiufeng, everything was as usual, he just stayed for a short time. Cliff. This is the most evil place on the West Desert. The continuous mountain is cut off by people, and the cross-section is very smooth, like a mirror. The cliff is surrounded by white mist all day long, and I can't see what's going on inside. When it comes to night, it becomes a black mist, accompanied by the neighing of horseshoes, the sound of clanging swords, and the stirring of flags. There are masters who want to go in and explore what's inside. But some people always go in, but never come out. That's why everyone calls the cliff a very evil place. Lin Jiufeng came here to tear through the space, and saw Monkanunda and Ouyang Xiu standing in front of the cliff. Is it sure that Xianting's army is here? Lin Jiufeng asked. Yes, I'm sure. The energy of the dragon boat from the fairy garden treasure handed down in my body is sensed. Ouyang Xiu said firmly. He raised his left hand, exuding shining light, forming a character Xiang. Lin Jiufeng did not rush in, but asked Monkanunda, what is the origin of this cliff? I heard that it is a very evil place in West Desert. Monkanunda said, the cliff appeared in West Desert 20,000 years ago. For so many years, it has been very evil, but I have been fascinated by Buddhist teachings at Hungry Delayin Temple, and have never paid attention to it. According to the rumors, there were underworld soldiers garrisoned in this area. Those who entered were thrown into 18 layers of and could not escape, so they were labeled a dangerous zone. But I used to think this was a ridiculous rumor, so I didn't bother to pay attention to it. I didn't think of this until Ouyang Xiu said that the Xianting army was inside. It is very likely that the underworld soldiers in the people's mouth were the Xianting army. Monk Ananda explained to Lin Jiufeng.
That means that the Xianting army is actually alive? Lin Jiufeng frowned. This is not good news.
If Xianting's army were alive, it would be a big trouble. Although Lin Jiufeng has a very strong strength now, he is still under great pressure to make him fight an army of Xianting head-on.
But if they are alive, why don't they come out? Ouyang Xiu asked in confusion.
Like me, the moment I came back from the reincarnation, I thought about going out and restoring the glory of the fairy garden, and I didn't change my mind until I met Emperor Jiufeng. If this army is still alive, why don't they come out and stay in this place all the time? It is horrible, and it will cause psychological problems if they live for a long time.
Ouyang Xiu analyzed. It makes sense, so let's go in and take a look.
Lin Jiufeng's face was firm. Even if the Xianting army was alive, he would fight for a while. Thinking like this, Lin Jiufeng stepped into the cliff mountain range.
Boom!
He had just stepped into the cliff mountain range, the sky suddenly darkened, and the scene of white gas steaming immediately became gloomy. Cliff was transformed into a ghost in an instant, very terrifying. Lin Jiufeng walked into it, and felt that endless yin qi was pouring into his body, eroding his blood qi, as well as yang qi. Yin and angry screamed, constantly changing, one with a human face, another with a terrible ghost, screaming, very terrible.
People who are less courageous, you reading www.uukunsha.com will definitely be scared.
But Lin Jiufeng walked indifferently throughout the whole process, completely fearless, letting the yin qi penetrate into his body. Yin qi is immersed, and it is assimilated immediately, becoming the energy of Lin Jiufeng.
He was walking in the mountains of the cliff, followed by Monk Ananda and Ouyang Xiu.
Both of them held up their defensive shields. They were not as terrible as Lin Jiufeng. This yin qi was really terrifying. Once the two of them were careless, they would be swallowed.
This is also the scary part of the cliff.
Lin Jiufeng was walking, and suddenly heard the sound of horse hooves in his ears. Unpleasant, very rhythmic, as if right in front of my eyes.
Monk Ananda and Ouyang Xiu watched their surroundings vigilantly. Their spirits couldn't spread far in the cliff covered with darkness.
Only Lin Jiufeng, he was completely fearless, raised his head directly, and stepped out.
Boom!
Lin Jiufeng's vigorous vibrancy around her body suddenly spread for dozens of miles, dispelling the yin energy, revealing the true colors of the surroundings. In the front, there is a skeleton, riding a horse, holding a spear, with flames in his eyes, staring at the three Lin Jiufeng.
Murderous. Chapter 324 Anti-Life Great Array Formation.
The skeleton is very tall, and the horse under the crotch is also holding up its head and wearing armor. Beneath the armor, there were also white bones, for hoods glowing with blue fire, and the momentum was menacing and terrifying. At this moment, the white bones spewed out a blazing flame, staring at the three Lin Jiufeng.
What is this? Monk Ananda asked in surprise.
Lin Jiufeng frowned and said solemnly, "It's a dead creature." Ouyang Xiu's body trembled, and the energy of the handed-down dragon boat in his palm exploded, spewing out the word Xian, and he screamed in pain.
This is from Xianting. It is the man in the army we were looking for. How could it be like this? What happened to this? Ouyang Xiu tremblingly said, eyes full of disbelief.
The undead creature stared at Ouyang Xiu, the flame in the skull's eyes was burning, flaming and fierce. The spear in his hand ran directly across the sky, as if to break through the sky, pointing directly at Ouyang Xiu. Kill! The spirit flame of the necromantic creature roared, and then stabbed it with a spear.
Boom!
The shock of the stone broke through the space directly, bringing up a chaotic atmosphere, and the surrounding light was suddenly sucked away, condensed on the spear.
Ouyang Xiu's body was stiff. He was locked and unable to escape.
The power of this blow was far beyond what he could bear.
It was terrifying. Emperor Jiufeng, save me!
Ouyang Xiu could only shout, pinning all hopes on Lin Jiufeng. In an instant, Lin Jiufeng hit the sky like an eagle, and came directly to him, staring at the dead creature in the spear with his eyes like an eagle. The tip of the spear is very sharp, with all the power to break through the air, it is unstoppable. Even Monk Ananda was disgraced by it, he was not an opponent. Lin Jiufeng yelled, "Dragon Clan Great Immortal Technique, ban the world." This is the supreme immortal technique he signed, very powerful, and it was displayed in Lin Jiufeng's realm at the moment, and it instantly confined hundreds of miles of land. The spear stabbed in front of Lin Jiufeng, but the space suddenly solidified, and along with the dragon's song, it suddenly resisted the attack of the necromantic creature.
Boom! 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 The necromantic creature is also unwilling to show weakness, its goal is very clear, is to kill Ouyang Xiu. The Whitebone war horse galloped under the crotch, and together with it, attacked Lin Jiufeng's great immortal technique. Click! The Dragon Clan's great immortal technique persisted for less than 3 seconds, and then there was a cracking sound. Lin Jiufeng saw that a crack appeared in the imprisoned void, like a mirror. It was hit, and the crack slowly expanded. No, this necromantic creature has reached the realm of Xianxian. Monk Ananda exclaimed, feeling his scalp numb. He is only in the realm of immortality, which is terrible. Lin Jiufeng's eyes condensed, he knew that the Dragon Clan Great Immortal Technique would not last long, and quickly yelled, "You two stand back, I will deal with it." Monk Ouyang Xiu and Ananda were very obedient, and quickly backed away, not wanting to trouble Lin Jiufeng. Click! 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 The imprisoned void, the rift rapidly expanded, and the undead creatures had no emotions, only Ling Li's killing intent. It and the horse under the crotch are working together to break through the obstacles and kill Ouyang Xiu. In the next second, the void was like a mirror full of cracks, fragile. The necromantic creatures force once again. Click! At this time, the void collapsed, flying around, every piece of debris reflected Lin Jiufeng and the dead creatures. Like a Xuanhuang mirror, it reflects countless Lin Jiufeng. Day. Under the refraction of this Xuanhuang mirror, the undead creatures rode horses, straddling space constraints, holding spears, and rushing over with murderous aura. Every piece of debris reflected this scene. In Lin Jiufeng's eyes, it seemed to be an attack by thousands of horses. The next moment, Lin Jiufeng's face became cold, and he shouted, "When I am a soft persimmon?" Lin Jiufeng stretched out his hand, as if grabbing a handful of things in the void. 2999 Principles of True Immortality. In the next second, Lin Jiufeng took the true immortal law as the simplest whip and drew it out fiercely. Boom! The true immortal law tied together was directly drawn on the bone warhorse, and the huge and vigorous power directly flew the bone warhorse out, and together with the undead creatures, hit a big mountain together. Boom! In an instant, the mountains collapsed, rocks and clouds collapsed, and the momentum was huge. This undead creature in the profound immortal realm was not an opponent in front of Lin Jiufeng's 2999 true immortal principles. This is still Lin Jiufeng's initial use, and it will be easier when he has mastered the law of the true immortal. The warhorse neighed and screamed its neck. The armor on its body was directly split, and its ribs were broken a lot, but it didn't seem to notice it. It stood up directly, glaring at Lin Jiufeng, and its hooves trampled on the ground, very angry. "Do you have your own consciousness?" Lin Jiufeng asked, yelling. He acted as soon as they met, making Lin Jiufeng very suspicious that this undead creature would only abide by instincts, so he asked. Sure enough, Lin Jiufeng didn't expect it. The undead didn't answer him, but raised his spear and screamed sternly. It spread all over the cliff. Lin Jiufeng's ear moved, and he heard a movement in the distance. From far to near. More and more intense. Lin Jiufeng's expression became solemn, and he held the 2999 true celestial laws in his hand, standing in place, not acting rashly. Boom, boom, boom. The movement in the distance became louder and louder, even Monk Ananda and Ouyang Xiu heard it. It's as if an iron horse is coming into a dream. An army, smashing mountains and rivers, bones thick, cold bone fire burning, coming here from afar, it is very terrible. 3,000 cavalry.
Coming from oppression, crushing the mountains, none of the momentum is lower than the realm of real immortals. Moreover, the person they are leading is also carrying a flag that has long been tattered. That is the banner of Xianting. Ouyang Xiu's eyes widened in trembling. This is Xianting's army. He couldn't figure out why Xianting was such an invincible army, guarding in West Desert. After 20,000 years, it became an undead army. Monk Ananda swallowed, and said in a panic, how could it be that there is such a terrible army under the radiance of the Buddha in the West Desert? An army of undead creatures, in the eyes of the people in West Desert, shouldn't be. Lin Jiufeng said coldly, under the extreme light, the world is bright, but there are always dark places that cannot be illuminated. It is precisely because of the rime of the Buddha in West Desert that this army can live forever on the cliff. Obviously, this army has now surrounded Lin Jiufeng, and they are going to kill Lin Jiufeng. Not only Lin Jiufeng, but also Ouyang Xiu and Ananda monk. Lin Jiufeng was carefully observing them and confirmed that they had long lost their consciousness, only pure killing. At the beginning, the skeleton wanted to kill Ouyang Xiu. It should be the breath of the fairy garden in Ouyang Xiu's body, which inspired their sense of familiarity. So they wanted to kill Ouyang Xiu and make Ouyang Xiu his own. Emperor Jiufeng, can you win this fight? Ouyang Xiu asked cautiously. If you can't beat it, you should run away. Anyway, he has no confidence. Monk Ananda was silent, and the Buddha in his hand quickly moved, even if it is a Buddha and a demon, even if he is ambitious. But in this situation, he knew he couldn't do it. Right now, the only hope is Jiufeng Great Emperor, who is standing there, holding the colorful laws of true immortality. The Great Emperor Jiufeng had no choice, so they could only choose to run quickly. Lin Jiufeng frowned, and said softly, I've been fighting against the sky in my life. It's not a defeat. It's the first time for undead creatures. They want to use the number of people to stack, but that's a mistake. Lin Jiufeng did not step back, but stepped out instead. He faced this undead army. The skeleton that was flew by him stood up, and then roared, and the soul shook, shaking the sky. The horse under the hip ran quickly, and the spear pierced directly in the sky. It did not communicate with the army around it. But it moved. The other undead creatures started to move. One by one, they were aggressive, armed with spears, or broadswords, bone swords, etc., to kill together. For a time, the mountains and plains, and even the void, were undead creatures, surrounding Lin Jiufeng. These undead creatures are very powerful, none of them are below the realm of true immortality, even if they don't have their own consciousness, they can't be underestimated. But Lin Jiufeng didn't care about this. A stone platform appeared behind him. Come on! Millions of gods and demons are generals, and billions of creatures are soldiers. Boom! Lin Jiufeng directly controlled the worship platform and suppressed it. In an instant, the bones were crushed, and the fire of the soul wailed. Lin Jiufeng didn't hesitate, he danced the true immortal law. There were as many as 2,999 colorful laws. At this moment, a huge brilliance exploded, falling down, and drawing on every undead creature. It was a dimensionality reduction blow. Lin Jiufeng's strength and the realm of killing Xianxian are all easy. These undead creatures are very powerful, but he worships the generals in one hand and the law of true immortals in one hand. In this mountain range, Lin Jiufeng drew out with a whip. The colorful real fairy law turned into hot magma, directly hit an undead creature, directly incinerated it on the spot. The bones turned into ashes, and the wind blows sprinkle in this mountain forest. This is true with the horse under its crotch. Turned to ashes together. Lin Jiufeng looked indifferent and worshipped the platform directly to suppress it. With a bang, with terrifying impact and unparalleled pressure, he crushed hundreds of undead creatures on the spot. These undead creatures seemed to be ignorant of pain and fear, they swarmed up, unaware of retreating. Lin Jiufeng's eyes were cold, standing on the stage of worship, holding the law of the true immortal in his hand, and then instilling all the true qi into the law of the true immortal. Rumble! The law of true immortality expanded and became longer, and the colorful colors also transformed into the coldness of the forest, suddenly turning the surrounding temperature into the North Pole. The extremely low temperature caused both Ouyang Xiu and Monk Anan to tremble and watch in horror. At this temperature, I feel my body is frozen. Yangshuo shivered, clutching his body, experiencing the long-lost cold. What is the body? My soul feels frozen. This is an extremely cold temperature that can turn a person into an ice corpse in an instant. Monk Ananda kept moving his soul to warm himself, but to no avail. Both of them felt this way at the periphery, and the feelings of the undead creatures that rushed up were even more profound. But they didn't know to retreat, completely fearless of Lin Jiufeng, and rushed up. But a few hundred meters away from Lin Jiufeng, he was frozen, and one or two blazing soul fires gradually extinguished. Lin Jiufeng looked at them and slammed the true immortal law in his hand. At this moment, the true immortal law surrounded Lin Jiufeng and launched a round of indiscriminate strikes. Boom, boom, boom. One by one, the undead creatures encountered Lin Jiufeng's true immortal law and were directly exploded. Together with the horse under the crotch, they disappeared in smoke. This is an extremely shocking scene. Lin Jiufeng slaughtered an army alone. The lowest army is also true immortals. And it's still an undead creature that doesn't know the pain or backing away. In front of Lin Jiufeng, they simply couldn't see enough. Now they are exploding one by one, as if they are the purest beauty. In the cold polar air, they exploded a lot of fireworks. Look at Yangshuo and Monk Ananda. Both of them dared not blink, for fear of missing any wonderful scene. Because the picture in front of me is so beautiful. In the polar ice and cold, while worshipping the platform to suppress, Lin Jiufeng dressed in white, standing on it with a slender figure, holding the law of the restoration of colorful true immortals in one hand, and looking around with indifferent expression. Those undead creatures exploded one by one. Under the freezing of the extreme cold, the blue halo circulated around, and under the refracted sunlight, it was like a snow country in a dream. Watching Yangshuo and Monk Ananda went in intoxicated. When the last undead creature exploded. When the ice and snow began to melt, the earth gradually warmed up. When Lin Jiufeng put away the worship platform and the law of true immortals, he flew aside. It was the snow country in the dream just now, and now it is a mass grave with bones. The fire of the soul fell, the bones were crushed, the smashed mountains, the old trees that were affected, the ground that was smashed. All this constitutes a mess here now. Emperor Jiufeng is too powerful. Yangshuo swallowed, and had nothing to say. A few days ago, when I fought with Emperor Jiufeng, I could barely manage a few tricks. Monk Ananda smiled bitterly, but now, Emperor Jiufeng might stare me to death with just one look. This is too scary. Even though they already knew that the great Emperor Jiufeng would be very powerful after he comprehended the 2,999 real celestial laws. But my own conjecture is incomparable with the scene I have seen with my own eyes. And still under such a shocking record. Lin Jiufeng ignored the shock of the two of them. Instead, he squatted down, picked up a piece of white bone that was not broken, and frowned. Why are there undead creatures born here? There is no vitality in their bones, and they can't support it at all. A tremendous strength. Without the blazing soul fire, the boneless bodies of these undead creatures were completely vulnerable. Emperor Jiufeng, these are the very powerful people in the fairy garden. The weakest army that suppressed the West Desert had a cultivation base that surpassed the realm of Xianxian. Yangshuo regained consciousness and said immediately. Lin Jiufeng raised his eyebrows and said, in other words, after they died and became undead, their cultivation base fell. From humans to undead creatures, the span is still very large, so naturally we will lose something. Monk Ananda turned the Buddha beads and said seriously. 3,000 armies, 3,000 immortals who have surpassed the realm of Xianxian, why did they die suddenly and then become undead? Lin Jiufeng asked, there are many strange things in this. Moreover, after they become undead, they lose their self-awareness and become machines that can only kill. This is why Lin Jiufeng directly destroyed them instead of leaving some people for interrogation. Undead creatures without self-awareness can't interrogate anything, waste time, and have no meaning. This cliff is very problematic. Yangshuo pointed at the cliff and said seriously. He feels uncomfortable now. Although he has decided to take refuge in Emperor Jiufeng and live his own life. But after all, he was born in Xianting, and he still has a certain affection for Xianting. He was not familiar with this team, but the opponent was from Xianting, and now they all became undead, without emotion, only knowing to kill. Ouyang Xiu still felt a trace of heartache and sorrow. This is human nature. Faced with different situations, there will be different feelings. Of course, the feelings are just feelings. It is really impossible for Ouyang Xiu to help them get revenge. Lin Jiufeng looked at the cliff and said in a deep voice, "Now the undead here are almost destroyed. Let's separate and investigate the cliff carefully." Ouyang Xiu and Monk Ananda didn't dare to disagree, and separated from Lin Jiufeng, and each went in different directions, leaving Lin Jiufeng standing in place, observing silently. The fog in the cliff is abnormal, and it is completely different during the day and night. The vast white mist lingers throughout the day, as if it were heaven and earth. The night turned into black fog, accompanied by the sound of clanging swords, the neighing of horses' hoofs, and the agitation of flags. It's like being from the world to hell. This change is very interesting. Lin Jiufeng moved along the direction where the undead army appeared just now. He had just walked a few steps, and a line of words appeared before his eyes. "Do you sign in at the cliff?" Lin Jiufeng looked around, found nothing, and nodded silently, "Sign in." He is more curious, what can be signed in this mysterious cliff? Sign in successfully, get the title of Dao Array Master. Lin Jiufeng asked puzzledly, what is the use of this Dao Array Mage? Originally, he had signed in for knowledge of formations, but he also helped Lin Jiufeng a lot in the follow-up. With continuous learning and improvement, Lin Jiufeng's formation has been upgraded to a very powerful level. So now, he doesn't really understand what the title of Dao Array Mage means? Wearing the title of Dao Array Master, you can easily see through the context of the world Dao, and you can deduce the Dao Array. This information made Lin Jiufeng understand. After the formation is promoted to the immortal realm, it is similar to the ordinary formation. The only big difference is that the formation used by the immortal is based on the avenue. The imprinted traces are also the traces of the avenue. It's different. Lin Jiufeng said to himself and said some of his own thoughts. After understanding, he was very satisfied with the title of Master of the Great Array. Then, put it on without hesitation. In the next second, Lin Jiufeng looked at the mountains, the earth, and the trees, which was completely different from what he had just felt. It's like someone was covering a curtain in front of my eyes. Now that it has been opened, the world is suddenly bright and clear, and everything can be seen. Lin Jiufeng looked around with joy. Looking at it, his expression was not right. At first he was puzzled, then shocked, and then repeatedly confirmed, until finally, Lin Jiufeng came to a high mountain on the cliff, overlooking the surroundings. The mountains, rivers, and trees here are all in one formation. Lin Jiufeng gasped. With the heaven and earth as the formation, the mountains and rivers as the chess pieces, and the vegetation elves as the important nodes in the formation, a huge avenue formation. Lin Jiufeng obtained a terrible conclusion after careful observation. The entire cliff is a formation. This formation was very unique, and Lin Jiufeng had never seen it before. If it hadn't been signed for the title of Dao Array Master, Lin Jiufeng wouldn't be able to find it at all. Because it is too secret, no one would have thought of it. But, is this great formation method so simple? Lin Jiufeng immediately asked again. Although the avenue formation here is very secretive, to be honest, it does not play a big role. At least it won't turn an army into an undead creature. Moreover, this army is still very powerful, surpassing the existence of the realm of Xianxian. In order to confirm his thoughts, Lin Jiufeng began to meditate cross-legged and deduced this great formation. Wearing the title of Master of the Great Array, Lin Jiufeng can deduce a rough formation based on some of the formations he has seen. Of course, if there is less information, then the deduction will also be problematic. But what Lin Jiufeng felt was that even a place as large as the cliff is part of the formation, and the deduction should be effortless. Lin Jiufeng confidently started the deduction. However, he miscalculated. The calculation at the beginning was quite easy. But in the midterm, just when Lin Jiufeng thought that this formation had reached its limit, and he was about to touch the entire face of the formation. The reversal of the two poles is the kind that goes from night to day. Lin Jiufeng only discovered that this avenue formation was just the beginning. Behind its scenes, there was a huge, extremely complicated, and even terrifying avenue formation. And this clue that Lin Jiufeng got, you reading www.uukunshu.com is useless at all. He can't do it later. This made Lin Jiufeng very helpless. Time passed, and the night was about to pass. Day is about to usher in. Lin Jiufeng gave up the deduction and sat on the spot, overlooking the mountains. The forests were all over. He is very depressed. The original letter was full of letters, but now, reality has severely knocked Lin Jiufeng's self-confidence. Let him fall into the doubtful life stage. At this moment, Ouyang Xiu and Monkananda returned. Two people came from two directions, between the mountains, at the moment of night and day. Lin Jiufeng suddenly lit up and shouted, "You two stand still." Ouyang Xiu, who had just stepped out, stood still, not daring to move. And not far from him is Monkananda. Both stopped and looked at Lin Jiufeng on the top of the mountains in confusion. Don't understand what happened. Lin Jiufeng was in a state of excitement, because he discovered that at the junction of night and day, Ouyang Xiu and Monkananda separated the horizon perfectly. The black mist has faded, and the white mist is rising from the clouds steaming in Xiaowei. Has not yet surrounded this cliff. Then, Lin Jiufeng glanced all over the cliff. He discovered many hidden array textures, and then used these textures to deduce a new avenue array. Anti-Life Dao Array. Chapter 325. Lin Jiufeng was surprised and speechless as soon as the name came out. From the direction of the cliff's formation texture and the flow of the veins, Lin Jiufeng inferred this terrifying big formation. When the white mist completely enveloped the cliff. When the night completely escaped into the earth. When all traces disappeared. Lin Jiufeng stood there, reaching out to touch the soil on the ground. This time it feels completely different from before. This time, a bright light appeared in Lin Jiufeng's palm, and then the light converged and turned into a small formation. The prototype of the Anti-Life Avenue formation. Lin Jiufeng stared at the Anti-Life Dao formation carefully, the shock in his eyes grew greater and greater. He saw the terrible place of the Anti-Life Dao array. This is a formation that can devour people's spirituality and life, and also change their fate against the sky, transforming a creature into a new creature. The Anti-Life Avenue formation is here on the cliff, completely transforming the army of Xianting, from flesh and blood creatures into undead creatures. Emperor Jiufeng, what are you looking at? Ouyang Xiu walked over and asked curiously. The great Emperor Jiufeng just called us to stand in place, why on earth? Monkananda also asked curiously. The two of them stood for a long time, and then walked over until the white mist rose up completely. Then they saw Lin Jiufeng squatting halfway, still holding a handful of dirt in his hand, startled in a daze. Lin Jiufeng raised his head, let go of his hand, the mud was flowing down his fingertips, and the formation slowly disappeared between his palms. What clue did you find? Lin Jiufeng asked directly without saying the anti-life formation. No, I walked in that direction, almost out of the cliff, but still didn't find anything. Ouyang Xiu shook his head. Me too. Ouyang Xiu nodded. Emperor Jiufeng, what did you find? Ouyang Xiu asked curiously. Lin Jiufeng thought for a while, and asked, do you know the formation of the great Tao of anti-life? Ouyang Xiu and Monkananda looked at each other and shook their heads together. What formation is this? Ouyang Xiu asked. I have read Buddhism's scriptures all over, and I know some of the formations, but I have never heard of such a strange formation. Monkananda was bewildered. Lin Jiufeng didn't ask anymore, saying, since there are no secrets in the cliff, and the army of Xianting has also been destroyed, you now leave West Desert, go to Xuanhuang Dynasty, and find the Emperor of Germany, so I said that I recommended you to go, Daddy will arrange positions for you, and a new life is right in front of you. As long as you don't betray the Feathering God Dynasty, then you will be cut off from the past. Lin Jiufeng still didn't tell them the anti-life formation. They are just small people in the big era. Although they are all immortals, they don't know much and don't have much ability. It is the best choice for them to help Daddy. Lin Jiufeng stayed here by himself, carefully observing the formation of the Tao of anti-life.
Ouyang Xiu and Ananda didn't dare to refuse Lin Jiufeng, so they left together.
When he got out of the cliff, Ouyang Xiu came back to his senses, looking at the cliff behind him that was hidden by the white mist, feeling like a world away.
Now, we are completely bound to the Yuhua Divine Empire, bound to the human race.
Ouyang Xiu said with emotion. Yes, monk, I have never left West Desert in my life. I didn't expect to leave my hometown now. Monk Ananda said with a complicated expression.
Sorry, I am implicated in you, I will not come to you, you will not conflict with Emperor Jiufeng.
Ouyang Xiu apologized. It's okay, this is the fortune. Now this ending is actually very good. At least we are still alive, get rid of the past and start again.
Monk Ananda shook his head.
Now I really need to change my life. Monk Ananda said with emotion. Why do you think so?
Ouyang Xiu asked.
In this life, I have lived in the Delaying Temple for 20,000 years. Over the years, I have been studying Emperor Shakyamuni's scriptures. I will keep repeating this life. I can't follow the way of Emperor Shakyamuni, but I can start my life again, get rid of the limitations of the past, and start a new life. For me, this is also a rebirth. Cut off my obsession, let myself go, leave West Desert, go to a bigger, farther, and broader world, and take a look at the scenery that I have never seen before, the things I have never seen, and the new era.
New concept.
Monk Ananda has a lot of insights at this moment, and he can finally bid farewell to the self who was tortured by the demons. Ouyang Xiu patted Monk Anan on the shoulder and laughed and said, Our brothers are all ill-fated and go round and round. From a pair of naive children in West Desert, to the vicissitudes of cultivator now, we walk again. Together, the word destiny is unclear, so let us take a look at the biggest divine dynasty of this era. Monk Ananda and Ouyang Xiu walked far away side by side, and what greeted them was a new life and a new era.
At this moment, in the cliff,
Lin Jiufeng sat on a large rock, with gold patterns emerging between his palms, which was an anti-life formation. This formation made Lin Jiufeng feel very dangerous. But he has no way to investigate. Even if he dug the cliff completely, the anti-life avenue formation would not appear.
Because the anti-life avenue formation method exists in every place of the cliff.
A stone in the cliff, a handful of dirt, and a tree are all part of the formation of the great avenue of anti-life.
For Lin Jiufeng, this is nowhere to be found. He walked slowly along the cliff.
Measuring the cliff with his feet, what Lin Jiufeng saw was a cliff on the outside, but a huge formation on the inside.
Who arranged this on Earth? Lin Jiufeng asked.
He can be sure that the anti-life avenue formation here is not formed naturally.
Moreover, this is not a complete body. The power has not reached its peak, and the anti-life avenue formation based on the cliff is just a rudiment.
However, it is still not to be underestimated. The power is absolutely terrifying in the realm below the Fairy King. The real, peak anti-life avenue formation must be terrifying. Even Lin Jiufeng felt that even the Fairy King would have to fall under this formation. Lin Jiufeng suddenly looked up and saw through the sky beyond the vast white mist.
Night is coming. The white mist retreated, the black mist erupted, and the ghosts cried and howled in an instant, very sad.
At this moment, Lin Jiufeng clearly saw that the anti-life Tao formation had started. An invisible force seeps out from the mud of the cliff, the trees, and the stones. They are coming towards Lin Jiufeng. They want to surround Lin Jiufeng.
Then, let's transform Lin Jiufeng. The anti-life avenue formation was unconsciously activated. Is it because I killed the undead, so the anti-life Tao formation was activated? Lin Jiufeng guessed.
He looked around calmly, without panic or fear.
Because at the moment the anti-life Tao formation was activated, something moved in Lin Jiufeng's body. Come on. Boom.
The worship platform erupted directly, the hot energy was directly submerged, and the surrounding anti-life avenue formations were swept away all at once. Then, the platform of worship appeared, right in front of Lin Jiufeng, resisting the energy of the anti-life formation from all directions. The two formed the Xuanhuang boundary, facing each other, and no one would let anyone else. Lin Jiufeng was surprised to find that the omnipotent worshipping platform in the past could not help this anti-life formation, but he could fight against it to ensure that Lin Jiufeng would not be affected. Lin Jiufeng stood in the center and was not affected at all. Seeing the conflict between the Tao of worship and the Tao of anti-life, a line of words suddenly appeared in front of Lin Jiufeng's eyes.
Do you sign in before the anti-life Tao formation? This line of words made Lin Jiufeng's eyes light up, and he said without hesitation, sign in. Sign in successfully, get the start method of the anti-life avenue formation.
Lin Jiufeng was stunned when he saw this thing.
Then, he couldn't laugh or cry. What is the use of the way I want to start the anti-life Tao formation? I can't set up the anti-life avenue formation by myself? Moreover, I can't move this anti-life avenue formation here. Lin Jiufeng vomited. He also had the idea of moving away the anti-life avenue formation here. But I tried it. He gave up decisively. The anti-life avenue formation was based on the entire cliff, and its power increased greatly. It was definitely not something Lin Jiufeng could move away now. Forget it, just take it when you sign in. It's better than nothing. What if it's useful in the future? Lin Jiufeng reluctantly wrote down the activation method.
Then, he watched the battle against the generals and the anti-life Tao formations confronting each other, and no one would accept each other. Lin Jiufeng smiled bitterly.
There was no way.
Although he held 2,999 true immortal laws in his hand, he was strong enough to defeat most of the profound immortals. But in the face of these two things of unknown origin and very powerful, they still have more than enough energy. For this he chose to wait. When the sun came out and the night faded, Lin Jiufeng decisively put away the platform of worship and quickly left the cliff after the white mist and black mist met.
Can't afford to provoke him, can he still not be able to hide?
His Jiufeng Great Emperor ran away for the first time. This time I came to West Desert and gained a lot, but the problem is that Lin Jiufeng's initial hope still fell through. The reason why I came to West Desert was also because of the descendants of the Protoss. The old white dragon said that there are hidden masters here. He said that West Desert hides a big secret.
So Lin Jiufeng is here. But now, the master has only seen one.
It is Xuanhuang Gyatso, the living Buddha of Dilapidated Temple 20,000 years ago.
No one else will be seen. Monk Ouyang Shou and Ananda are not masters, even at their peak, they can't reach half of Xuanhuang Gyatso's.
Moreover, the Great Layin Temple, which Lin Jiufeng had been thinking about, turned out to be a relic 20,000 years ago. Now Lin Jiufeng felt that the biggest gain of this trip to West Desert was the discovery of the anti-life avenue formation.
Although now I don't know what is the use of an anti-life Tao formation. But it does not prevent Lin Jiufeng from thinking so.
Standing on the land of West Desert, Lin Jiufeng was full of emotion.
The gain this time is really great.
His cultivation base breaks through the real celestial, and he has comprehended the 2,999 real celestial laws, and signed a series of treasures.
Finally, he also saw Emperor Shakyamuni.
Even if he saw a glimpse from 100,000 years ago, it gave Lin Jiufeng a big surprise. The water in this world is too deep, I thought it was calm, but who knows that the undercurrents are surging, and the complexity is unspeakable.
I am still at a loss and can't find much clues.
I can only wait for someone in the dark to act.
Demolition.
Lin Jiufeng felt bitter.
In order to protect the dynasty of Yuhua and protect the hard-won situation of the human race now, he was really a black hand who was fighting 10,000 years ago, 20,000 years ago, and tens of thousands of years ago. The key question is that these black hands are not in the same family, the Protoss, the Immortal, the humans, and even the Buddhism, and I don't know how many Lin Jiufeng hasn't discovered. In this era, they are ready to move. However, this era is the era of my Emperor Jiufeng. I am in this world, but suppress all enemies. Lin Jiufeng glanced firmly at Shima Earth, then turned and left.
Returning to the central plains from the Hangduan Mountains, Lin Jiufeng saw harmony, good weather, and the people's life in peace and contentment. The rule and reform of the Xuanhuang dynasty became more and more deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. Including the arrogant and arrogant tens of thousands of people before, now they really don't have any confidence, and they have obediently merged into the Xuanhuang God Dynasty and become a nation under the Xuanhuang God Dynasty. Xuanhuang also divided these 10,000 races into different categories. For example, the Golden Lion clan, they and the Wild Lion are grouped into one ethnic group, but different ethnic groups. The saber-toothed tiger and the hanging-eyed white-fronted tiger are also one nation and different ethnic groups. Therefore, the 10,000 races were summarized, and together with the human races, 56 ethnic groups were formed. The Xuanhuang dynasty also completely dominates the mainland, covering a vast area, and there are many territories overseas, and even the Farsis spread the reputation of the Xuanhuang dynasty. This is also what the Xuanhuang dynasty wants to solve various internal problems, so that the people are rich and powerful, but unable to conquer the endless sea. Lin Jiufeng walked along the mainland, seeing, hearing, and seeing joyful voices. Even in remote areas, you can see the existence of Wu Temple. When Xuanhuang dynasty recently formulated a national policy, it put education directly in the first place. Education is the foundation of the country. This was formulated by the German emperor and written into the national law. There are many students graduating from Wumiao each year. Most of these students have inherited the teacher's wishes and chose to support education in remote areas, spread civilization and knowledge, and reform cultural ideas in backward areas. Xuanhuang has done unprecedented seriousness in these matters. This is also the reason why the country's luck golden dragon is getting stronger and stronger. Lin Jiufeng walked all the way and looked more and more satisfied. This is the hope that he will defend his life. The hope of the nation. I am infinitely strong now. After 50 years, I will become strong again, and I should be able to resurrect Emperor Yuan and Emperor Ming. Lin Jiufeng was in a good mood with infinite expectations. He waited for this day to come. The promises made back then have been delayed. Until now, Lin Jiufeng feels that he is sorry for the Emperor Yuan who called his brother. This era is the best era. Lin Jiufeng felt that Emperor Yuan would be satisfied after seeing it. He should see it. Lin Jiufeng soon returned to the imperial capital. In the imperial capital, masters are like clouds. Now in Xuanhuang dynasty, immortals are already standard equipment. The generals in the army are not considered high-level officers. Even if they command 1,000 soldiers, they must be in the realm of immortals. This is also the reason why the emerging God dynasty can suppress the world. Truth and justice are born under cultivation. Lin Jiufeng, who had returned to the imperial capital, came directly to the gate of Lengdong. Wanjia lights, slightly swaying, radiating light, welcoming Lin Jiufeng back. You have become stronger again. Lin Jiufeng looked at Wanjia Denghuan and smiled. In fact, now, Wanjia Denghua is not like his treasure, but like his friend. As the first batch of treasures to sign in, until now, only Wanjia Denghua is still with Lin Jiufeng. Moreover, it has been working hard to improve itself. Without Lin Jiufeng's help, it has evolved by itself. In these more than 100 years, Lin Jiufeng only activated Wanjia Denghua once when he was born in the Kunlun Mountains. Then, Wanjia Lights gave the world a huge surprise. This surprise is now forgotten. Back then, the Wanjia Denghua that astounded the world was said to have become an immortal weapon. Countless people were shocked. There is an immortal weapon in the Xuanhuang God dynasty? But now, who would be shocked? Not at all. The fairies are all gone. The fake fairy even has no cards. The world is turned upside down, and the people's horizons are constantly expanding. The fairy tool that once astounded the world, Wanjia Denghua, has long been forgotten. But Wanjia Denghua stayed quietly in front of the gate of the cold palace from beginning to end. It is not in a hurry to go out, nor to do things in a hurry, so it observes the world silently and absorbs the smoke and smoke from the world. The avenue is on, and the prosperous age is singing. It is like an indifferent observer, watching the new humans in this new era without a word. The Wanjia Lanhua, praised by Lin Jiufeng, remained as usual, swaying. It quietly exudes a faint light. No one knows how powerful this faint candlelight hanging in front of the door of the cold palace is. Actually, Lin Jiufeng didn't know. But he knew that the next time Wanjia Denghua showed off his power, it would surely amaze the world. After watching Wanjia Lights for a while, Lin Jiufeng opened the door and walked in. In the cold palace, there are hundreds of flowers blooming. There are 100-meter peach blossoms, and an orchard, beautiful and flawless, with a rich fragrance and a slight light. Lin Jiufeng looked at it. Among the hundreds of flowers, a flower of riches and noble in the world sniffed the flower lightly. and the beauty was not a mortal woman. Little white cat. She is admiring the flowers, and among the 100 flowers, she has pressed all the flowers so beautifully. She didn't notice Lin Jiufeng coming in, until Lin Jiufeng walked behind her and hugged her, she exclaimed, struggling hurriedly, and then saw Lin Jiufeng's face, her plump body instantly softened and her arms wrapped around Lin Jiufeng's neck. He was buried in Lin Jiufeng's arms and kissed Lin Jiufeng's neck. "You're back." The little white cat's surprised voice came from Lin Jiufeng's neck. She couldn't bear to let go. A heart was tied to Lin Jiufeng's body. Now she is using her little pink tongue to gently lick Lin Jiufeng. Skin. Crisp, numb, with her pleasant face, turned Lin Jiufeng's lofty sentiment into tenderness and sweetness. "I miss you, I'll be back," Lin Jiufeng said sweetly. The little white cat knew that this was coaxing her, but she was very happy, her heart turned, and she looked at Lin Jiufeng with watery eyes, very obsessed. When she was a cat, she liked to haunt Lin Jiufeng. Now that she is transformed, it has become even worse. As long as Lin Jiufeng is free, she will snuggle next to Lin Jiufeng. For nothing else, I just wanted to inhale the smell of Lin Jiufeng, which was her favorite smell. "I'm not at home, did you grow these?" Lin Jiufeng asked the little white cat gently, looking at the surrounding scenery. "Yes, I'm lonely when you're not here, so I cleaned up Langong, planted some flowers, planted some trees, and I have these flowers and plants to accompany me. I feel a little bit relieved," the little white cat said in a sweet voice. "It's really a small housekeeper, this cold palace is managed very well by you," Lin Jiufeng quipped. "Of course, this is our home," the little white cat said seriously. She didn't want to go anywhere else. She has lived here for almost 1,000 years, and the Lin Jiufeng I met here, and the Lin Jiufeng I fell in love with here. So she cleaned up Langong during this period and waited for Lin Jiufeng to come back. "You come back this time, do you want to go out next?" the little white cat asked Lin Jiufeng. Lin Jiufeng shook his head and said, "I won't go out anymore. I won't go out if there is nothing particularly serious in the next time." "Hee, then you have to stay with me. I am so poor during this period of time. I am looking forward to your return every day. You wretched guy." The little white cat stretched out his hand and circled Lin Jiufeng's chest, sighing like an orchid, looked at her winking like silk. Lin Jiufeng raised his brows and said, "Then I have to compensate you well." The next second, while the little white cat exclaimed, Lin Jiufeng hugged her, walked directly into the room, and then closed the door. Then, Xin Sei and Ming. The cry of the little white cat became more and more sweet, causing Lin Jiufeng to fall into it, unable to extricate himself from it. That night, the dragon raised his head and the wind spread his wings, but fortunately, the voice in Leng Palace could not be heard. Time flies, Lin Jiufeng has returned to the imperial capital for 3 months. During these 3 months, Lin Jiufeng spent most of his time with the little white cat, and spent the rest of his time integrating the 2,999 true celestial laws. During this period, some strange things happened. In one night, Lin Jiufeng and the little white cat's souls merged to the peak. Under the emotion, she broke through the realm of immortals directly and came to the real immortal. The eruption of blood in the body caused her to cross the 9 immortals forbidden, which Lin Jiufeng did not expect. This also made the little white cat entangled Lin Jiufeng with excitement for several days without getting out of bed. She just wanted to see if the whole person's extreme excitement would stimulate her blood. But dozens of subsequent attempts did not repeat that one, and the little white cat could only give up unwillingly. In the past 3 months, Lin Jiufeng continued to comprehend the one that escaped. He wants to break through the real immortal and enter the mysterious immortal. The key lies in the one that escaped. For this reason, Lin Jiufeng is enlightening Tao every day. Now he doesn't need to continue to practice and accumulate immortal energy. He only needs to enlighten the Tao. The great avenue is vast, and every point of understanding is a great improvement. Unfortunately, Lin Jiufeng didn't realize it at all for 3 months. The one who escaped was so rare, Lin Jiufeng was not impatient. 50 years, there is still a little distance. He began to constantly enlighten the Tao, and constantly went to various places to sign in. The first stop is the extremely shady land. The entanglement between this extremely gloomy place and Lin Jiufeng has been going on for 100 years, and it is still going on.
Every time you go in, you can sign in once.
This time Lin Jiufeng went in, and once again set foot in the extremely gloomy place. A line of words appeared before his eyes.
Whether to sign in a very shady place?
Lin Jiufeng decisively agreed.
Sign in successfully, get the secret book of immortal sword.
A great sword immortal method is helpful to Lin Jiufeng, but it is not that helpful. Lin Jiufeng was a little helpless. He still wanted to sign a leaf of the enlightened tea tree.
Then he can use it to enlighten the Tao. Now I get a book of Xianshu, it's a tasteless one.
Lin Jiufeng still learned, better than nothing. Then he entered the extremely gloomy land and saw the huge, black undead mountain. The undead mountain that looked like a human head, as always, had nothing for Lin Jiufeng to explore. The whole mountain is like a quiet place of death. Lin Jiufeng traveled all over the immortal mountain, but still found nothing. He left the extremely gloomy land.
Time flies, 10 years have passed. Too many things have happened in this decade.
A generation grows up, a generation enters the society, and a generation becomes a legend. In the past 10 years of emerging God's dynasty, he has worked hard to govern, led by Emperor De, to create one miracle after another, and to organize the country's governance in an orderly manner.
Wu Miao, all major schools are prospering.
The entire eruption of the gods, all major ethnic groups, are cultivating talents. The previous chaos is gone forever, and the new children have no concept of world chaos at all.
In their eyes, shouldn't the world be so safe and peaceful?
It was not until they went to school that they began to learn about the changes of the times, how chaotic they were before, and how pitiful the people were.
In the past 10 years, Princess Yulin and Tiandi also gave birth to a boy and a girl.
They also brought their children to see Lin Jiufeng.
Two very cute children called Lin Jiufeng as their grandfather.
Princess Yulin and Emperor Tian are also working hard to cultivate and grow up low-key.
Under Lin Jiufeng's suggestion, they successfully passed the 9 forbidden immortals and entered the realm of true immortality. Especially Tiandi, after breaking through the realm of true immortality, he suddenly understood the 15 principles of true immortality, far surpassing Princess Yulin.
This was also the reason Lin Jiufeng was optimistic about Emperor Tian from the beginning. His talent was really terrifying. In 10 years, the outside world has turned upside down, but Lin Jiufeng himself is a little annoyed. He still did not comprehend the one that escaped. Now his true immortal law is still only 2,999. It is one step away from the realm of Xianxian, but it is as far away as the distance between the world and heaven. Lin Jiufeng has used many methods in the past 10 years.
For example, check-in everywhere.
Lin Jiufeng has gone all over the world, and the sign-in is different in different places. But I don't know if the world has calmed down, or because of other reasons. What Lin Jiufeng signed in could not help him understand the one who escaped. In this way, Lin Jiufeng spent these 10 years. His comprehension of the Great Tao is extremely profound, especially the 2,999 real celestial laws. Lin Jiufeng can be regarded as thoroughly grasped. Now his strength is still slowly improving, as if there is no end, but the distance from the realm of Xianxian is short of the one who escaped.
3,000 avenues, one of them is to be avoided.
This change is still cruel to Lin Jiufeng. After all, he waited 10 years and worked hard for 10 years for this escaped one, which was unique in the past practice process. If Lin Jiufeng learns from Emperor Shakyamuni and abandons the one that escaped, now he can break through the realm of true immortality. Sometimes in the dark night, Lin Jiufeng looked up at the sky, watched countless stars twinkling, and asked herself in her heart, "Is it useful to persist in this way?" 50 years, 10 years have passed. He didn't have much time to spend. When the fairy goddess of war woke up, the human race would definitely encounter catastrophe. Lin Jiufeng must improve his strength and hope to deal with this female war at that time. Therefore, sometimes Lin Jiufeng also persuaded himself. Don't think about the one that escaped, abandon it, and then break through the realm of Xianxian with the law of 2,999 real celestial beings, looking forward to the next realm, and improve your strength as soon as possible. But when Lin Jiufeng decided to give up, a trace of unwillingness flashed in his heart. The one that escaped, no one has caught it all through the ages. Including Shakyamuni the Great, who was invincible 100,000 years ago, he didn't arrest him either. Then Lin Jiufeng seized it. What is the future potential in future? To guard this world, to face countless dark hands hidden behind the scenes, what is needed is invincible, able to suppress the world, suppress the past, and suppress the future Emperor Jiufeng. Not a Lin Jiufeng who can say to himself to give up. High standards demanded of himself, Lin Jiufeng still did not give up in the end. He decided to continue to comprehend. Even if these 50 years are spent, I must comprehend the one who escaped. Lin Jiufeng's eyes were firm and his expression was bright. As the night fell, Lin Jiufeng, who was full of vitality and still looked like before, made a firm wish. He continued to comprehend the avenue. Another 10 years have passed. From Lin Jiufeng, who made a firm wish under the night sky last time, God seemed to be torturing him. Over the past 10 years, his strength has doubled, reaching an extremely terrifying level. His avenues are also extremely profound, as vast as the ocean. In the Avenue Ocean, Lin Jiufeng has also had several epiphanies, and he has a deep understanding when he goes in. I thought I could find the escaped one in the Avenue Ocean. But in fact, the one who escaped was not in the ocean of avenues. Lin Jiufeng's heart was still firm. It took him 20 years, and now he gave up, and it was less than 20 years ago. For the remaining 30 years, Lin Jiufeng felt that he could only wander in the realm of Xianxian. But the problem is, now he can also hold the true immortal law and defeat most of the profound immortals. Even Lin Jiufeng dare to say that after these 20 years, he is invincible in the realm of profound immortal. But what about this? Can the goddess of the fairy court be able to deal with the Xianxian realm? Lin Jiufeng didn't believe it at all. Therefore, Lin Jiufeng has cut off all his retreat paths, and then he will walk through Huashan all the way to the end. I don't believe it. Can you stop me for 10 years? Lin Jiufeng said fiercely. 10 years later, he still didn't realize the one that escaped. Although he is still getting stronger and his strength has completely surpassed the realm of true immortality, the feeling of breakthrough is always a bit close. Lin Jiufeng's eyes were no longer so firm. It's really the great way of the world. He has learned too much. Time, space, 5 elements, yin and yang, chaos, killing, chaos. These top avenues, Lin Jiufeng's operation is proficient, and even more proficient than those who have a single understanding of these avenues. However, the one who escaped, Lin Jiufeng really couldn't figure it out. It's really countless avenues that I understand, and there is still no one that escaped. Is this one that combines all the other avenues? Lin Jiufeng was already anxious. Because 50 years have passed, only 20 years are left. Even if I make a breakthrough now, I am still working hard in the follow-up practice, which is a bit tight. What's more, now Lin Jiufeng hasn't even figured out the idea of he who escaped. Breakthrough is nonsense. In the past 30 years, Lin Jiufeng has been exhausted in order to get away with him, and originally wanted to marry the little white cat earlier. But he had put this matter behind his head, and his heart was on the one who had escaped. The pair of Lin Jiufeng who fled away still loves to answer. Lin Jiufeng is very impatient now. Isn't it really stuck with me for 50 years? Lin Jiufeng was about to vomit blood. Since coming to this world, this is the biggest difficulty he has encountered. Even with the sign-in, he can't help it. In recent years, the mainland of Kyushu and even overseas islands have been visited by Lin Jiufeng. The sign-in is also triggered from time to time, but it is not very helpful to the one who escaped. The 40th year is here. On this day, Lin Jiufeng couldn't help but scream up to the sky, alarming the little white cat. The little white cat did not approach, looking at Lin Jiufeng from a distance, covering his mouth, with a sad expression and distressed Lin Jiufeng. She knew how much pressure Lin Jiufeng was now. So she didn't dare to approach Lin Jiufeng or disturb Lin Jiufeng. She didn't know how to help Lin Jiufeng at all, so she didn't have to worry about it. 40 years, and only the last 10 years are left. I still can't catch the one who escaped. Lin Jiufeng smiled bitterly, his heart panicked, and he was under pressure that the world didn't know. So he was very impatient, inexplicably irritable, which was unprecedented. As time passed, the pressure of the goddess of war, as if the sky was falling, was oppressing Lin Jiufeng. When he thought, 10 years later, the female war was born, and slapped the slap to erase this prosperous age that had gone through the efforts of several generations without hundreds of people. For Lin Jiufeng, it was absolutely forbidden. I promised the Emperor Yuan to protect the Xuanhuang dynasty. I want the people to live a stable life. I don't want to see hungry and corpses everywhere. I hope that the children will have books to read, and that adults can get their due pay for their hard work, and that the elderly will be supported by someone. This world should be like this, it should not become a chaotic battlefield, ordinary people should not become toys in the hands of the strong, and the ants in their eyes should be pinched to death at will. The beautiful country built by generations of Mingjun and hundreds of millions of people should not be destroyed by forces buried in history. Lin Jiufeng gritted his teeth and said. He began to regret it. He didn't choose to comprehend the one who escaped. For him, perhaps it is already very powerful now. 40 years have passed, and this world has also borne its own Xianxian. Including Emperor Tiantian, he also broke through the realm of Xianxian. Lin Jiufeng still stayed in the realm of true immortality. What did he use to deal with the goddess of war who awoke 10 years later? If there was no pressure from the goddess of war, Lin Jiufeng would not doubt himself like this. He has enough time and enough patience to comprehend the one that escaped. But the world is so unsatisfactory. The pressure of the goddess of war really made Lin Jiufeng difficult to breathe. Every day, this pressure will increase a bit. Lin Jiufeng suddenly saw the scared little white cat, and his heart was shocked. The woman he loves most is actually afraid of his current state. Suddenly, Lin Jiufeng woke up from the terrible state just now. Only then did he realize that he was almost in a demon just now. The mentality has completely collapsed, and he is beginning to be afraid when he is stressed. If it continues, Lin Jiufeng will definitely fall into the devil's way, and the heart demon will be born and let him go on the evil path. Lin Jiufeng squeezed a smile at the little white cat and asked, "Is the me just now scary?" "No, I am very worried about you. You put too much pressure on yourself, you are like carrying the world on your back." The little white cat said softly. "You were in a terrible state just now, as if you were in a demon, but I didn't dare to disturb you." The little white cat said with red eyes. Lin Jiufeng stepped forward, reached out and hugged this worldly rich flower, and kissed his forehead. Feeling the plump body of the little white cat, Lin Jiufeng calmed down. He recovered his calm, his eyes became firm, and said, "I'm going out for a walk. In the next 10 years, I won't be back." The little white cat hugged Lin Jiufeng, and said softly, "It's okay to go out and relax. I believe my Emperor Jiufeng must be the most powerful. This bit of setback will not defeat you." Lin Jiufeng smiled brightly and said, "Okay, wait for my good news." Let go of the little white cat, Lin Jiufeng resolutely soared into the sky and left the imperial capital. He had a clear goal this time, and went straight to the northwestern land, the world of mountains and seas, and found the red girl. Since the last time we parted, it has been 40 years. The red girl is still too beautiful. Her cultivation level has also reached the peak of Xianxian, and even the next realm is not far away. So when she saw Lin Jiufeng, she raised her eyebrows and asked in amazement, "Why is the great Emperor Jiufeng still in the realm of real immortality?" Lin Jiufeng smiled bitterly, sat down directly next to Girl Red, and sighed, "I am very confused now." The red girl instantly changed her expression and looked at Lin Jiufeng worriedly. She has known Lin Jiufeng for more than 100 years. She had never seen Lin Jiufeng in such a state. The Emperor Jiufeng in her memory before was a self-confident, personable, and elegant temperament, as if he was an immortal, not like a human soul, but a Tianshan star. But now, Lin Jiufeng has changed. His whole body was filled with confusion, and his whole spirit suddenly vented. "What happened?" the red girl asked hurriedly. The Jiufeng great emperor in her heart was not like this. She is worried. Lin Jiufeng closed his eyes and told her everything about the past 40 years. In 10 years, the war of the fairy court will recover, and the catastrophe of the world is about to come, and as the 9th Phoenix Emperor of the world, I only have the realm of real immortals. How can I protect this unprecedented prosperity? Lin Jiufeng blames himself Tao. Emperor Jiufeng, do you need to take everything to yourself? The red girl said softly. Lin Jiufeng looked at the red girl. She was the pinnacle of Xianxian, but facing the female of war, it was not enough.
I don't like your look anymore. Do you look down on my cultivation?
The red girl snorted coldly. Lin Jiufeng smiled bitterly, and said, I am a true fairy, so how can I look down on you, the pinnacle of the profound fairy? I just don't know how to deal with the female of war.
The goddess of war is very troublesome, but it's not impossible. Let's think about it together, it will definitely be possible. The red girl said firmly. Don't talk about it, I came to you this time because I wanted you to take me to the third world. Lin Jiufeng said. Are you going to the third world? The red girl asked in surprise. Yes, now I don't have a clue, and I can't comprehend it from outside anyway. Then go to the third world and look at the female of war.
When she recovers, I will stop her in the first time.
Lin Jiufeng nodded. There is no other way.
Lin Jiufeng decided that when the time comes, all the means will be used, and the female of war must be resisted in the third world. The red girl looked at Lin Jiufeng and smiled, extremely charming, and said, Okay, then I will accompany Emperor Jiufeng to fight the female of war.
I don't need you, you still have to inherit the heavenly Dao sect, you just need to send me in.
Lin Jiufeng shook his head. The inheritance of the Tiandamen has been passed down, and I have lived for the Tiandamen all my life, and the world does not know that I will live for myself this time, and I will be the one who saves the world.
The red girl was white.
The neck is raised, as proud as a swan.
Furthermore, the Jiufeng Great Emperor still wants to monopolize the matter of saving the world? Do you look down on me as a woman? Yu Washinchao is not only promoting men and women screens and so on? The Great Emperor Jiufeng didn't comply with it first. Red girl's words one after another completely blocked Lin Jiufeng's persuasion.
He smiled bitterly, where you love to go, that is your freedom, where I can control it.
It's good to know.
The red girl snorted and got up directly, wearing a long red dress that made her look like a female emperor. Let's go, the great Emperor Jiufeng who is lost. The red girl shouted, turned her head to look at Lin Jiufeng, with a smile on her face, as beautiful as a painting against the desert background and the bright sunshine. Lin Jiufeng got up and went to the Hangduan Mountains with red girl. Then, entered the third world. The small mountain villages in the third world are as quiet as usual. The people here are all masters of the protoss. When I came here before, I started practicing from scratch one by one.
Now, they are all masters above Xianxian.
But they still live quietly, ignoring external affairs. They are ready to sacrifice themselves. So, there is no fear at all. Chess for chess, fishing for fishing, tea for tea. When Lin Jiufeng and Red Girl came in, they both looked curiously.
Last time Lin Jiufeng moved all the books of the protoss, they knew it.
After 40 years, Lin Jiufeng and Red Girl came in again.
Why on earth? Welcome guests.
I said that there was a magpie hovering in front of the door in the morning. It turned out that it was the great Emperor Jiufeng and the Red Girl. The old man Bailong smiled and walked out to welcome them. Lin Jiufeng whispered, Come here uninvited, I hope you don't blame it. Where is this? It is our honor for Emperor Jiufeng to come, otherwise our place would be too boring. The old man Bailong laughed, and then led Lin Jiufeng and Red Girl to his bamboo house. What it was like 10 years ago, and what it will still be 10 years later, has not changed at all. The old man Bailong asked Lin Jiufeng and Miss Hong to sit down, then looked at Lin Jiufeng and Miss Hong, carefully observed, and smiled. We haven't seen each other for 40 years.
The looks of the two are completely different. Lin Jiufeng smiled bitterly. Is it so easy to be seen? As long as you are not visually impaired, you can see it. Red Girl vomited. It's not that obvious either. Just 40 years ago and 40 years later, the changes of Emperor Jiufeng are too great. The old man Bailong laughed. Have you had trouble recently? Old Bailong asked with concern. Lin Jiufeng nodded gently. Let me talk about it. What he said, once again opened the scar. The Red Girl took the conversation. The old man Bailong didn't mind, and looked at the Red Girl in a gentle manner. It's like this. The Red Girl immediately said Lin Jiufeng's plight. The old man Bailong listened silently,
without interrupting the red girl. Until the red girl finished speaking, the veteran Bailong looked at Lin Jiufeng and asked, Emperor Jiufeng really understands the 2,999 real celestial laws? Lin Jiufeng nodded, spreading his 5 fingers, and between his palms, a small world emerged. This is a world constructed with those 2,999 true celestial laws. A realistic small world. When this hand came out, both the red girl and the old man White Long were shocked. They watched silently and obsessively. A real world that evolves at will is terrible. This is also the result of Lin Jiufeng's continuous comprehension over the past 40 years. The old man Bailong observed for a long time before he spoke. Since ancient times, people who can comprehend the 2,999 real celestial laws are all enchanting people, like the Emperor Shakyamuni 100,000 years ago, like me. The king of the gods, the king of the gods. But although you have condensed a world now, don't you reading www.uukunshu.com feel that something is amiss? The old man Bailong asked Lin Jiufeng. Lin Jiufeng blinked, but he didn't quite understand when he was confused. People. Life. There is the most important thing, the one that escaped. The old man Bailong smiled slightly. When I was a child, I looked very cute at that time, not like this ghost now. I was hugged by the supreme existence of my Protoss. I heard her chatting with others, and heard a word unconsciously. The old man Bailong laughed and said, What word? Lin Jiufeng's eyes gradually lit up. Great Destiny. On the 3000 Avenue, the one that escapes is the Great Destiny spell. The old man Bailong affirmed. These words, like a thunderstorm, struck Lin Jiufeng's mind. His whole person seemed to be split in half, falling into the feeling that a drowning person had just been rescued ashore. Red girl looked at Lin Jiufeng worriedly, her eyes full of concern. Let's go out and leave him alone. In the past 40 years, he has fallen into a kind of confusion. Now he sees the light through the clouds and mist. He needs to adjust himself. The old man Bailong invited the red girl out. Red girl hesitated for a while, glanced at Lin Jiufeng, and found that Lin Jiufeng was silent, and her whole person was plunged into her own world, so she got up and went out with the old man Bailong. Lin Jiufeng was the only one left, reminiscing about his time in the past 40 years. Chapter 326 The Resurrection of the Female God of War. Lin Jiufeng was the only one left in the bamboo house of the old man Bailong. The old man Bailong said indifferently, and solved Lin Jiufeng's confusion that had been entangled for 40 years. He is now recalling his life in the past 40 years. Father, like son. At that time, Lin Jiufeng was upset by the pressure of the female of war, and focused on enlightenment. He has comprehended many ways. 2,999 real celestial laws are here, and they have been understood thoroughly. But the problem is that he missed a lot of opportunities. Now look back at the life of the past 40 years. Lin Jiufeng, like a bystander, watched scenes flash by. Once, he enlightened the Tao by the sea and met an old man going out to sea. He would have lost his life in the sea this trip, but because Lin Jiufeng enlightened him and manipulated the waves on the edge of the sea, he unknowingly eliminated the disaster for him. This is something called destiny. This thing is very complicated. Everything a person does can change his destiny. Therefore, it ranks first in 3000 Avenue. And there is no fixed pattern, it is very difficult to understand. Lin Jiufeng discovered that in the past 40 years, he had passed by fate countless times, but he hadn't noticed it at all. Looking back now, the avenue of destiny is closely related to everyone. It turned out to be like this. Lin Jiufeng opened his eyes and gave a wry smile. If he had come here earlier, he wouldn't have wasted 40 years of his life. I can't say that. For 40 years, I have understood the other great roads thoroughly, so when I understand the great road of destiny, it will not be so difficult. Lin Jiufeng laughed, and the anxiety in his heart disappeared. He found his goal. And there are still 10 years before the 50-year deadline. He can still comprehend the one that escaped, the avenue of destiny. After reminiscing about himself for 40 years, Lin Jiufeng has a clue about the avenue of destiny. When he got up and walked out of the bamboo house, he saw the old man Bailong and the red girl sitting quietly, chatting and drinking tea in the pavilion in the courtyard. Seeing Lin Jiufeng coming out, the old man Bailong waved and invited Lin Jiufeng over. Lin Jiufeng walked over and heard the red girl's joking laugh. The temperament of Emperor Jiufeng has changed again. Lin Jiufeng smiled and said, "Is it familiar or unfamiliar?" Red girl propped her chin with one hand, staring at Lin Jiufeng with a delicate face, looked carefully, and said, "I have become familiar. The former banished fairy is back." "Thank you," Lin Jiufeng said sincerely to Girl Red. The corner of the red girl's mouth curled up, and a smile appeared on her face, but she didn't speak. Lin Jiufeng also thanked the old man Bailong. "Don't thank me, I believe that as long as you give Emperor Jiufeng time, you can understand it by yourself, but the pressure of the goddess of war is too great, so that Emperor Jiufeng falls into the fascination of the authorities." The old man Bailong poured a cup of tea for Lin Jiufeng. "I'm all lost. I used to think that I was very tough and could withstand tremendous pressure, but now it seems that I overestimated myself." Lin Jiufeng laughed at himself. "The more you care, the more nervous you are, and the easier it is to fall into confusion and anxiety." The old man Bailong calmly said, "The great Emperor Jiufeng cares too much about this prosperous age and does not want to be ruined by the goddess of war, so he will fall into tension. It is the blessing of this era to be able to produce a nine-phoenix great emperor." Lin Jiufeng shook his head, "This is too complimenting him. Emperor Jiufeng, since ancient times, people who can comprehend those 2,999 true celestial laws are all people who can set off a huge storm over a long river of time. You could have done this originally, but now, you can comprehend that the mysterious road of destiny, you will be able to suppress the eternal in the future." The old man Bailong said firmly. He believed in his own vision, chose to believe in Lin Jiufeng 40 years ago, and let Lin Jiufeng take out all the Protoss books. 40 years later, Lin Jiufeng brought him a huge surprise. Although Lin Jiufeng is still in the realm of real immortality, no one dares to look down upon him. The red girl and the white dragon are both the pinnacle of Xianxian, but they both feel that facing Lin Jiufeng, they have no chance of winning at all. This is the person who can suppress an era, even if the cultivation base is low, others will feel tremendous pressure. "Emperor Jiufeng, what are your plans next?" the old man Bailong asked. Lin Jiufeng thought for a while, and said, "How is the situation with that female god of war now?" "Everything is business as usual, still stable. After all, she has been sealed for more than 20,000 years. Even if she recovers, it is impossible to return to the peak all at once." The old man Bailong said in deep thought. "You can leave the third world. When the female of war recovers, I will deal with it," Lin Jiufeng said. The old man Bailong smiled and calmly said, "The Emperor Jiufeng is very powerful, we know that, but you know that we people should have died 20,000 years ago. It was only to suppress the female of war that we have survived to this day, and we can see it now. When Emperor Jiufeng is born, we have the hope of dealing with the goddess of war, and we are also very happy. But we don't want to leave. The outside world is now the world of the human race. People of our generation, our Protoss, have long since disappeared 20,000 years ago. Our group of people should have died 20,000 years ago. It's just to do things that were not done in the past." The old man Bailong looked calm and didn't have any fear. They had already looked away. Lin Jiufeng and Red Girl were silent and didn't know how to comfort him. "Don't be sad, we descendants of the Protoss, because of the continuous suppression of the goddess of war, we have exhausted our minds and energy, and every interval will be emptied of all the cultivation bases. I don't know how many dark wounds are left in the body, these dark wounds. Now, we won't live long after we go out, so we might as well be buried here. After all, this was once the territory of my Protoss. It used to be extremely prosperous, with masters like clouds, and everyone lived a harmonious and happy life. But all that was completely destroyed with the arrival of the goddess of war. My favorite woman, she was 30 years old that year, and I was 18. Now, I am more than 20,000 years old, and she is still 30 years old. You told me to leave, but if I leave here, where can I go? The third world is the territory of the Protoss, then we must fight to the last bit of strength to keep the glory of the Protoss. My homeland is hard to leave. If I die, I don't want to leave the third world. The outside world belongs to young people, with their glorious future, but there is no future for those of us who have been abandoned by the times. Elder Bailong was drinking tea and said slowly. He can face death. He is very calm. In fact, it is not just him, the more than 90 descendants of the Protoss in this village, they all face it calmly. Everyone lives a quiet life, burning themselves, like a candle, burning their last trace of energy. Lin Jiufeng understood, and stopped persuading them to leave. I want to stay in the third world for 10 years to enlighten the Tao, and let me take it along, waiting for the recovery of the goddess of war. Lin Jiufeng said. Yes, welcome, yes, I have something here I want to give to Emperor Jiufeng. The old man Bailong welcomed him with a smile, and then took out a tea tree. This tea tree is very old, its branches are like horned dragons, entwined with many leaves. Tea trees are not planted in the ground, but rooted in the void, absorbing the energy of the world, to nurture the leaves. This is the little enlightenment tea tree that I separated from the enlightenment tea tree. It has been opened once in 20,000 years. Now there are more than 100 leaves. Although each leaf is not as good as the enlightenment tea tree, it is also very useful. Last time you came, I have also experienced it, and now I give it to you. You can use these more than 100 tea leaves to enlighten the Tao, and strive to understand the one that escaped, the great destiny art. The old man Bailong stretched out his hand and pushed it openly. It was to give Lin Jiufeng this precious tea tree. Don't you keep it? Lin Jiufeng opened his mouth, surprised. A dying person, why keep this tea tree? When you run out of tea leaves, give this tea tree to a destined person, and I will leave it as a gift to the world, said the old man Bailong. Lin Jiufeng looked at the red girl and said, You can take half of it. The red girl shook her head, her hair almost hid Lin Jiufeng. I don't want to comprehend the great destiny, what's the use of the tea tree? Lin Jiufeng smiled bitterly, you can also understand more, and then break through the realm of Xianxian. No, I have the inheritance from Senior Tiandaman, and I don't need this. The red girl was firm and unwavering. This tea tree is most suitable for someone like you who has no inheritance. After all, I am different from you, so don't shy away from it. Please understand it. You don't have much time. The red girl interrupted Lin Jiufeng and continued to speak, got up and left. Lin Jiufeng looked at the Xiao Wudao tea tree floating in the air and was silent. Emperor Jiufeng, this bamboo house will be given to you for enlightenment. I will help the red girl to arrange a place to live, so you can enlighten the Tao with peace of mind. I also want to see how powerful a person can hold the 3000 Avenue. The old man Bailong got up and bid farewell to Lin Jiufeng. Lin Jiufeng was the only one left in the bamboo house. In front of his eyes, a line of words appeared. Do you sign in front of Xiao Wadao tea tree? Lin Jiufeng nodded. Sign in successfully, get a leaf of the enlightened tea tree. Lin Jiufeng raised his brows. This is something he has wanted very much for the past 4 decades. But every time I checked in, I didn't. The leaves of the small enlightenment tea tree are already very big, but the real enlightenment tea tree leaves are the mystery of invading the sun and the moon. Although there was only one leaf, Lin Jiufeng was already very satisfied. He stretched out his hand to take the Xiao Wadao tea tree, then walked into the room, then took out a piece of tea that he had just signed in, put it on the tip of his tongue, and meditated on enlightenment. He is about to start attacking the great destiny spell. With the leaves of the tea tree, Lin Jiufeng's comprehension speed is incredible, far surpassing his usual speed. Enlightenment tea tree, no matter in any era, is a treasure. Now Lin Jiufeng is holding it, and the great road is right in front of him, he is absorbing like a hungry person. Avenue of Destiny. Lin Jiufeng has already begun to comprehend. When a leaf of the enlightenment tea tree lost its efficacy, half a month has passed, Lin Jiufeng did not stop, and continued to use the leaves of the Xiao enlightenment tea tree to practice enlightenment. Although the leaves of the Xiao Wadao tea tree are not comparable to the real one, but for Lin Jiufeng who has already started, it is enough. The great destiny spell was really controlled by Lin Jiufeng. Time passed slowly under Lin Jiufeng's constant enlightenment. 1 year. 2 years. 3 years. By the 5th year, Lin Jiufeng had exhausted the leaves of the Xiao Wadao tea tree. His great destiny technique has already achieved a small success, and has reached a very powerful level. Lin Jiufeng no longer needs the little comprehension tea tree, he will understand everything by himself in the following days. And when Lin Jiufeng comprehended the 3000 Avenue, a powerful light broke out in the bamboo house. Lin Jiufeng entered the realm of Xianxian. Holding the 3000 Avenue in his hand, he shocked the entire village with an absolutely powerful aura. Everyone is looking at his bamboo house. Everyone got together and talked about Lin Jiufeng. This is too powerful, and the 3000 Great Tao was actually comprehended by him. I am beginning to understand why Bai Long is so optimistic about this kid. Back then, the king of the gods of our Protoss only realized the 2999 avenues, and he was already powerful enough to bring down the fairy court. This Jiufeng Great Emperor actually understood 3000 ways. Isn't it better than others? Is the King of God even stronger? I can't say that, now I can only say that he has huge potential, surpassing the people of the past, but he is still weak now, a small accident can definitely make him fall. But this is also a hope, do you think he can deal with the goddess of war? Shen, the goddess of war was so terrible back then, even if we had sealed it with the formation of the race for 20,000 years, we did not reach the peak when we recovered, but it is not comparable to the realm of Xianxian. Indeed, there is no way, we tried our best. Yeah, let's take one step at a time, it's coming soon, there are still 5 years. The people in the Protoss village talked about Lin Jiufeng and the goddess of war. The old man Bai Long was also chatting with the red girl. I really didn't expect to see a person holding the 3000 avenues in his hands in his lifetime. The old man Bai Long said with emotion. In this world, only he can do it. The red girl said softly with a smile unconsciously. Beauties love heroes since ancient times, why didn't red girl try it? The old man Bai Long asked curiously. The red girl smiled and said, he already has his lover, so don't bother him. I like him. It is not illegal to like people, but I can only like it until I like it. A man with 3 wives and 4 concubines, is this normal? The old man Bai Long asked strangely. In the eyes of some older generations, 3 wives and 4 concubines, isn't that unusual? What's more, at the age of 80, he married a 16-year-old with a pear blossom pressing a begonia. Red girl nodded, it's what a normal person should have, but he is not. I have known him for more than 100 years and he has been single. Until recently, his pet turned into shape. I was with him for 100 years, and outsiders couldn't get in. The red girl sighed. Then keep watching silently like this? The old man Bai Long asked puzzledly. It's good to be able to look at him. Who knows what's going on in the future, right? The red girl smiled. Then why are you not looking for one for so many years? The red girl asked. At the age of 18, the old man Bai Long fell in love with a 30-year-old girl. He is now more than 20,000 years old and still loves the 30-year-old girl. Never married. The old man Bai Long smiled lightly, I will always love that 30-year-old girl. Just now you always told me that it is normal to have 3 wives and 4 concubines. Red girl laughed at him. The old man Bai Long smiled and said, there is a saying that is true, don't meet people who are too amazing when you are young, otherwise you will not be able to see other people for the rest of your life. Yes. The red girl responded with feelings. Both of them were amazing people who met when they were young, and those who appeared in the future were out of sight. There are still 5 years. The red girl murmured as she looked at the place sealed by the goddess of war. In the past few years, she has been following the inheritance given by the old man in the universe, and has continued to practice. But she still felt that she was not sure to deal with the goddess of war. Actually, the seal is already unstable. It is estimated that it will not last for 5 years. The old man Bai Long hesitated. What? Red girl looked at him in surprise. The seal has begun to loosen in the past 2 years, and we plan to all work together to suppress that seal, and we must delay it until Emperor Jiufeng exits. The old man Bai Long said his plan. That is to say, once again, input the strength recovered by the descendants of the Protoss over the years into the formation, maintain the formation, and then delay the time for the female god of war to recover. I can too. The red girl said without hesitation. That's not necessary. Your energy doesn't match the energy of our Protoss, and this method hurts the body. We have been covered with dark injuries long ago. It doesn't matter. You have a bright future. Don't destroy the foundation. Bai Long, the old man, shook his head and rejected the red girl. Then you? The red girl looked worriedly at the old man Bai Long and the villagers who were talking not far away. This is our mission. The goddess of war is the legacy of the Protoss. As a member of the Protoss, we naturally have to solve it. Don't worry, what you have to do now is to protect the law for Emperor Jiufeng. He is the one who is in this battle. The most important thing. The old man Bai Long said solemnly. Red girl looked at Lin Jiufeng's bamboo house, her eyes firm down. I will protect him, even if I sacrifice myself. Okay. The old man Bai Long was relieved, and looked at the place where the goddess of war was sealed with firm eyes. The 2,000 years of bad fate should also come to an end. Just 1 year after Lin Jiufeng realized the 3,000 way of consummation and broke through the realm of Xianxian. That is the fourth to last year of 50 years. He is still in retreat, wanting to completely control the avenue of destiny. But in the third world, the sealed land of the goddess of war has been completely loosened. The goddess of war, lying quietly in the crystal coffin, moved her fingers. This change made the old man Bai Long's expression drastically changed. There are still 4 years left. He immediately gathered the people in the village. Then, brazenly walked towards the goddess of war. Lin Jiufeng is in retreat, immersed in the ocean of the avenue, and continues to grow stronger. Red girl watched them leave with tears in her eyes. Little girl, the last thing I regret in my life is that I didn't say a word to that girl that I like her. Until now, I still regret it. Don't follow in my footsteps. The old man Bai Long smiled and said to the red girl. Is there no other way? Red girl asked with red eyes. No, this time we will sublimate to the extreme, burn flesh and soul, and return to the peak. The instant glory will suppress the female of war. Maybe it will be suppressed for a few more years. Old Bai Long said. Red girl wanted to say something, but the old man Bai Long waved to her, and without turning his head, the meteor strode towards the bright blue light deep in the mountain. The red girl watched, whimpering with tears, followed behind them, watching from a distance. I saw ordinary villagers in the village, farmers and peasant women, standing by the lake, looking at the goddess of war lying quietly in the lake, with a calm expression. The old man Bai Long took the lead to sit down. Sitting on the ground in a corner of the lake, his body started to burst into flames. Other people also surrounded the lake, sitting around the crystal coffin of the goddess of war. Then, flames burst out of his body. This flame is the fire of the gods from the Protoss. Burning. Burned their bodies and souls. This kind of pain is unimaginable for ordinary people, but none of them shouted. After all, countless full-body cultivation bases have been input into a large formation, and the severe pain is no less than this, so they are used to it. Boom! 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 One after another, the momentum of the ultimate sublimation peak appeared, and it collided with the surroundings, just by the lake, with great momentum. These villagers have now returned to their peak. The crystal coffin was floating on the azure lake, and the goddess of war with her hands on her abdomen moved a finger. The slender fingers lifted up and touched the crystal coffin. Boom! A sound that shook the 4 wilds spread all over the lake, and the lake set off huge waves, centered on the crystal coffin, slapped out. It was supposed to be overwhelming, but it was blocked by more than 90 Protoss masters. What's the point of resisting with death? A lazy, Yuji's voice sounded, making everyone's expressions change. Red girl's eyes widened. Is this the voice of the goddess of war? But looking carefully, in the lake, the goddess of war in the crystal coffin only raised a finger. Her face was calm, her eyes were not opened, just like Sleeping Beauty. But everyone present knows that the goddess of war has recovered. The old man Bai Long burned his body, and even his soul, into an illusory young man. The of abundance is like jade, as if there is a star hidden in his eyes. This is the peak of him. It can suppress you, that's a meaningful thing. The old man by Long said solemnly. Now that you burn yourself, how many years can you suppress me? The female war snorted coldly. A few years is enough. The old man by Long smiled. My memory is a bit confused. How long have you suppressed me? The goddess asked angrily. The old man by Long didn't answer, but the whole person turned into a brilliant light, projected into the blue lake. In the next second, 90 brilliant rays of light were projected into the lake together. These are all descendants of the Protoss of the Pinnacle, although there is no realm of the Fairy King, but they should not be underestimated. At this moment, the lake was surging, and a huge, complicated, azure formation appeared underneath. Great Seal of the Protoss. He sucked the crystal coffin that was ready to move on the lake water. The female war said with a cold voice, You can't stop me, wait for me to come out. Then she was forced to fall asleep. Everything around was calm, and the lake was quiet again, with only a crystal coffin floating on it. The woman in the crystal coffin, the quiet girl in the picturesque. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes just now, Red Girl would definitely not believe her to be so terrible. For you, the descendants of the Protoss are all sacrificed. The Red Girl looked sadly at the place where the old man Bylon was just now, and then looked at the female war with a cold face. The next time you recover, waiting for you will be the greatest person of this age. The Red Girl gritted her teeth and turned and left. She was going to protect my Lin Jiufeng. Make sure Lin Jiufeng is not disturbed in any way. Even when the old Bailong and the others sacrificed, they narrowed the scope and movement to this lake, just not wanting to interfere with Lin Jiufeng. Red Girl returned to the village. The lively village just now became deserted and deserted. Looking up, she was the only one. Of course, there is also Lin Jiufeng in the bamboo house. But now Lin Jiufeng is still constantly comprehending the path of destiny. Only the Red Girl was left, silently guarding here. She washed away the lead, took off the gorgeous costumes, and dressed very refreshingly. While practicing spiritual practice, she realized life at the same time. A year later, she broke through the realm of Xianxian and entered the realm of ancestors. In terms of the realm of cultivation, the ancestors can rule the roost as the ancestor. At the peak of the year, if you wanted to open up a party's own power, even the weakest one, you needed an ancestor to sit down. This is how the name Zhu Xian came from. The Red Girl broke through the ancestral queen, not too excited, just glanced at Lin Jiufeng's bamboo house. Inside the bamboo house, the vigor was purged, and there were 3,000 avenues surrounding it. Lin Jiufeng was already suspended in the air, and he was entangled by the avenue, making rapid progress. Time, 1 minute and 1 second passed. 3 years passed without knowing it. In the past 3 years, the Red Girl went back and forth between two places every day after she finished her practice. Small village bamboo house in the heart of the Blue Lake. One is the goddess of war, the other is Lin Jiufeng. Both of these people need time. The difference is that Lin Jiufeng needs time to improve herself, and the goddess of war needs time to recover. The Red Girl knew that 50 years had come, and the old man Bailong took the sacrifices of the descendants of the Protoss. Could it be possible to suppress the female of war for a few more years? This morning, the Red Girl got up and went to the heart of the Blue Lake to see if the goddess of war was awake. However, the scene she saw made her whole body cold. In the heart of the Blue Lake, there is only an empty crystal coffin. The goddess of war inside was nowhere to be seen. The Red Girl was cold all over, and she thought of an extremely terrifying possibility. The goddess of war had already recovered yesterday. Where is she now? Not good, Emperor Jiufeng. The Red Girl exclaimed and turned around quickly. She couldn't let the female of war bother Lin Jiufeng. Who is Emperor Jiufeng? But the next second, a cold voice rang in Girl Red's ears, pressing against Girl Red's body, making her feel a cold, not-so-warm fleshy body. Red Girl stiffened, turned her head slowly, and saw a pure and beautiful face without powder. This is really the best work carved by God. Are you recovering? The Red Girl trembled. The goddess of war looked at the Red Girl with a calm face, stretched out her hand to touch her face, and whispered softly, You are a human race, you haven't answered my question yet, who is the great Emperor Jiufeng? In the world of the goddess of war, those who can afford the great emperor are extremely powerful and terrifying existences. Therefore, she became vigilant. A pair of light blue eyes stared at the red girl, as if looking at an exquisite porcelain doll toy. Your face and complexion are really good, and your makeup is in line with my aesthetics. Would you like to be my bed partner? The war girl curled her mouth and squeezed the red girl's chin, playing with the taste. You asked me so many questions at once, how can I answer? The red girl squeezed out a smile, and saw that the goddess of war did not immediately kill her. She wanted to delay for a while. You don't need to answer the previous question. Now you tell me, is the Jiufeng great emperor the one in the distant village? The female war said with playful eyes. She stretched out her hand and slid across the red girl's slender neck. Can't put it down. Red girl's pupils dilated and immediately said, it's not him. The red girl only now knew why the white dragon old man of the Protoss was so afraid of the goddess of war. Even if she breaks through the realm of ancestral immortal, facing the female war god, she has no chance of winning, and she is so close to the female war god, she can't mobilize the energy in the body. Isn't this of war too terrible? The pale white dress of the goddess of war is very simple and elegant, 3,000 green silk dancing. Looking at the a little flustered red girl, suddenly turned around and slapped it down. Boom! The world suddenly changed color, the wind and clouds gathered, energy swept, and a huge palm directly attacked the distant village indiscriminately. Then, there is no smoke, no vibration, no chaos. Some are just dying. The village of the descendants of the Protoss was slapped by the goddess of war and completely wiped out. No! The red girl wanted to run over excitedly, but was caught by the goddess of war. Such a weak person, dare to be called the emperor? The goddess of war dismissed her. Tell me, what age is it now? Is Xuanhuang still or not? The goddess of war grabbed the red girl's wrist and asked. The red girl was plunged into great grief, no answer. The goddess of war frowned. She was in love with red girl, but she didn't have much patience. She won't answer you, I'll answer you. At this time, Lin Jiufeng's voice came from a distance, causing both the goddess of war and the red girl to change their faces. The goddess of war frowned slightly and looked at it unexpectedly. She didn't expect Lin Jiufeng to survive under her slap. Red girl looked at Lin Jiufeng as she walked from great sadness to great joy. Unscathed. Dressed in white. Firm eyes. Xianxian peak. At this moment, although Lin Jiufeng's aura is very weak and not as good as the female war god, he said, this era is called the era of the rule of Emperor Jiufeng. Welcome to my era. As soon as the words came out, the goddess of war smiled. It's really annoying. Xianxian realm, in your time, didn't you wake up? The female war sneered. Let her go, the dignified of war, won't you use a woman to threaten me? Lin Jiufeng pointed to girl Hong. The goddess of war really let go of the red girl and waved her hand. Women are for pain, I know better than you. Lin Jiufeng's eyes turned weird. He didn't expect that the famous fairy goddess of war would have such a hobby. Same as him. The of war didn't care about this. She was annoying to men, especially Lin Jiufeng in front of her. In the next second, her face was indifferent, and her whole body was mighty, like a vast ocean, which caused the world and the third world to tremble. At this moment, she had the majesty of the goddess of war. The invincible goddess of war, who made the gods unkillable, appeared. The terrifying coercion of the goddess of war swept the surrounding area. Even if she didn't take a shot, the weak who could oppress them knelt down. At this moment, Red Girl was extremely uncomfortable. She felt her soul split like a knife scraping her bones, and every inch of her muscles and veins would be peeled off. This was a kind of pain that would destroy her body. Lin Jiufeng saw the Red Girl in such anguish, so he stepped out without hesitation. Boom! Behind him, 3,000 kinds of Ruekai fell, and the light enveloped Lin Jiufeng, which set off him like an primordial sky-splitting fierce beast was resurrecting, and its momentum expanded rapidly, fighting against the aura of the goddess of war. This saved the Red Girl and gave her a chance to escape this battlefield. An ancestor immortal, in the imposing competition between Lin Jiufeng and the female of war, was untenable, and it was enough to see how terrifying the two people were. You are very strange, only the realm of profound immortal can withstand the impact of my aura. Although my cultivation base is not at the peak, but it is also higher than your two realms, you can actually withstand it, strange. The female war god's eyes explored looking at Lin Jiufeng. Suddenly, she seemed to have discovered something, staring at the 3,000 Rui Kai behind Lin Jiufeng. Time, space, chaos, yin and yang, 5 elements, and even destiny. For the first time, the goddess of war lost her attitude, and she looked at Lin Jiufeng in shock. You actually comprehend all 3,000 avenues, even the mysterious destiny? The goddess of war was shocked, and the whole person swept away the mentality that she had just played with her, and her momentum suddenly became fierce. How terrible is the person who understands all of the 3,000 Tao? Even now Lin Jiufeng's cultivation base is very weak. But his potential, even the goddess of war is jealous. With a fierce expression, she shot directly, palms like a knife, and cut across. Boom! There was a muffled sound, and a huge long knife appeared in the air, slashing it fiercely. Along with the long knife, there was also an unprovoked gust of wind. This gust of wind is not simple. Every path is black, cutting through the void and blowing out chaos. At this moment, there is a killing aura in the sky and the ground. This is a killer from the ancient fairy garden, broke the seal, and once again descended on this world, to carry out annihilating activities, rolling murderous intent, like a hurricane swept across. It's terrible. Throughout the ages, there has been a wind of death revolving throughout the universe. There is only one goal. Lin Jiufeng killed Lin Jiufeng and strangled this enchanting evildoer who had understood the 3,000 avenue in the bud. Of course, Lin Jiufeng is not a budding anymore, he has grown up a little bit. It was these that gave Lin Jiufeng the power to fight back. Bang bang bang! Lin Jiufeng stepped out on one foot, lingering around the 3,000 avenues, as if forming a huge armor. He is like a deity, surrounded by Xuanhuang, and the 3,000 avenue is also full of aggressiveness at this moment, covering his whole body, looking very magical. Lin Jiufeng has used all the leaves of Xuanhuang tea tree to comprehend in the past 10 years. Now he is thoroughly familiar with 3,000 Tao. Facing the shot of the goddess of war, Lin Jiufeng had only one action, and that was shot. He fought back very simply and took practical action to tell the of war that he was not afraid of her. Roar! At this moment, Lin Jiufeng roared, and instantly went crazy, with unlimited killing intent in his eyes, black hair, roots like a dragon, killing intent boiling. Immortal sword. The Dragon Clan's great immortal technique, bans the world. Eternal in a hurry. All of a sudden, it was the 3 great fairy techniques, which was terrifying. Especially the immortal heavenly sword. Lin Jiufeng held the magical heavenly sword in his hand and cut forward. The movement was not very fast, but there was a sound of resonance from the great Tao. When? This is the sound of the great avenue, which can cut off the great avenue of life. It belongs to the existence of taboo, and it is now easily displayed by Lin Jiufeng. That is, Lin Jiufeng now controls the 3,000 Tao, which is really too powerful. Let him face the female of war who is 2 levels higher than himself, and dare to draw his sword at each other. In the next second, the avenue and the sound, the accompaniment is the immortal sword, the blade is sharp, there are thousands of bright lights hanging on it, there is a dragon leaping, there is a phoenix flying, all between the sky and the earth is the sound of the sword. From the perspective of momentum, Lin Jiufeng's sword is already stronger than the power of the goddess of war. The immortal sword falls down, slashes all beings up, and down the god of war. This is the ultimate killing, matched with the killing avenue, it is simply invincible. In the next second, Lin Jiufeng's immortal heavenly sword and the giant swordlight of the goddess of war slammed together. Boom! The world vibrated and the buzzing sound continued, resounding all around, causing the red girl to cover her ears and stare blankly. These 2 people are too strong. Click! In the next second, Lin Jiufeng's immortal heavenly sword smashed the blade of the goddess of war, and then slashed and killed it without losing its momentum. 3,000 avenues, killing ahead, condensed on the immortal sword, concentrated on the eyebrows of the goddess of war. Son. However, the eyebrows of the goddess of war were like crystalline jade, bright and radiant, bursting with light, and even evolved a bone to protect the goddess of war.
You really annoyed me.
The female god of war had endless cold eyes. She was really angry, and she stretched out her hand directly, and then pinched it. How powerful the undead heavenly sword is, and how terrible the slaughter avenue is. But it was such a terrible attack that was caught between the of the female warrior. A shocking blow can definitely sink the earth and knock down the stars, but now it is caught by 2 fingers. This is horrible. That is to say, there is only one red girl left in the third world.
Otherwise, it must be an uproar in the world.
Lin Jiufeng was also shocked. He decisively increased his attack power, and the laws of the Great Tao continued to erupt. At such a distance, he had to win. At this moment, the law is hesitating, the road is winding, and the immortal sword is struggling forward. But the of the goddess of war, like 2 heavenly doors, could not be pushed open. Moreover, under the cold eyes of the female war god, Lin Jiufeng was very close to her, with only one immortal sword.
I am the undefeated god of war, and you will definitely die today.
The female god of war said coldly, and huge energy burst out from her body, constantly superimposing, and then bursting out together.
Boom! Boom! Boom!
At this moment, Lin Jiufeng's immortal heavenly sword couldn't make an inch, and he felt a force like a scourge, rushing toward his face, and he was about to suffocate. The positive impact came, but it was also fortunate that Lin Jiufeng was very strong and physically strong.
There was a flash of madness in Lin Jiufeng's eyes.
He roared and forcibly drew out the immortal heavenly sword imprisoned by the goddess of war. Murderous auras gathered from his body, and he rose into the sky, turned into a real dragon, and roared frantically. But Lin Jiufeng himself slashed fiercely.
This blow was a blow from Lin Jiufeng's strength.
But
when?
The female of war only used her jade hand to block. Although her strength is not at the peak now, her body has always been at the peak. The knife came down, but a string of sparks shook, causing big cracks in the void. Click! The female of war stretched out her hand and squeezed. Lin Jiufeng's immortal heavenly sword instantly shattered, fragments flying, and it was extremely gorgeous in the air.
The female god of war shot Lin Jiufeng quickly and viciously. Boom! Boom! Boom!
A huge sound barrier erupted in the void, and it was the female god of war who wanted to kill Lin Jiufeng. But Lin Jiufeng is very clever, knowing that he can't win, so he immediately retreats. The Dragon Clan's great immortal technique bans the world.
Break for me!
The female war shouted coldly, and slapped the great fairy art to pieces.
Ever ancient in a hurry. Lin Jiufeng immediately used the second one. Break it for me!
The goddess of war was still violent, her eyes were very cold, very terrifying.
In the next second, the female of war backhand is a great fairy technique of the ancient fairy court. Come to pick up the flower in the evening. The female war yelled, she was tired of Lin Jiufeng's constant harassment.
Countless flowers fell in the void, and each flower represented a blow from the goddess of war.
Under the wave of the goddess of war, the flowers flew towards Lin Jiufeng.
Lin Jiufeng pours out the suffocating air in his chest, vomiting, I don't like flowers.
9 Chang Shenguan.
At this moment, 9 huge rays of light appeared around Lin Jiufeng's body. They are the 9 fairy lights of Shangqing, Yuqing, Taiqing, Lingqing, Yuanqing, Xuqing, Huaqing, Muqing, and Jiqing. Each path has invincible power, wipes out the universe, separates the turbidity, precipitates vitality, and opens up chaos. This is a rare great immortal technique that Lin Jiufeng signed in. It is extremely powerful. In addition, Lin Jiufeng now comprehends the 3,000 great avenues and integrates it.
Even if Lin Jiufeng's current realm is not as good as the female of war, he has the confidence to fight.
In the next scene, countless chains of water appeared in the void, setting off the 9 celestial lights, forming a big net, and filling up the flowers. Then, with a bang, it broke out in the direction of the goddess of war. In the next second, Lin Jiufeng heard an exclamation from the god of war. She backed away, and there were scars on her arm. Although it was very light, it was very short-lived, and was quickly repaired. But this was the body of the goddess of war in her peak period, and she was proud enough to be beaten like this by Lin Jiufeng. The goddess of war looked at her delicate skin in disbelief. She was injured. Although this injury to her is no less than an ordinary person being bitten by a mosquito, she was really injured. Was injured by Lin Jiufeng's Nine Qing immortal light. I want you to die, the invincible me, I was hurt by you, and you want to atone for your sins from life to life. The female war shouted angrily, and then raised her hand to hit. At this moment, the goddess of war clearly told Lin Jiufeng why she was called the goddess of war. In every gesture, there is a force that can break the void, as if the world can't tolerate her, under her fist and palm, everything will be destroyed. This is a terrible picture. The female of war has a fierce face, she raises her hand and strikes, simple and direct. Xuanhuang doesn't look very good, but when she punches it out, it is a lot of soup, with a terrible crushing momentum, pressing Lin Jiufeng in a big way hit. At this moment, Lin Jiufeng was like a flatboat in the sea. The female of war is like a raging sea, constantly beating Lin Jiufeng's flatboat. It seemed that in the next second, Lin Jiufeng was about to capsize and kill people. After the real power erupted, the world broke apart, the third world itself was unstable, and now it was even more hit. When the chaos appeared, the female of war stepped on the chaos, pressed strongly, and hit Lin Jiufeng's chest with a punch. Lin Jiufeng spurted blood and her face was pale. The red girl in the distance looked at her, her heart trembled, she stretched out her hand to cover her mouth, worried for Lin Jiufeng. But Lin Jiufeng is not jealous either, he just turned over and slapped his backhand to hit the female god of war in the face. Boom! The goddess of war sneered and had already noticed Lin Jiufeng's intentions. Then, she stretched out her hand and hit, and with a click, she broke Lin Jiufeng's arm. What? Lin Jiufeng screamed. This was indeed his worst battle. He looked like a child in front of the goddess of war. This is not something 3000 Avenue can make up for. Lin Jiufeng was fighting with the 3000 Avenue. If there was no 3000 Avenue, he would have been killed by a single blow. I was invincible 20,000 years ago. I am the goddess of war in Xianting. I am a terrible nightmare for the Protoss. Because of my invincibility, they tricked me into the third world and suppressed me here. My life has never been defeated. You are the First Order Xian, dare to run wild in front of me? The female war sneered, disdain, and looked at the miserable Lin Jiufeng mockingly. It's like looking at a dead dog. But Lin Jiufeng smiled, spit out a mouthful of blood, his face was like white paper, and said, "What you are talking about is the things of the last era. I tell you, I, Emperor Jiufeng, is the only king of this era. Which one is talking about invincibility, who is talking about undefeated? You reading www.ukansha.com has no one since ancient times. How much power you have displayed it, I still don't believe it, how strong can you be?" Lin Jiufeng a moment, disdain. I don't know whether to live or die. The female of war was too lazy to fight Lin Jiufeng, she directly punched out Lin Jiufeng's head. This punch is to gather all the power of the goddess of war. Since Lin Jiufeng wanted to see it, she let Lin Jiufeng see it. Although her strength has not yet recovered to its peak. But that was not what Lin Jiufeng could imagine. This punch was beaten out fiercely. Target, Lin Jiufeng's head. However, something suddenly appeared in front of Lin Jiufeng's head. Come on. Lin Jiufeng has been hiding this treasure, even if he vomited blood, he didn't take it out, just to guard against the goddess of war and prepare to yell at her. Sure enough, the goddess of war was ascended as much as possible, and she hit the stage of worship with a punch that gathered all her strength. When? The crisp voice echoed in the third world. The female of war's expression changed drastically, she looked at the stage of worship that suddenly appeared, and suddenly backed away. But it was still slow. The not-so-powerful worship platform that had been in Lin Jiufeng's hands all the time was activated by the punch of the female of war at this moment. Then, thanks to the power that erupted from the platform, she swept the female god of war directly, causing her to squirt blood, like Lin Jiufeng, with a blank face. Chapter 327 The Goddess of War Escapes. Come on. Since Lin Jiufeng signed in, he has been very calm. Even if it was a few times against the enemy, he performed very well, but compared with the domineering attitude of Bai Jiang Tai, it seemed out of place.
Lin Jiufeng hadn't noticed it before. Until at the cliff of West Desert, when the Anti-Life Avenue formation was activated to assimilate Lin Jiufeng, Bei Jiangtai turned on autonomously, helping him withstand the huge threat. At that moment, Lin Jiufeng realized that there was such a huge amount of energy hidden in the platform. But he can't drive it. Perhaps he is too weak and it is very difficult to perform. The only possibility is to encounter huge external pressure and threats, and then the worship of Jiangtai will erupt. Therefore, Lin Jiufeng has been hiding the general worship platform, and has been angering the female war god, until he made the female war strenuously hit, and then sacrificed the general worship platform. Then, a huge energy impact on the stage of worship, activating the terrible source in the stage of worship. Therefore, the goddess of war, who was originally invincible, was directly knocked into the air. Terrible energy erupted from the stage of worshipping the generals, shaking the body of the female of war, and she couldn't stand in the void, spurting blood, staring at the stage of worshipping in disbelief, and lost her attitude for the first time. What the is this? The goddess of war yelled hysterically, Qingxi dancing wildly, her eyes angry with fire. The Protoss treated her so badly back then, without suffering such terrible harm. Although she was now sealed for more than 20,000 years, her strength was seriously degraded. But it shouldn't be so miserable, right? A strange magic weapon beat her like this. Bei Jiangtai was still angry, terrible energy surging around, swelling with huge energy, blasting into the void, sweeping the chaos, and rolling towards the goddess of war with a terrible speed. At this moment, the female warrior's expression changed. She screamed, shattered the third world with her supreme magic power, and wanted to escape quickly. Lin Jiufeng yelled, "Worship the general platform, stop her." With this loud roar, the stage moved, directly and decisively. 6 ancient characters floated out of the worship platform. These words are very old, Lin Jiufeng doesn't even know them. The ancient characters are terrible, exuding an old and simple atmosphere. In the next second, the ancient character seals the sky, and constantly absorbs the power of endless emptiness, forming a small world cage in the space shattered by the Nordic goddess of war, filled with immortal energy, suppressing the world. Boom! The goddess of war directly hit it, her face gloomy, biting her red lips, resentful. "Do you think this broken treasure can stop me?" the female war said angrily. "Then you can run away." Lin Jiufeng smiled and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. "If you can't escape, then kill you first." The female war roared angrily, and made a decisive move. In the next moment, the goddess of war completely reversed her injury and repaired her body with the supreme secret method. Then, she punched out. Target, Lin Jiufeng. Boom! 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 The void collapsed, and large black cracks appeared one after another, and then quickly reorganized. From here, you can see that the female of war is terrifying, and her shot is even more violent. She regards Lin Jiufeng as her opponent. Just like when she wrestled in the court of God in her heyday. She is now fighting against Bei Jiangtai and Lin Jiufeng. Lin Jiufeng was not polite. He took a deep breath, and the injuries in his body were quickly repaired. The broken arm recovered as before, and he responded with all kinds of methods. Holding the 3000 Avenue in his hand, he stood on the stage of worshipping the generals and started the first session with the goddess of war. 2 rounds of life and death struggle. The 6 ancient characters branded the emptiness, evolved the heaven and the earth naturally, and a solid and eternal small world was born. This is to imprison the female of war, prevent her from escaping, and go to the outside world. It will be difficult to find her. After seeing this eternal and sturdy little world, the female of war's expression changed drastically. She screamed, and her body fought hard, trying to break this little world and escape. At this moment, her aura continued to rise, the immortal energy was burning, the origin erupted, and the avenue lined up, and her delicate body was bathed in divine glory, like the resurrection of the ancient emperor. But Lin Jiufeng was not polite. Standing on the stage of worshipping the generals, he began to sway the avenue, using the power of heaven and earth to contend. Beside him, the 3000 Avenue turned into a dazzling star field, spreading out mightily, like the sea, incomparably splendid. There are big stars constantly impacting, stirring up huge waves and constantly rolling,
this is an ocean of stars. Boom! In the next second, Lin Jiufeng punched out, and the endless stars all over his body also rushed out. This is a stunning spectacle. Lin Jiufeng is like the Lord of the Stars. Surrounded by the avenue, the ocean of stars is boiling, and the boundless starlight is shining, to destroy this newly resurrected god of war. Boom! The goddess of war and Lin Jiufeng slammed together, and both of them wanted to kill each other. But to be honest, Lin Jiufeng is still too weak. There are 3,000 avenues, there is an activated worship platform, he still can't suppress the female of war. The current strength of the female war is Junxian, only one realm away from the Fairy King, she is very powerful. Although she is afraid of Lin Jiufeng's worship platform, she is not afraid of Lin Jiufeng. Therefore, at this moment, the female of war shook Lin Jiufeng hard, and the small world that she was hitting was shaken, and it became clearer and clearer. Lin Jiufeng's vitality and blood was rolling, very strenuous, and when he saw the situation, he began to exert his strength. With the blessing of the 6 ancient characters, the small world began to compress slowly, and the female war in the center was to be permanently sealed. Lin Jiufeng also let out a soft drink when he saw this, and began to cooperate with the stage of worship. The sea of stars around him became more and more brilliant, and the 3,000 avenue was shining with powerful brilliance. It is like a boundless ocean, extremely splendid and sacred. The powerful aura and the destructive force exploded together and impacted the female of war. The female war god's eyes were angry. How could she not think that Lin Jiufeng should be so difficult, making her very distressed. She also knew that she was not in her peak state at all. She had just recovered, and she had encountered such a war without even knowing the time. So she wanted to rush out the first time, to open a way to break through the small world cage. Boom! So, she began to show her whole cards. In the small world, the stars turn into rivers, thousands of rivers impact, come from all directions, and finally converge into the sea, forming a huge wave, which slaps directly over the sky, powerful. Every star here is a terrible road. Now gathered together, forming a force that makes people tremble and shatters everything. Boom! 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 The huge impact made the female of war look ugly, and she was under tremendous pressure. You forced me, you really deserve to die. The female war gritted her teeth and looked at Lin Jiufeng. In the next second, there was a strange sacred light flowing on her body, and her eyes were extremely deep, like a black hole, about to swallow everything. The goddess of war swept away her anger and looked at the 6 ancient characters calmly. Universe profound righteousness. Divine brilliance burst out of the female god of war, and then cut the void directly with her hand as a knife. Boom! 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 The cage of this small world was shaking, trembling, and was partially cut open, seemingly about to collapse. Boom! However, Bai Jiangtai quickly rushed over and suppressed it, but it did not expand the signs of this collapse. The 6 ancient characters are rooted in nothingness, representing immortality and eternity, and cannot be broken at all. Lin Jiufeng approached her and punched out. The female of war looked calm, swept away with one hand, a terrifying, even unstoppable force, directly blasted Lin Jiufeng. Bang! The sky and the earth were all white, the endless big stars burned and collapsed, and the galaxy rolled back, blasting Lin Jiufeng. The terrifying aura permeated, the void collapsed, and large cracks spread, rushing to the distance. The impact of Lin Jiufeng's explosion was huge. See eternal life and reincarnation. Lin Jiufeng resounded through the third world with a painful cry, and he returned to the world with great pain. This power is completely different from the immortal Tao aura. After the resurrection, Lin Jiufeng looked at the female god of war in shock. The current goddess of war is completely 2 people compared to the goddess of war just now. Even the energy in the body is like 2 people. What exactly is going on? Even the Fairy King can't completely replace the energy in the body with another kind of energy in an instant. The goddess of war did not pay attention to Lin Jiufeng, but condensed her endless brilliance, revealing her plain face. Then, she sits directly in the center of the small world cage, the mysterious energy in her body bursts out, making her shrouded in light, and her body is hazy. The mountain at this moment is absolutely abnormal. She stroked her hands, her slender fingers branded one after another in the void. Incomparably ethereal, unable to imitate at all, the complex and mysterious Dao marks emerged. The key is that these Dao patterns, Lin Jiufeng has never heard of before and have never seen them. To do this, he understood the 3000 Dao, and he who held the 3000 Dao in his hand, what kind of Dao pattern he didn't know. However, Lin Jiufeng just didn't know the Dao pattern drawn by the goddess of war. Lin Jiufeng wanted to stop the female of war, but the current female of war really wasn't something he could provoke. She is constantly forming seals, drawing a mysterious track, uniting with heaven and earth, becoming the incarnation of Tao. This Tao is very special, completely different from what Lin Jiufeng understood. However, the origin of the avenue is actually the same. Lin Jiufeng felt that her way was on her own 3000 avenue. Therefore, she now looks extremely lofty and awe-inspiring. Boom! The Dao pattern drawn by the goddess of war also formed an ancient character. The first ancient character appeared. I don't know what it was. Lin Jiufeng had read many books, but had never seen it before. After the word appeared, it was as fierce as a knife, and it contained peerless murderous intent. It hit directly on the ancient characters evolved from Beijiangtai. Boom! The collision of the two directly annihilated a void. The second ancient character emerged. The momentum is like a dragon, and the chaos of heaven and earth are raging like the ocean. Afterwards, the ancient characters were domineering and passed through the clouds. Annihilate a void together. The third ancient character appeared, as if the heaven and the earth had first opened, and the power of the metamorphic world was surging. Then it hits it too. At this moment, the small world built by Beijiangtai was shaking, the void was collapsing, and 6 ancient characters appeared one after another, pulling the ancient characters of Beijiangtai into annihilation. The energy left by these ancient characters is still imprinted in nothingness, mysterious and frightening. Lin Jiufeng's heart is throbbing, who can only recognize this word. There are boundless powers, and it is difficult for anyone in the world to understand. Even if he doesn't know anyone with such a deep knowledge, how many people in this world can know? Whether it is the goddess of war or the worship of generals, they all come from extraordinary sources and have great opportunities. Brush. The goddess of war opened her eyes, still sitting cross-legged in the center of the small world cage, tearing her hands forcefully. This world was like a black cloth, torn apart. Boom! 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 This small world began to destroy itself. And the female god of war that Lin Jiufeng had been watching was also asway, spurting blood, her face pale, staring at Lin Jiufeng bitterly. Emperor Jiufeng, we will have a period later. The female war roared through her teeth, and then she didn't stay anymore. She tore the space directly and left the third world. Boom! The world was turbulent, smoke exploded, and finally calmed down, leaving Lin Jiufeng and Beijiangtai standing in the chaos. At the last moment, Beijiangtai still did not stop the goddess of war. She left the third world. However, Lin Jiufeng was more relieved that at the last moment, the female god of war, after using that kind of power to break through the small world, she also suffered a huge backlash. This kind of injury cannot be healed in a short time. Therefore, the emerging gods of the first world, and even the human race, are temporarily safe. What he has done in the past 50 years has not been in vain. Lin Jiufeng let out a long sigh of relief, all aching, and the battle with the goddess of war was very difficult for him. Had it not been for the last moments to worship the generals and be activated by the female war god, Lin Jiufeng would have died. The 12 ancient characters must come from the same place. They will worship the generals and the goddess of war. What are they? Lin Jiufeng frowned. He really wanted to ask about Beijiangtai. But Beijiangtai has returned to silence, floating around, ignoring Lin Jiufeng. Lin Jiufeng had no choice but to put away the stage of worship. Each of the 12 ancient characters is unpredictable, absorbing the power of nothingness, evolving the small world, and then destroying the small world, turning the emptiness into nothingness and dying. There is also the energy that the goddess of war erupted at the last moment and the avenue, which all seems so advanced, even more powerful than his 3000 avenue. For Lin Jiufeng, this is incredible. Is there anything more powerful at 3000 avenue? Sure enough, the water in this world is so deep that ordinary people can't understand it at all. Lin Jiufeng smiled bitterly, touching the sore parts of his body. Lin Jiufeng was very uncomfortable. It was so uncomfortable for the first time to perform, see eternal life and reincarnation. The stronger the cultivation base, the harder it will be to resurrect. After that, this trick will be useless. Lin Jiufeng also knew that heaven and earth had their own rules. Seeing eternal life in samsara came to an end. Just when Lin Jiufeng was about to return to the ground, a line of words appeared before her eyes. Defeat the god of war, do you sign in? Lin Jiufeng's eyes lit up, and this time he would definitely be able to sign good things, because it was too difficult. Sign in. Sign in successfully, get 12 ancient characters. Lin Jiufeng frowned. What kind of reward is this? He quickly checked the reward information. But there is only one sentence on the message. The origins of the 12 ancient characters need to be explored. Lin Jiufeng couldn't laugh or cry. He didn't know these 12 ancient characters, and he didn't know what they were used for. Why did they use them? Hey, it's better than nothing, let's talk about it when I figure out what's the use in the future. Lin Jiufeng reluctantly put away the 12 words and returned to the ground. Red Girl was asking worriedly, are you okay? I'm fine, just let the female of war run away, I am afraid there will be a lot of trouble next. Lin Jiufeng sighed. There is no way, the female of war is too powerful, you are so powerful, you still can't kill, wait for a breakthrough later, and kill her. The Red Girl comforted Lin Jiufeng. Let her run now. I don't know what moths are next. Lin Jiufeng sighed, and then realized that there was only Red Girl here, frowning and asked, where are the Bailong old men? The Red Girl was silent, and under Lin Jiufeng's gaze, she sighed and said, as early as 3 or 4 years ago, the goddess of war was about to recover. It was the old man Bailong who took the descendants of the Protoss. UU reading www.uukunsha.com was sublimated and burned. In exchange for the strength of the peak moment, he continued to suppress the female of war, saying that it was to give you delay and let you understand the 3000 way, so that you can be sure to deal with the female of war. Lin Jiufeng was stunned. He thought of the old white dragon who has always been like a green mountain. He was a year-end friend and treated him well. He took away the secret books of the Protoss and gave him the Xiaowu Dao tea tree. Now it is even more so that Lin Jiufeng can comprehend the 3000 Dao. The first great destiny technique brought the descendants of the Protoss to death calmly. I can't tell what it feels like. This feeling made Lin Jiufeng very uncomfortable. He looked at the village that had been smoothed by the slap of the goddess of war, and slowly walked towards the heart of the blue lake. Red Girl followed Lin Jiufeng with a trace of sadness on her face. She watched the old man Bailong sacrifice with her own eyes, watched this group of masters with her own eyes, ascended to the extreme, and burned herself in that instant. Standing by the lake, looking at the calm surface of the lake, and the crystal coffin that was already empty, Lin Jiufeng shook his head and looked sadly. The old man Bailong can be regarded as seeking benevolence and benevolence. As long as you kill the female of war next, you can completely wipe out their expectations for 20,000 years, and it can be regarded as comforting their spirit in the sky. The Red Girl persuaded Lin Jiufeng. I will definitely. I will go out and find her. Lin Jiufeng said firmly. Chapter 328 Test Products. The Third World, the former territory of the Protoss, has now been completely destroyed. The last pure land was wiped out by the slap of the goddess of war. If it hadn't been for that time, Lin Jiufeng had a clear understanding and an extremely bright mind, and had foreseen the danger in advance, it would have been unlucky. But he escaped, but the village did not. The last pure land is now only the place where the goddess of war once lived, the Blue Lake. Lin Jiufeng bowed to this place 3 times, after expressing his respect, turned around and left the Third World with the Red Girl. Leaving the Third World, standing in the vast Hengduan Mountains, Lin Jiufeng looked up at the sky with a firm expression, and said to the Red Girl, now let's separate. Next, I will find the goddess of war and try to kill her. It is very dangerous. Don't follow me. The Red Girl nodded obediently. She knew that there was a big gap between herself and Lin Jiufeng and the goddess of war. So she didn't follow Lin Jiufeng, and was a burden to Lin Jiufeng. What are you going to do next? The red girl asked curiously, very concerned about Lin Jiufeng. Try to become stronger, and then find a kind of power that can at least deal with the strength of the female god of war that is constantly regaining. Lin Jiufeng said. This is the top priority. If the goddess of war continues to grow stronger, then he has to worship the generals, and it will not help. This time, the female god of war suffered a loss. Next time, she will definitely know and guard against whether the worship platform can be activated. There is a question mark. Lin Jiufeng must have other means to deal with the goddess of war. To bid farewell to the red girl, Lin Jiufeng went directly to the imperial capital of the Unrivalled God Dynasty. He wanted to tell the German emperor that he would launch the Emperor Xuanhuang God's huge state machine to find the female war god. The threat of the goddess of war is not only to Lin Jiufeng, but to the entire contemporary era. Lin Jiufeng was shuddered at the thought of the female god of war who showed great power in the Third World, but at the most debilitating moment after recovery. The goddess of war must be stopped. After the goddess of war escaped from the Third World, she looked at the New World wounded all over. So familiar and so unfamiliar. It's still in that world, just a group of people who are pointing the country. The fairy garden she was familiar with, the era she was familiar with, did not exist long ago. You have to figure out how long I have been sealed, and I have become so weak that I can't believe it. The female war gritted her teeth, resentful. If she didn't become so weak, would she be afraid of Lin Jiufeng's worship? Hidden her breath, the goddess of war walked into the world, investigated it, and quickly understood what the current world was like. Emerging from the dynasty, suppressing the current world, no power can contend with it. Is it so powerful? However, the Emperor Jiufeng turned out to be the emperor of the Feathering Divine Empire. No wonder he wants to prevent me from resuscitating. Wu Miao, the most in this era is actually the martial temple that blooms everywhere. I'm going to investigate. The female war endured her anger and slipped into a Wu temple branch in a low-key manner. Although it is a branch hospital, because it is the largest martial arts temple in a state, there are still a lot of things to have. After the female of war entered, she quickly checked the information. Then, she was silent. In this era, it is more than 20,000 years away from Xuanhuang and Protoss. I have been sealed for more than 20,000 years. Xuanhuang and the Protoss were destroyed together in that war. In this world, I may be the last person in Xuanhuang. After watching the goddess of war, she was lost in a daze, and she was a little confused. She couldn't accept this ending. No, Xuanhuang left a hand back then, leaving an army in West Desert. Isn't it gone now? The goddess of war had bright eyes, and she saw the hope of reviving Xuanhuang. Xuanhuang's behind-the-scenes power is very powerful. Why would it be destroyed? It shouldn't be. The goddess of war was confused. You dare to subvert Xuanhuang, don't put chaos C in your eyes, it's it. The female war god's eyes were very cold. She is a senior in Xuanhuang and knows many secrets. That's why she wondered why Xuanhuang would be annihilated by the Protoss? Since I am recovering in this era, let the people of this era and the great Emperor Jiufeng see the power of the Chaos Sea. The female war god's face was very cold. She knew that she had been overcast and did not participate in that event. Fighting so much that she didn't have a chance to open the channel of Chaos Sea. Emperor Jiufeng, you want to defend this era, but it is a pity that it will soon be turned upside down and blood will flow into a river, completely subverting your imagination. The world is definitely not as simple as you see it. Let me uncover a corner of this world for you. The goddess of war looked at the peaceful martial temple, her mouth curled up, revealing a sneer. I'm going to West Desert to see if I can find the army in Xuanhuang. If I can't find it, then I will reveal the true face of this world. The goddess of war quietly left the temple, no longer staying, and went to West Desert. Lin Jiufeng returned to the imperial capital first, found the Emperor De, and told the story of the goddess of war. After the German emperor listened, the whole person was shocked, and then decisively ordered to use the state machine to find the goddess of war. Yuan dynasty, a country that has suppressed the world for hundreds of years, began to operate, and that was very fast. For a time, in the territory of the Unrivalled God Dynasty, they were all looking for the goddess of war. But nothing was gained. Lin Jiufeng, who was sitting in the cold palace, frowned and searched by the state machine, but there was no news, indicating that the goddess of war had either left the sphere of influence of the Feathering God Dynasty, or was hiding in a place and silently regaining her strength. To be honest, Lin Jiufeng hoped that the female god of war would make a fuss and vent his anger, so that he could find the other party. Like now, Lin Jiufeng feels uncomfortable when there is no news. Because of the speed of his practice, he certainly did not recover as fast as the goddess of war. After dragging on, the female god of war returned to the realm of the fairy king, and Lin Jiufeng was holding the stage of worship and the lantern of Xuanhuang in his hand, and he was not an opponent either. I must strengthen my strength, Lin Jiufeng said firmly. But how do you strengthen your strength? It is very difficult to cultivate in the immortal realm. The little white cat looked at Lin Jiufeng worriedly. Lin Jiufeng nodded. He knew that he wanted to quickly improve his strength in a short period of time, unless it was a sign for some earth-shattering magical medicine. Instead of pinning hopes on this, it is better to pin them elsewhere. Lin Jiufeng said to the little white cat, "Next, I'm going to West Desert." Go to West Desert again? The little white cat looked at Lin Jiufeng suspiciously. 50 years ago, Lin Jiufeng went to West Desert. Well, there is one thing I didn't get back from Shima 50 years ago. Lin Jiufeng nodded, eyes bright. What is it? The little white cat asked curiously. Anti-life Dao formation, Lin Jiufeng said solemnly. The little white cat asked curiously, what is the anti-life avenue formation? Something that can defeat or even kill the female of war, Lin Jiufeng said solemnly. Staying warm all night, Lin Jiufeng bid farewell to the little white cat and went straight to West Desert. After 50 years, the entire world has become familiar with the rule of the Yuhua Divine Empire, and everything is thriving. The people live and work in peace and contentment, even the lowest level people are fed and clothed, and hope is seen. Even the tens of thousands of people who have always been unruly also commented that this is an unprecedented grand age. Unfortunately, none of them knew that there was a huge danger hidden in this unprecedented grand age. Lin Jiufeng was always unsure if the female god of war did not get rid of it. He always felt that the goddess of war would bring a huge disaster. So he desperately hoped to improve his strength. For this, he rushed to West Desert. And the destination of his trip is the cliff of West Desert. Before, Lin Jiufeng signed into the start method of the anti-life Dao array. But suffering from his weak strength at that time, he couldn't move the anti-life avenue formation at all. So just put it there. 50 years have passed. Lin Jiufeng has now broken through the realm of Shenzhen, reaching the peak of Shenzhen, holding the 3000 Dao in his hand, and has the confidence to move the anti-life Dao formation. This is Lin Jiufeng's only hope now, to use the anti-life Dao formation to directly face the female of war. Even if the platform of worship has not been activated, Lin Jiufeng has the opportunity to kill the goddess of war. West Desert, the cliff. 50 years ago, Lin Jiufeng came here. At that time, he was still very relaxed and did not have that much pressure. But now, with a serious face, he looked at the white misty cliff and strode in with the meteor. Anti-life Dao formation, here I am. Walking into the cliff, Lin Jiufeng directly meditated cross-legged in the center. The energy of his whole body penetrated down, enveloped the entire cliff, and then operated the activation method of the anti-life avenue formation. Boom! 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 The entire cliff was raised by Lin Jiufeng. The huge cliff, like a dragon vein, slowly rises into the sky. Behind Lin Jiufeng, the realm of gods emerged. As his strength continued to increase, the realm of gods also began to tasteless. But the big visions in the realm of gods still have great potential. Especially now, putting the anti-life Dao formation in it has suddenly expanded the huge potential of the realm of gods. It also gave Lin Jiufeng the confidence to face the female of war head-on. After the cliff was taken away, the place was empty and turned into a plain. Lin Jiufeng stood up, the whole person's momentum became calm. He was really carrying Qingshan now. Where is the goddess of war? Lin Jiufeng frowned. Now this is the biggest problem. Just when he was distressed, a person walked into the distance. Goddess of War. Lin Jiufeng's eyes condensed. He really did not expect that the goddess of war he was looking for would appear in front of his own place. With the plain face of the former in the third world, the goddess of war at this moment has heavy makeup, flaming red lips, and she has the domineering power of a strong woman.
It's really where I don't meet in life. I didn't expect to meet Emperor Jiufeng in West Desert. The goddess of war looked at Lin Jiufeng and let out a sneer.
At this moment, she is much stronger than when she first recovered.
Moreover, her injuries have healed.
So when she saw Lin Jiufeng, she was calm and composed, not afraid at all, but with a playful smile on her face.
It seems that Lin Jiufeng is one of her playthings.
The whole world is looking for you, but I didn't expect you to hide in West Desert. Lin Jiufeng smiled coldly. Xianting once left an army in West Desert, just to deal with some problems. I came here just to find them. The female war said truthfully.
Then you are going to be disappointed. That army has been completely wiped out by me.
Lin Jiufeng laughed loudly, feeling happy all of a sudden. That Xianting army had long been turned into an undead creature by the anti-life Dao formation, and was completely annihilated by Lin Jiufeng 50 years ago.
The female war looked at Lin Jiufeng with deep eyes.
She didn't get angry, but she smiled, with a variety of styles, and said, "Then you really buried this era with your own hands." Lin Jiufeng frowned and snorted coldly, "You now have no power to subvert this era." The goddess of war looked at Lin Jiufeng and said with interest, "I know you have that strange treasure.
It's very powerful.
I've already tasted it, but you are a person who has grown up in this era after all, and your vision is too shallow."
Lin Jiufeng smiled, "My vision is short-sighted?"
Then please give some advice from the female war of Xianting. Lin Jiufeng sneered, not believing her at all.
"Is this world really what you see in your eyes?" the goddess asked Lin Jiufeng.
Lin Jiufeng started to think, looked at the female god of war, and slowly said, "The water in this world is very deep."
"Yeah, the water is deep, but you don't know how deep the water is."
The goddess raised her eyebrows and looked at Lin Jiufeng, feeling very happy. She is not in a hurry to kill Lin Jiufeng now. Lin Jiufeng wanted to protect the world, and wanted to be the great Emperor Jiufeng praised by the world, but she was not as good as his wish. She was going to completely subvert the nature of this world in front of Lin Jiufeng. Lin Jiufeng looked at the goddess of war, his heart tightened. He has been searching for the truth of the past world.
Obviously, the goddess of war knows many things. I'm nervous.
The of war smiled happily.
Just say anything, it's boring to sell guanzi.
Lin Jiufeng said coldly. I only found out after I came out that I had been sealed for more than 20,000 years, and the fairy court and the gods were all wiped out in history. What followed was the 10,000 clans, and then the human clans.
Until now, the 10,000 clans have also been feathered into the gods incorporated.
But do you know that the 10,000 races occupied the world and became the mainstream at that time, and at that time the origin of the world was still complete, and the aura tide did not appear, but they did not reproduce the glory of the fairy court and the gods? The female war asked Lin Jiufeng slowly. Lin Jiufeng slowly shook his head. This was also where he was puzzled. The human race now occupies the mainstream of the world, but it has not reproduced the glory of the fairy court and the gods, because the aura tides that occur every few thousand years have blocked the progress of the human race. In the age of the 10,000 races, there was no such aura tide. But 10,000 clan is not that powerful. www.novel.com. Otherwise, it would not be recruited by the Feathering God Dynasty and integrated into the human race.
Because the 10,000 clan is a group of incomplete items from beginning to end.
The female war said with a curled mouth.
Incomplete item? Lin Jiufeng's pupils shrank sharply.
Yes, a group of people have been abandoned, and the ones left in this world are just experiments.
We don't bother to pay attention to them.
You are still a treasure.
The female of war contemptuously said.
Furthermore, the potential of 10,000 races is inherently inferior to Xianting, so they simply can't reach Xianting's level.
You said 10,000 clan can't compare to Xianting innately, and that Xianting is also a guinea pig?
Lin Jiufeng asked in shock. Yes, Xianting is a test product, but it is a good test product.
Therefore, Xianting can suppress several times. The female of war nodded.
Lin Jiufeng was silent, his mind was a little confused, and he could use Xianting as a test subject.
What terrible existence was it? Isn't it a bit difficult to accept? The god of war smiled extremely happily. If I'm telling you that the Protoss is actually a guinea pig, how would you feel?
There was a trace of hatred on the beautiful face of the goddess of war.
The Protoss is also a guinea pig?
Lin Jiufeng frowned deeply, his three views were subverted. Yeah, it's just this kind of test product that finally got out of control, causing the chaos 20,000 years ago, and keeping me sealed for more than 20,000 years. The goddess of war became cold and gritted her teeth. For the Protoss, she hated her to her bones.
Chapter 329 The Death of the Goddess of War.
What I heard from the female of war almost subverted Lin Jiufeng's cognition.
Really, as the goddess of war said, the water in this world is very deep. But Lin Jiufeng didn't fully believe it either. He looked at the female of war coldly, his body was on guard at any time, the female of war was strong, and he was not afraid now. So, he looked at the goddess of war calmly, and wanted to know more. The female god of war seemed to enjoy Lin Jiufeng's shock.
Subverting Lin Jiufeng's cognition bit by bit, telling him the secrets of this world, the so-called human race, the so-called 10,000 races, are nothing at all.
What kind of evidence is there for what you said? Lin Jiufeng asked.
It was not so easy to convince him of some strange truths in just a few words.
Evidence?
The of war smiled disdainfully.
I'm still alive, that's the best proof. The female war looked down upon Lin Jiufeng. Your face is so big.
Lin Jiufeng spit out unceremoniously. The female of war turned black, looked at Lin Jiufeng very uncomfortably, and shouted, "Do you know where I came from?
Isn't it a member of the celestial goddess of war, a single pass, each generation is very powerful?" Lin Jiufeng said.
Yes, but not right.
The of war shook her head. Please enlighten me. Lin Jiufeng asked for advice earnestly. The problem that has always troubled him is that the world seems to be covered with a tool. The world can only see the world under the tool, but no one knows what is hidden behind the tool.
Even Lin Jiufeng has been investigating, but has gained little. Now that the goddess of war is right in front of him, and with such a strong desire to pour out, Lin Jiufeng must seize this opportunity to clarify the doubts in his heart all the time. The goddess of the fairy court has always been a single pass. The next generation will only be born when the previous one dies, but did you know that there are differences in the goddess of war, said the goddess of war.
Wish to hear the details.
Lin Jiufeng said solemnly. The first generation of female war gods, and my generation of female war gods, came from the same place, and the others were cultivated by Xianting himself.
This is the biggest difference, said the female war god. From the same place? Lin Jiufeng frowned, the meaning of these words is not small. Where do you come from? Lin Jiufeng asked. You don't need to know this.
The of war smiled, not wanting to tell Lin Jiufeng.
In your eyes, I am a dead person. Can I tell the dead person the truth?
Lin Jiufeng endured the urge to do something in his heart, no one left half of his words.
You are indeed a dead person in my eyes, but why should I let you know all about it?
The female war said proudly. You tell me the whole truth, let me be a clear ghost, and I will tell you what I am here in West Desert. Lin Jiufeng thought for a while and offered a deal. No, there is no discussion about this matter.
I can only tell you that the first generation of the goddess of war is very powerful.
She did not die in the end, but returned to where she should go. The goddess of war who succeeded to the throne was trained by her. Yes, so generations of female war gods will be so weak and be killed by others until I appear. I am very powerful, in the realm of the immortal king, but there are still people in the Protoss who can kill me, but they dare not kill me. Instead, they do everything possible to lure me into the third world and try their best to suppress me. When I get rid of me, and the battle broke out with Xianting, you can know whether I'm talking about true or false.
The female war said Ling arrogantly.
Speaking of her origin, she is very proud and proud. Lin Jiufeng was silent, and vaguely believed her words in his heart. Xianting and the Protoss, including the 10,000 clan, were basically created by the ethnic groups or forces behind the goddess of war. Since the power behind you is so huge, why don't you continue to take action, and instead let this world be ruled by my human race? Lin Jiufeng asked puzzledly. I don't know. I don't know what happened in these 2,000 years. But now that I have recovered, then the curtain of this era can be unveiled. The world in your eyes is, in essence, it's just a huge test base. Now if you let you grow up for 20,000 years, it's time to return to the original state. The female god of war's desire to speak ended, and she gracefully walked towards Lin Jiufeng. She was going to kill Lin Jiufeng, and then turn the world into what it was 20,000 years ago. This world has deviated from the originally planned orbit, and now it's time to get rid of the chaos. It's a pity that you control the 3,000 avenues. It should have been very powerful, and a generation of outstanding people, maybe it can be used by us, but now, you are going to fall prematurely, and I will kill you today. The goddess of war raised her palm, and between her palms, the energy gathered and turned into a sharp long sword, the kind that could hack people to death. The long sword pointed at Lin Jiufeng, and the female god of war had a cold expression, and said, I have told you so much, it is enough, let you be a ghost, now you can go to death. Lin Jiufeng exhaled, do you really think you can kill me? This time, I will avoid that nasty treasure, and I won't be shamed by you. The goddess of war is in her hands. She knows that the reason for her embarrassing escape last time was to activate the magic weapon and suffered a sullen loss. This time she will be very careful and will not give Lin Jiufeng a chance. With her current strength, as long as the platform of worship is not activated, even if Lin Jiufeng holds the 3,000 Dao in his hand, it is not her opponent. This is why she came over without hesitation when she spotted Lin Jiufeng. Holding a long sword, the goddess of war is energetic. Lin Jiufeng was very calm, strode forward, and shouted, since you refuse to say, then I will beat you down to let you know that I can defeat you without relying on worshipping the generals. Boom! Simply and neatly, Lin Jiufeng immediately punched, holding the 3,000 avenue in his hand, playing a brilliant brilliance. Idiot dreams! The female war sneered, shaking the long sword in her hand, and suddenly shedding a bright light, the waves of the mighty world shook out, and the terrible energy directly crushed the void. Then, a dragon chant came out, and the long sword in her hand flew out, roaring up to the sky, roaring the sky, as if it could collapse the heavens and the world. This is the soul of her portable sword 20,000 years ago. Although the body is missing, the soul is still there and still has an unstoppable power. The sword of the soul body, the sword of the dragon head, the edge of the sword with 9 claws, the tail of the dragon turned into a sword hilt, exuding a terrible power, it sheds a bright light, even if the sun gathers together, it does not have its brilliance. A dragon chant, resounding throughout the ages. In the next second, it slashed straight out like an eternal light, possessing magic breaking power, splitting Lin Jiufeng's 3,000 avenues, and hung directly above Lin Jiufeng's head. That terrible power made Lin Jiufeng's body tremble, his skin cracked, and he almost wanted to worship. The long sword of the soul body is so terrifying. That's it? With just such a little strength, you want me to punish me? The female war looked at Lin Jiufeng with disdain. Lin Jiufeng's skin cracked, and then quickly repaired, but it still cracked in the next second, which shows how terrifying this soul-body dragon sword is. However, his face was calm and golden light burst into his eyes. The next moment, Lin Jiufeng roared, and a vast area rose behind him. God's realm. A huge mountain range emerged in the realm, and then erupted directly. Lin Jiufeng urged the activation method on the Tao of anti-life formation. Boom! 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 In an instant, an extremely terrifying power erupted in the realm of the gods, covering the whole world. The sky became dark in an instant, covering the earth, thousands of miles of black clouds pressed, and thunder and lightning ran away, which was terrible. Curse! The anti-life avenue formation was activated at this moment, urging extremely terrifying power, turning this world into a sea of thunder and lightning. But Lin Jiufeng's eyes burst with lightning, he gritted his teeth, and forced the female war god's dragon sword out, and shouted, I ask you to try the anti-life formation. Rumble. At this moment, the thunder is like an ocean, endless. Around the world, electric lights flickered, swaying for 9 days, and directly flooded the earth. It's terrible. Wherever the electric light passed, the earth and rocks were scorched, the peaks collapsed, and the sound of penetrating gold and cracking rocks shook the sky, directly causing the goddess of war to scream, and her ear bones were shattered. The blood slowly flowed out. This made her retreat quickly, looking at the sky full of thunder in disbelief. She found herself at the center of this punishment. She seemed to be punished by God for a heinous sin. What is this? The Anti-Life Avenue formation? I have never heard of it. Where did you get it? The female of war yelled, and she was panicked. This was the first time. After all, she used to be a goddess of war in the realm of the immortal king. She didn't have to experience too much, and there were many battles, but none of them was so terrible. She was flustered. Because once the punishment was smashed this day, it was really difficult for her to resist. This is a doomsday-like scene, a vast expanse, infinite, without end, the sea of electricity swept through everything, and nothing ceased to exist. Lin Jiufeng tried his best to control the realm of the gods, not to let the Anti-Life Avenue formation collapse, and to bear huge pressure. But the pressure of the goddess of war was even greater. She screamed and drew her sword directly, cutting the sky with her sword. At this moment, she wants to smash this heavenly punishment. The dragon sword shining in the heavenly punishment, counterattacked, the sword light rushed, like the blue dragon flying into the sky, the power can almost crush the world. In the end, the female of war slashed out a dozen sword chi, gathered together and turned into a heavenly dragon, hovering in the air, illuminating the sky with endless brilliance, purifying every inch of space. Heaven's punishment seems to be eliminated. But... boom! A few seconds later, the robbery began to riot, and thunder light shattered, directly hacking down, completely unreasonable, and smashing against the converging sky swords. It was almost devastated and rotten. The heavenly dragon cried out and was torn apart, and the tendency of thunder did not diminish, directly hitting the place where the goddess of war was. Boom! The goddess of war decisively left, her body moved very fast, and the thunder did not hit her, but flattened the mountain where she was, turning it into a barren land, filled with smoke and dust. Rumble! The thunder is endless, the world is shaking, like the most terrible devil roaring, shaking the sky, just staring at the goddess of war. Damn! The female war yelled, her eyes were full of anger. She didn't expect this scene. Lin Jiufeng would get such a terrible formation against the sky. She hurried away, but it was still useless. Lin Jiufeng coldly held on to the realm of the gods, staring at the goddess of war and shouted, "Today, I will crush your pride, and then capture it. I want to see those secrets of yours, why not tell me?" The next moment, the penalty fell. Boom! An extremely thick thunder, comparable to a mountain, fell. At this moment, the world was overwhelmed. This thunder seems to be the gathering of thousands of thunder, and 5 thunders rushing to the top. Dropped from the sky, shrouded the goddess of war, and instilled it towards her. Aha! The goddess of war screamed. She really experienced hardships. In the current thunder, there is no single lightning at all. They are all gathered together and burst out, which is a life-threatening thing. Energy of the sky. A roar came from the female war god's scream, and she once again used energy that Lin Jiufeng couldn't understand. The ancient characters appeared, and they were still words that Lin Jiufeng couldn't understand. With huge energy, he even propped up a protective shield to protect the goddess of war. At this moment, the female of war, her hair scattered, her face flushed, her eyes spitting fire, and her whole body fell down and knelt on the ground, her eyes full of killing intent, and looked at Lin Jiufeng. "I'm going to kill you." The goddess of war uttered a hysterical roar. She was completely mad. The calmness just now, the pride just now, everything just now, no longer exists. She just wanted to kill Lin Jiufeng. "Let's talk about the anti-life Dao formation you can start." Lin Jiufeng coldly shouted. He had input all his power into the anti-life Dao formation, and he burst out under tremendous pressure. Boom! Then, after the anti-life Dao formation was brewing for a while, the destruction thunder descended. This time also drained all Lin Jiufeng's energy. His legs and feet softened, and he fell to the ground. However, the shocking thunder has already fallen. This is a ray of light. As if descending from an eternal unknown, it penetrated the sky and the earth, the past, the present, and the future in an instant. Extremely terrible. Destroy everything. De Yin Shi Shang. There was no sound when this thunder came into the world, and it was not even a purple thunder, but a vast expanse of whiteness. The only feeling is that there is infinite power of destruction in that piece of heaven and earth in the distance, breaking this world into pieces. The goddess of war was overwhelmed. Her anger, her ancient characters, and her special energy erupted extremely terribly at this moment. I sacrificed my own immortal King Daogua, and I will kill you too. The goddess of war was crazy. She burned her own fairy King Tao fruit, burst out in this thunder. After the two collided. Boom! The world trembled. At this moment, the people on the West Desert could feel it. The thunder finally came out. The sound of Daogua's explosion also came out. At this moment, there was a roar like a crack in the sky. The world is boiling over. The collision of the two is no longer within Lin Jiufeng's control. He himself is also very dangerous, forced to take out the worship platform to protect himself, wanting to protect himself. At this moment, this square of heaven and earth became a kind of super great calamity, not a flash of thunder, but an all-round fall. The world is broken, chaos descends, the earth, fire, wind, and water wheels move, and the central world has eroded into a chaos, evolving the power of opening the sky, irresistible. Lin Jiufeng could only hide behind the stage of worship, watching with difficulty. The extinction of this world is definitely not the power of one person or two people. This is the collision between the anti-life Daowa Ray and the immortal king's fruit position. Next second. Boom! The thunder sea boiled, thousands of electric lights flickered, and it was dazzling, and nothing was seen. Lin Jiufeng was also knocked into the air by this energy, the realm of the gods shrank, and the anti-life avenue array disappeared. Everything doesn't exist anymore. When everything is calm. Lin Jiufeng climbed up with a gray head and face, watching the thousands of miles in front of him have been razed to the ground, the world collapsed, and the void was like rags, and many crossings appeared, exuding the power of chaos. The power of the world is repairing, but extremely slowly. You can see the horror of the collision just now. The collision between the anti-life avenue formation and the immortal king's fruit position is too bad. Lin Jiufeng took a deep breath and patted the dirt on his body. He walked over to see the current appearance of the female war god. It should be completely defeated, the energy fluctuations are gone. Lin Jiufeng thought. Grab the goddess of war, carefully question the forces behind her, and figure out the nature of this world, that's what I want to do. Lin Jiufeng was full of motivation when he thought of this. The proud look of the goddess of war was finally subdued by him. Although it was with the power of the anti-life Dao formation, it was also Lin Jiufeng that injected all his energy into it. Including 3000 Avenue. If there are 9 points in the anti-life Dao formation, 1 point is Lin Jiufeng's. Walking to the central area, the earth is hot, and ordinary people will be instantly annihilated when they come in. This energy aftermath, even fake immortals can't bear. Lin Jiufeng was okay, but his expression was suddenly stunned. He was in the center and saw a corpse. Head separation. This corpse is no one else. It is the goddess of war. Fuck, the energy is too strong, killing her? Lin Jiufeng was shocked. He wanted to ask if the hope for the follow-up results was shattered. Hurriedly walked over, Lin Jiufeng took a closer look, and it was indeed the body of the goddess of war. There is no life left. No, her head still has vitality. Lin Jiufeng suddenly discovered that there were faint soul fluctuations in the head of the goddess of war. This discovery made him overjoyed. Hastily picked up the head of the goddess of war. Go away, take your paws, let me go. The soul of the goddess of war let out a roar. Lin Jiufeng let go when he was scolded, and the head of the goddess of war fell directly to the ground and rolled a long way. Don't die, even if you die, please tell me first, what is the power behind you and what purpose do they have? Lin Jiufeng said hurriedly. This ending is different from what he imagined. You ruined my immortal King Daogua and cut off my body www.novel.com. What's more, you turned my soul into another kind of creature, and I won't tell you even if I'm a ghost." The goddess of war scolded Lin Jiufeng angrily, and became confused by the anger. Lin Jiufeng just remembered that the anti-life avenue formation he urged, even if the of war was killed, it would change the essence of life and become another creature. "Well, your immortal King Dao fruit was destroyed by yourself. The physical body was affected by the collision. As for turning you into another creature, I'm sorry. So, for the sake of my apology, tell me where you came from." Lin Jiufeng said sincerely. When the goddess of war heard this, she would vomit blood in anger, if she could vomit blood now. Of course, violent fluctuations in the soul are inevitable. "Emperor Jiufeng, you killed me, you personally opened the world curtain, I am waiting for you in the dead world, my people will kill you, and they will definitely." The female warrior roared hysterically, and then decisively extinguished his soul. "She is dead. Dead extremely decisive." Lin Jiufeng blinked. He felt like he was in trouble. Boom! At this moment, Lin Jiufeng felt that a corner of the world was shaking. Because of the death of the goddess of war, this peaceful world has undergone an irreversible change. Trouble. Lin Jiufeng sighed. Chapter 330 The Heavenly Horse Came on the Moon. Lin Jiufeng was not happy at the death of the goddess of war. On the contrary, after the death of the goddess of war, Lin Jiufeng's heart felt a little, looking at the world, he always felt something went wrong. This feeling is very bad. Lin Jiufeng furrowed his brows looking at Qian Li Qi. He was not happy at all, instead he felt a little sad. I really shouldn't have killed her. Lin Jiufeng sighed. But now it's too late to regret. The female of war burned the immortal King Dao fruit herself, forcibly shaking the anti-life Dao formation. That impact was no longer within Lin Jiufeng's control. I killed the god of war, do you sign in? A line of words appeared in front of him, which slowed Lin Jiufeng's mind a little. Sign in. He nodded and said. Sign in successfully, get 6 characters in ancient Chinese. The 6 characters appeared in front of Lin Jiufeng. These 6 words are quaint and exudes the taste of vicissitudes, as if they came here from a very, very distant era. There is absolutely no such written record in the existing books. Is it a civilized text that was once destroyed? Lin Jiufeng guessed, he didn't understand, only to look up information. This ancient literary 6-character sacred text can communicate with the Avenue, and it is written by a supreme existence. This explanation is similar to Lin Jiufeng's guess. The only difference is that this 6-character ancient prose was written by a supreme being. But what can I do with them now? Lin Jiufeng looked at the 6 characters in the ancient Chinese, confused. He didn't recognize a word. Where can they be manipulated? The only function is to enlighten the Tao. Let's keep it first. I always feel that this 6-character in ancient Chinese will be of great help to me. After all, it was written by a supreme being. Lin Jiufeng put the 6-character in the ancient Chinese away, and then he saw one coming from a distance. Monk. Xuanhuang Gyatso. Last time I said goodbye to the real Delayin Temple, I saw him again after 50 years. Compared with 50 years ago, Xuanhuang Gyatso has not changed much. The only difference is that the whole body's temperament has become misty and unfathomable, and his cultivation has definitely recovered to a considerable extent. Emperor Jiufeng killed the people in Xianting. It's really amazing. Xuanhuang Gyatso walked over and looked at the devastated earth and void, and said with emotion. Lin Jiufeng shook his head and said, actually, she shouldn't have been killed. The resistance of the immortal king's fruit status is no longer within the control of Emperor Jiufeng. Xuanhuang Gyatso said. Lin Jiufeng was not surprised that he would know the details of the battle. It would be strange if Xuanhuang Gyatso didn't know that such a big turmoil was caused in the land of West Desert. Does the master feel that the world has changed? Lin Jiufeng asked solemnly. I feel it, and it's a big change. Xuanhuang Gyatso's expression also became serious. Although it was the 3rd meeting, the two hadn't talked much before, but they were very close to each other. Lin Jiufeng had a good sense of Xuanhuang Gyatso. At this moment, start the discussion like an old friend. This time the change, I don't know if it is good or not. Lin Jiufeng sighed. Emperor Jiufeng, the world is about to usher in great changes. This era will have unprecedented collisions. Problems that were not resolved 20,000 years ago will soon usher in a violent rebound. You have a long way to go. Xuanhuang Gyatso said. He has a long way to go.
Lin Jiufeng's eyes were deep and his heart was heavy.
Boom!
Not far away, a terrible aura rose up, shaking the whole world at once. Just in Shima, the original big desert began to shake. The real Great Lain Temple broke away from the bottom of the desert and began to burst out, revealing to the world for the first time. But this time, the Lain Temple was not born by itself. It was forced out.
Rumble!
The earth trembled, the mountains and rivers trembled, and the Great Lain Temple, which had been in dust for more than 20,000 years, once again appeared in front of the world.
The masters on the West Desert looked in shock and couldn't believe it. The dusty Great Lain Temple, the dimmed Buddha statue, and the 9-story stupa all shined brightly at this moment. At the Lain Temple, the Buddha's light was shining all over the place, and many people knelt down with excitement on the Buddhist soil.
They shouted the Emperor Sakyamuni, they worshipped piously, and they kowtowed in excitement. But they didn't know that the Lain Temple's endless Buddha light burst out because of its own self-counterattack energy.
There is something under the Lain Temple.
Lin Jiufeng's eyes were sharp, and he saw the problem all at once. The Great Lain Temple can seal the ages and suppress the 3,000 great worlds, enough to refine everything, and its defense power is unmatched in the past and the present. But now, it was pushed out, and it was faltering. Under the Great Lain Temple, there were fierce beasts roaring and roaring, but because of the existence of the Great Lain Temple, it did not spread out.
But this cannot be concealed from Lin Jiufeng and Xuanhuang Gyatso.
Xuanhuang Gyatso calmly said, 100,000 years ago, the world was chaotic.
It was a barbaric era. The beasts of the world were rampant and cruel. There was not much thinking about killing. The great Shakyamuni was born in that era.
Suppress the savage beasts, gather them together, and then suppress them together under the Great Lain Temple.
Until now, these savage beasts have not died so many.
But there are still wild beasts that have survived this era. Lin Jiufeng said solemnly.
Yes, so I came to this era. Xuanhuang Gyatso smiled slightly. Lin Jiufeng looked at him, and suddenly remembered what Xuanhuang Gyatso had said at the Lain Temple. Is this your mission?
Lin Jiufeng thought thoughtfully.
Yes, this is my mission. What Emperor Shakyamuni didn't do back then, it's my turn in this era. Emperor Jiufeng, I am in the West Desert, everything will be stable.
20,000 years ago, I was not actually locked up by Buddhism, but in that era, I chose me to come to this era.
I didn't know much before.
This time I recovered and went to the Lain Temple to worship.
I saw the remaining brutal beasts under the Lain Temple. Only then did I know my mission.
The sunlight shone on Xuanhuang Gyatso's body, as if it had coated him with a layer of golden light.
The monk is still that monk.
But to some extent, he has changed a lot. From the beginning of these savage beasts, the world's curtain was opened. Next, Emperor Jiufeng, the world will trouble you.
Xuanhuang Gyatso said gently.
Then Lin Jiufeng saw him meditate. Under his seat, a golden lotus with 12 petals appeared, rotating slightly, and Xuanhuang Gyatso flew to the constantly vibrating Lain Temple.
Below the Great Lain Temple, there is a huge vicissitudes of formation.
This formation is dominated by the Great Lain Temple, with several fierce beasts underneath it. The fierce beast that has spanned over 100,000 years has not yet died out.
One can imagine how terrifying and how tenacious the vitality is.
They were roaring, full of wildness, and with an unparalleled spirit, they rushed into the Great Lain Temple.
Boom! 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 The Lain Temple was shaken by the impact, trembling ceaselessly, and cracks appeared in the formation.
Bald donkey, we have been suppressed for 100,000 years, and you should stop.
This world, get ready to supply the king of beasts to come.
When I come, the world is in chaos, when I come, the chaos ends. Shakyamuni, this old bald donkey is dead long ago, and this method of breaking the formation should be shattered.
The fierce beasts roared with excitement, roared, and slapped their formations. With terrible power, the land of West Desert also trembled. The Great Lane Temple is shining, urging the last trace of power. But it didn't help much. The disadvantage of the formation method has been getting bigger and bigger in the past 100,000 years, and now it can't make up for it. The birth of the fierce beast is close at hand. Amit Ba. Suddenly, a thick Buddha's name resounded through the world and the void. People saw that a Buddha sitting on the golden lotus. The momentum continued to spread, mighty, so that many people continued to worship with excitement. The Fairy King. At this moment, Xuanhuang Gyatso finally showed his cultivation skills. He was a living Buddha 20,000 years ago. He was very strong, and after 20,000 years of hard work, he successfully crossed this threshold. He stayed in the empty Dilapidated temple. One person. One temple. Boom! After Xuanhuang Gyatso entered the Great Lane Temple, the shaking, the trembling ground and the roaring fierce beasts were suppressed. Damn it, another bald donkey. Isn't the bald donkey of Dilapidated Temple dead? What exactly is going on? Bald donkey, Shakyamuni has suppressed us for 100,000 years. If it weren't for our tenacious vitality, we would have died of old age with the hapless people. Now you want to suppress us? The fierce beasts roared and trembled from the bottom of their hearts. They saw hope and they smelled freedom, but now they are all blocked by Xuanhuang Gyatso. For them, this is the most uncomfortable www.novel.com, but Xuanhuang Gyatso ignored them. He sat in the main hall of the Great Lane Temple, alone, with that terrible power constantly. Infiltrate the entire formation. Then, he read the scriptures, his face was calm, and he piously faced the Buddha statue of Sakyamuni, with a smile on his mouth. Buddha, until this moment, the little monk understands how terrible the environment you were in back then. But in this era, a new emperor was born, but I don't know how far he can go. Xuanhuang Gyatso glanced at the location of Lin Jiufeng, and sighed inwardly. Lin Jiufeng is in big trouble. But he could not move. This group of fierce beasts cannot be released. In this era, you can only look at Emperor Jiufeng. As Xuanhuang Gyatso entered the Great Lane Temple, the roar of the fierce beast gradually calmed down. The great formation laid by Shakyamuni the Great has passed for so long and cannot be suppressed. The fierce beasts will see the opportunity. Excitement. And with the death of the goddess of war, the world curtain opened, and they smelled the smell of chaos. Fierce beasts like this taste. Therefore, they immediately began to act. But now, a current immortal king appeared, based on himself, and renewed the formation of Emperor Shakyamuni. West Desert is at least safe. But Lin Jiufeng was dangerous. He saw a hole in the void, leading to an unknown place. On the other side, 6 horses stepped on the moon, and people were all sitting on their horses. Aggressively, he came straight to him. Chapter 331 Formation into the Body. Rumble. In front of Lin Jiufeng's eyes, the void split open, revealing endless darkness and chaos. It seems that someone has opened a channel. At this moment, the void constructed a channel. At the end of the passage, there was a bright moonlight illuminating the dark road. Then Lin Jiufeng saw a surprising scene. Pegasus walks on the moon. 6 Pegasus, pure hair, and a pair of wings are extremely rare races, rare in the world. Even among the 10,000 races, there are not many Pegasus of this quality. But Lin Jiufeng just glanced at them. Then Lin Jiufeng looked at the person on the back of Tianma all the way. His face was cold. Holding a halberd. Aggressive. The comber is not good. Lin Jiufeng was on guard. He didn't run away. These people obviously rushed to him. Where can I escape? Moreover, anyone can escape, except Emperor Jiufeng. Lin Jiufeng at this moment is different from the waste prince who was hiding in the cold palace all the time, only thinking about constantly signing in. It can be said that he single-handedly supported this era to the present. He didn't want to see this era destroyed. So he stood still. Wait quietly. Day. The horse stepped on the moon, and the speed was very fast, and the sound of horse hooves echoed directly in front of Lin Jiufeng. The current person directly raised the halberd in his hand and picked it towards Lin Jiufeng. The speed was very fast, piercing the space, and the understatement of the blow brought a huge threat to Lin Jiufeng. His pupils shrank violently, and a piece of God's realm suddenly emerged from his hand. The sea rises and the moon. The Fairy King cuts for 9 days. The 12 movements of the gods. The avenue is immortal. These visions erupted directly at this moment, turned into streamers, and blocked Lin Jiufeng's face. But in the next second, the long halberd penetrated the sea and the rising moon, without any effort, and the trend continued unabated. It smashed through the 9 days of the Fairy King, and the 12 movements of the gods, and finally smashed the Avenue Linfanchen. Up. This caused Lin Jiufeng's pupils to shrink violently and quickly retreated. Although the 4 visions were vulnerable to a single blow, they still delayed Lin Jiufeng for a while, and he avoided the blow dangerously. Boom! The terrifying energy of the halberd hit the location where Lin Jiufeng was, causing the already devastated world to explode directly, and a big hole with a depth of tens of miles emerged. All this is just an understatement from this uninvited guest. Lin Jiufeng was shaken off, and he took the body and head of the goddess of war and stood in the void, staring coldly. "Who are you?" Lin Jiufeng asked. "Unexpectedly, we gave up on you for 20,000 years, and this world has fallen so degenerate." The man holding the halberd on the skyhorse sneered and disdainfully said, did not look at Lin Jiufeng with his straight eyes, and did not put Lin Jiufeng in his eyes at all. After all, Lin Jiufeng, who only has the peak of Xianxian, is not worthy of their attention. There was a young man beside this man, holding a long sword, and frowned when he saw the corpse of the goddess of war next to Lin Jiufeng. Clang! He drew his sword in an instant. The sound of the sword shook the sky and the earth, and the golden aura spread over the sky. "You killed the person in the line of the goddess of war," the person shouted. Lin Jiufeng narrowed his eyes, glanced at the body of the goddess of war, and said coldly, "I killed them. Who are you?" "Since you killed it, you should pay the price." The man holding the halberd said coldly. "This world has been left for too long. For more than 20,000 years, they have not developed such a brilliant civilization. Instead, they dared to kill the goddess of war. It's time to cleanse it." The young man with the long sword said coldly. "People in this world are so weak." Behind the two people, there was someone whose spiritual consciousness spread to the heavens and the earth, and realized that the cultivation base of ordinary practitioners was too weak. "The strongest person in this world turned out to be you, Xianxian Pinnacle. What on earth do you have the ability to kill the female god of war?" A person standing high, overlooking Lin Jiufeng, questioned. "When you ask others questions, you have to introduce yourself first," Lin Jiufeng said with a cold expression and a cold attitude. The headed man holding the euphorbia raised his eyebrows and looked at Lin Jiufeng's indifferent attitude. This was the first time he looked at Lin Jiufeng directly, with a playful, disdainful smile on his mouth. "Since you want to know, then I will tell you that we are descendants of the celestial race, and the female god of war is from the celestial race. When you kill her, you are provoking our celestial race," this person said. Lin Jiufeng remembered this ethnic group. An ethnic group he had never heard of. Celestial race. The first and last generations of the goddess of war seemed to be from the celestial race. Also, they seemed to be the supporters behind Xianting 20,000 years ago. In a short moment, Lin Jiufeng wanted to understand this, but he calmly looked at the 6 people in front of him. They are all powerful, their aura pressing down on the void, vast and mighty. Lin Jiufeng can't see through their cultivation. However, they are definitely not as terrifying as Xuanhuang Gyatso just now. They are not immortal kings. Moreover, some of them have just explored the world and found that the most powerful person is Lin Jiufeng. But the most powerful person in this world is Xuanhuang Gyatso. At least on the bright side, he is the strongest. Has reached the realm of the Fairy King, far beyond Lin Jiufeng's comparison. But they did not find out. Therefore, these people are strong, but they are also limited. At least, they didn't make Lin Jiufeng scared. Heaven and human race, I have never heard of it, Lin Jiufeng said while looking at them. Of course you haven't heard of it. You are like poultry that have been banned.
How do you know who the owner is?
The man holding the euphorbia said with disdain. Since it was banned, Xianting and the Protoss were also banned by you 20,000 years ago, but at that time, you must be very distressed? Lin Jiufeng guessed what happened 20,000 years ago. He smiled.
Xianting was supported by the Celestial clan.
According to the female of war, the Xianting was cultivated by them, and the Protoss was originally cultivated by them. However, the Protoss awakened his thoughts and rebelled. After suppressing the goddess of war with tactics, they launched the war.
Shut up!
When talking about the war 20,000 years ago, these 6 people changed their faces and yelled at Lin Jiufeng angrily.
That was our carelessness. This kind of thing will never happen again. Kill you today and declare our return again.
This world is left to your own development.
It is a waste. We will take over here again.
The young man said coldly.
Take over here, what's next?
Lin Jiufeng frowned and asked.
Naturally, it is a big cleanup.
In 20,000 years, you have developed such a little strength, which is enough to prove that your nation is waste. Since it is waste, there is no need to exist. Clean up all of them and recultivation of new ethnic groups. Flowers and fruits on the earth, a new civilization evolved. The young man said proudly.
You want to clean it up?
Lin Jiufeng's eyes were much more obscure, and a murder intent appeared in his heart.
This hard-won prosperity. This sacrificed the great age of not knowing how many people.
These people live and work in peace and contentment. Even the lowest level people can live a good age.
Want to be cleaned up?
Lin Jiufeng looked at them with indifferent eyes.
Useless nation, don't sweep into the garbage dump of history, and retain the potential to continue to waste this big world?
The man holding the euphorbia said coldly.
We were just marching first.
Originally, we only wanted to bring back the corpse of the goddess of war, but we didn't expect that this era is too disappointing.
The strongest person turned out to be you. A mysterious peak is a waste.
So, kill you, we are here to clean up this era, and let the world give birth to new races on its own. The man riding on the skyhorse announced his decision extremely coldly. Countless people in this world were sentenced to death by him at this moment.
It turns out that we couldn't find information about 20,000 years ago.
It turns out that the historical fault is formed like this. It turns out that in the distant past, I don't know how many ethnic groups were swept away by you. Lin Jiufeng's heart trembled, and he just remembered at this moment why there has always been a nation that has inherited it, and the fault is so severe.
It turned out to be like this. Someone cleans it from time to time.
In this world, how many unjust souls are buried? Lin Jiufeng looked at the 6 celestial races in front of him with cold eyes, and suddenly he smiled. Are you here to take away the body of the goddess of war? In the next second, Lin Jiufeng put his hand on the body of the goddess of war.
What do you want to do?
A celestial knight shouted angrily when he saw Lin Jiufeng's behavior.
I'm not doing anything,
just want to tell you that Answer's still alive, and people in this world can't be cleaned by you when you say clean up. Lin Jiufeng said indifferently. Then, his palm shook slightly. The 3,000 avenues gathered in his palm, and then burst out directly.
Boom!
Under the gaze of the 6 knights, the corpse of the goddess of war directly exploded like a brilliant firework.
What a courage! How dare you do this? Act recklessly. You wanna die.
The 6 knights scolded one after another. The anger was ignited by Lin Jiufeng, and Lin Jiufeng was locked in, and the head of the halberd waved and slashed. Lin Jiufeng did not escape. His eyes were cold and stern, his expression was indifferent, and he directly reached out a big hand and chopped it down. The 3,000 avenues circulated in his palm and emerged.
Boom!
At this moment, the laws were intertwined, the avenue was turbulent, and the sky was covered with one hand. The land below, together with the mountains in the distance, suffered a huge impact one after another.
Bang 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 kept ringing, and all 8 mountains collapsed.
At this moment, Lin Jiufeng attacked indiscriminately. He was alone against these 6 people, completely unreasonable. Lin Jiufeng knew that this was a lot of pressure, and knew that it was very difficult.
But he is not afraid. He wants to guard the world.
So, he shot. The big hand was pitch black like ink, covering the sky like a black cloud, covering the 6 knights underneath, and the ground below sank more than 10 feet, artificially crushing it into a deep valley of hundreds of miles. Rumble. At this moment, the rocks pierced through the sky, the fairy currents turned, the avenues boiled, like the water of the rivers and seas being boiled, very intense. The 6 knights of the celestial race were furious. The only person in captivity in their eyes was Lin Jiufeng, who had the cultivation base of profound immortal peak, who dared to attack them. Seek death by yourself. Xuanhuang Euphorbia. The man-headed directly urged the Tianma, and greeted Lin Jiufeng's big handprints and burst up, decisively and fiercely. Euphorbia burst out with a huge impact, making Lin Jiufeng's eyelids jump. Sure enough, it was about the same strength as the god of war. If he plays normally, he is definitely not an opponent. So at this moment, Lin Jiufeng opened up the realm of gods and activated the anti-life Dao formation. This scene was extremely horrifying. Thunder appeared again in the void, running and roaring, and the curtain fell like thunder and rain. But in the next second, Xuanhuang Euphorbia cut across Lin Jiufeng's big handprints, also roaring constantly, exuding strong cyan energy. Dead. This celestial racemaster roared. He realized that something was wrong. Lin Jiufeng himself was very weak, but this thunder, and the realm of gods behind Lin Jiufeng, had terrible power brewing. So at this moment, he smashed the thunder curtain, cut off Lin Jiufeng's big handprint, and then rushed directly. Both his eyes stood up, the blue veins on his forehead jumped sharply, his look was terrifying, and he had a ferocious look, extremely fierce. The Tianma under the crotch also screamed, flying fast in the void, possessing extreme speed. It was indescribable, and it came to Lin Jiufeng in an instant. Oh! The 8 desolate Euphorbia shot in the void, and suddenly, with a sudden tremor, it turned into 18 blue dragons, fierce and evil, attacking Lin Jiufeng. Longing one after another, 18 blue dragons, like 18 mountains across the sky. The momentum is overwhelming. Boom! 18 blue dragons are boundless, majestic and powerful, and they are cold at the same time, attacking in front of Lin Jiufeng. The azure dragon was extremely terrifying, and before it rushed, the void split into hundreds of thousands of ways. Each big crack is several miles long, and the scene is scary. This thousands of miles of void has been hit one after another. It seems to sink, cease to exist, and collapse into chaos, which is simply a sign of the end. Lin Jiufeng is not afraid. He is now using the anti-life Dao formation, so the next second, when the thunder landed, he directly took the thunder with his hand, and under a muffled hum, he decisively operated the technique, using himself as the medium to induce thunder. Enter the body, control the thunder, and fight these 18 cyan dragons fiercely. At this moment, Lin Jiufeng was walking among the blue dragons, raising his hands and feet, all of which were magical. The 3,000 avenues were between the palms and between the fists and feet. His every move has the flavor of a great way, returning to the basics, like evolving a Taoist book, which is extremely mysterious. Puff! Puff! At this moment, Lin Jiufeng punched out, and the thunder exploded, knocking the head of a blue dragon into blood, and then lifted his foot to break the other blue dragon. The huge dragon's body was dripping with blood and fell into the sky. Lin Jiufeng, led by thunder, took the avenue as the root, and used himself as the medium to fuse together, constantly attacking, splitting 18 palms, killing all 18 dragons, and then approaching the knights of the celestial race step by step. I really underestimated you. I didn't expect you to have such a method, but it is limited to this. The gap between you and me is too big, and you are too weak. The celestial knight roared, and the spurge covered it directly. This was a simple blow, upright, without any fancy, but it made a deafening noise, rumbling, crushing towards Lin Jiufeng. The void that Euphorbia had just been repaired has just been repaired, and now it has exploded again. The huge fluctuations made people tremble, and Lin Jiufeng's eyelids also jumped, which he could not resist. Back quickly. Lin Jiufeng knew that he was far from them. And they are different from the female of war. There is only one female of war, and the anti-life formation can suppress her. But there were 6 knights from the celestial race, and now it was just one shot. Lin Jiufeng felt a lot of pressure. Suddenly, behind Lin Jiufeng, a cold glow burst out. The celestial knight with a long sword took action. His Pegasus seemed to be shadowed, appeared directly behind Lin Jiufeng, and then struck with a sword. The burst of sword light made Lin Jiufeng's body cold, his heart beat, and a heart almost jumped out. He turned his head and saw that the sword aura was very long, 3 feet long, and was engraved with a real dragon. The whole body was black. It was slashed and brought terrible, like a flood, with endless terrifying aura. Attacking on both sides, Lin Jiufeng's life and death is in crisis. But under this kind of crisis, he was unprecedentedly calm, and the great horror between life and death made his spirit think about countless ways of retreat in this short period of time. But there is no retreat that can keep him alive. The 2 knights of the celestial race had cold eyes. With a sneer, their aura and energy locked on Lin Jiufeng. The cyan energy rolled up the sky, and the black sword aura covered the thunder. In this huge world, Lin Jiufeng has no way out. He was locked. It seemed that the next moment, he was going to die. But at this moment, the decision made before life and death made Lin Jiufeng think of a possibility. The anti-life avenue formation is so powerful. Can he integrate the anti-life Dao formation into his body to gain invincible combat power? But the disadvantage of this is whether Lin Jiufeng's body can withstand the terrible energy of the anti-life Dao formation. At that time, the body was burst. But now I can't even think about it so much. After Lin Jiufeng's thinking of 1,000th of a second, the realm of God behind him began to return to Lin Jiufeng's body. At the same time, returning to the body, there is also an anti-life formation. Boom! A huge energy burst out of Lin Jiufeng's body. Shocked his skin, internal organs, and spiritual world. In his spiritual world, there is a hibiscus tree, which is an 8th spiritual root, rare, and has long become the soul of Lin Jiufeng. Now the energy that hits into the spiritual world, under the suppression of the hibiscus tree, has filled the sea of spiritual consciousness mightily. Can't make any big waves. In the body, the violent energy is about to tear Lin Jiufeng, skin and flesh and blood are cracked. It is very terrible. Lin Jiufeng overestimated his body. Yu reading www.uukangshu.com couldn't resist it at all. But Beijiangtai recovered autonomously at this moment, with a bang, suppressing Lin Jiufeng's dantian, radiating around the dantian as the center, and stabilizing the body that was about to be torn. Boom! Lin Jiufeng, who was flanked back and forth, had a calm expression at the moment, and he stroked his left and right hands separately. The avenue is circulating, turning into a round of sun and moon. His whole body overflowed with golden light. The rotating sun and moon were as big as a grinding disc, and the rumble sound directly bounced off the 2 great celestial knights. Holding the sun and the moon, Lin Jiufeng, like a surveying the sky, shot and flew the 8 desolate euphorbia, turned around and pointed out, and clicked on the black long sword. Click! The black long sword broke at the sound, and the terrifying energy spread around, causing him to scream and retreat quickly. But the rush just now made it difficult for Tianma to retreat. The young man from the celestial race immediately abandoned the Tianma and fled by himself. Lin Jiufeng kept pointing in front of Tianma, and then with a bang, a terrible energy rushed out, directly hitting Tianma. Annihilation. There is no explosion of flesh and blood, no special impact. Yes, it's just annihilation. At this moment, the scorching sun and the silver moon shined on Lin Jiufeng. The brilliance of his whole body is like a waterfall. The terrible energy and momentum can't be controlled, and he rushes outwards, shining on this piece of void, all crystal clear. Lin Jiufeng successfully integrated the anti-life great formation into his body. Chapter 332 Directly Explode. Lin Jiufeng, who has integrated the anti-life avenue formation method, swept away the decline just now, and stood proudly in the void, like a purple micro-patrol. The Emperor of Heaven came to the world, surrounded by the big sun and the full moon. At this moment, Lin Jiufeng is extremely powerful. The blood in his body is boiling like a volcano. It is very fierce. The vigorous aura can't be controlled at all. It spreads out in the void, like a galaxy surging, flooding the world, terrifying, and glorious. It is difficult to face up to the sun. Lin Jiufeng absorbed the day and night into his body. He seemed to be a peerless fairy king at the moment, looking at the 6 knights of the celestial race. One of the Tianma has been killed by Lin Jiufeng. This change made them look at it in disbelief. How is this possible? He has become so powerful in an instant. The face of the man holding the euphorbia changed drastically, and he felt panic. He has always looked down on Lin Jiufeng, thinking that the most powerful Lin Jiufeng in the world, under his hands, 3 moves will undoubtedly die. But the fact is, he is already panicking now. The other 5 people had already changed their colors. They found that things had moved in an uncontrollable direction. Looking at Lin Jiufeng, who was like a devil at this moment, felt awe in their hearts. You are like the goddess of war, arrogant and arrogant. This era is the era of my Emperor Jiufeng. If you want to clean up, I will clean you up first. Lin Jiufeng is like the reincarnation of the Emperor of Heaven at this moment. The whole body is gorgeous and full of blood, said there were cold words. Boom! When the voice fell, Lin Jiufeng was completely unreasonable, and the hot power exploded and hit them directly. Before Lin Jiufeng beat 6, they would only laugh at Lin Jiufeng's life and death. But now, when this punch comes out, it will make them all fear from the heart, as if they were being attacked by a real fairy king, and they couldn't resist. When Lin Jiufeng's punch came out, there were 4 big visions around him. A magnificent river and mountains are ups and downs in the sea, and an immortal king sits high in the 9 heavens in the clouds. The avenue keeps falling down and descends into the world, accompanied by the gods, singing beautiful music. The sea rises and the moon. The fairy king cuts for 9 days. The avenue is immortal. The 12 movements of the gods. These visions are very powerful, they are shocking people, or they are left behind by sights. But these 4 visions were easily cut to pieces by the people of the celestial race. It is not a matter of vision. It's Lin Jiufeng's problem. He was only the peak of Xianxian before, although he was very powerful in the eyes of the world. But when facing the celestial race, the Xianxian peak is useless. At that time, Lin Jiufeng's 4 visions were really very weak. But that is not a problem of vision, it is a problem of people. Now Lin Jiufeng once again had 4 visions. This time the 4 great visions directly bombarded them out, as if they wanted to avenge the grievances that had been easily smashed just now. Bang bang bang! The 4 great visions directly defeated the 6 knights of the celestial race, and there was no resistance at all. Facing the vastness of the sea, facing the attack of the fairy king, facing the coming of the road, facing the roar of the gods, they were overturned directly. Just like before, it's easy and simple, and it breaks with one touch. The 6 knights of the celestial race were vomiting blood after being beaten by the 4 great visions and looked at them with trepidation, especially the young man who had just smashed the 4 great visions. His face flushed at this moment, and he couldn't stand the humiliation. He spurted blood. After Lin Jiufeng beat them to vomit blood, they didn't make another move, but stood in the void, majestic and majestic. He is in harmony with the Tao, and the state of the whole person is at the peak, and the unity of nature in man. During his breath, a large expanse of divine light burst out, flooding the world, and infinite brilliance enveloped him, walking forward, like a great emperor coming from ancient times. The 6 knights of the celestial race looked angry, and looked at Lin Jiufeng in such a posture with hatred in his heart. This posture should be theirs. They are from the celestial race. And Lin Jiufeng is just a lowly tribe, a member of a tribe that has evolved by itself. For them, this is simply unacceptable. What is the formation you absorbed? The young man holding the euphorbia gritted his teeth and asked. Lin Jiufeng didn't make a move, staring at them deeply, and there were stars disillusioning in his eyes. Are you not the children of the celestial race, and the masters of this world? Xianting and the Protoss race are both created by you. You don't even know my formation? Lin Jiufeng said indifferently, with a hint of sarcasm in his words. Laughing at the so-called celestial race. It was so powerful, the sky was blowing wildly, but it was only for Lin Jiufeng in the realm of Xianxian. Facing Lin Jiufeng, who was now integrated with the anti-life Dao array, they said nothing at all, instead they did not know the anti-life Dao array. Although Lin Jiufeng didn't know the origin of this formation. But Lin Jiufeng humbly admits that, unlike the celestial race, he declared authority to Lin Jiufeng as soon as he appeared, defining the world as their back garden. But he couldn't recognize the anti-life avenue formation in the back garden. I have to say that this was a huge blow to the prestige of the celestial race. In Lin Jiufeng's heart, the so-called celestial race was forced, and suddenly fell down. You are just a little stronger, and hide behind the world to control the situation. No big deal. After Lin Jiufeng set his mind, he didn't express anything. Looking at the angry and hateful eyes of the 6 knights of the celestial race, he didn't pay attention to it at all. All this was trivial and hard to touch his heart. I don't like the look in your eyes very much. Lin Jiufeng slapped their faces with a backhand. Happiness. This was very humiliating, and the slap was taken off. They were aware of it, but in fact they were imprisoned in the void by Lin Jiufeng, unavoidable, and slapped abruptly. The proud heart that hit them collapsed instantly. Damn it! He doesn't know what ghost formation he has absorbed. It's terrifying, but it's definitely not a long-term solution. The method of combined attack, let him see how powerful we are. Yes, to defeat him with a combined attack, I have to cramp and peel, boil the oil, and light the sky lantern. The people of the celestial race were angry but did not lose their minds. Almost in an instant, the 6 people had a sharp heart, knowing that 1-on-1, even 1-6, Lin Jiufeng is an absolute advantage. It is exactly the opposite of the situation just now. The knights of the celestial race changed from hunters to prey in an instant. But they didn't want to give up, they started the joint attack in an instant. Boom! The 6 people were united under Lin Jiufeng's nose. The cultivation base of the 6 people, the chi and blood of the 6 people, the soul and the body of the 6 people are integrated. An extremely terrifying aura erupted, and hot blood filled the void like wolf smoke. A new human has come forward. His face has the characteristics of 6 people, combined together, it is a new face. The 6 knights were united, and the vigorous aura directly erupted, glaring at Lin Jiufeng, terrible fluctuations, like a starfield falling down. This combined attack technique is more powerful than the 6 of them. The situation has been reversed again, you really deserve to die today. The new man shouted angrily, staring at Lin Jiufeng with extremely angry eyes. The situation has reversed? Lin Jiufeng sneered. I just had a chance to kill you all at once, do you know why not? Lin Jiufeng smiled coldly. You are as arrogant as we are, the person said. If you have strength, it's called self-confidence, if you don't have strength, it's called arrogance. Lin Jiufeng said with disdain. I just want you to take out all the cards, and crush your only life-saving straw to make you feel desperate. Lin Jiufeng said with a faint expression in his eyes. I just want to tell you that the gap is too big, and the situation is mine. Lin Jiufeng shouted. Arrogant and arrogant, I will kill you now. This person was swayed by Lin Jiufeng's dead body, but there were 6 people talking in one sentence, enough to see their anger. Boom! 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 This person made a decisive move, and couldn't help it anymore, slapped and pretended to be Lin Jiufeng's opponent. After all, Lin Jiufeng has walked the road of invincibility all his life, that is, after encountering the of war, he encountered a little difficulty, but now, he is back to the top. These 6 people from the celestial race were still too tender in front of Lin Jiufeng. Therefore, they will be spitting blood out of Lin Jiufeng's arrogant arrogance, their bodies trembling, and they will shoot directly. 9981 true dragons were shot at once. Every real dragon is lifelike, roaring in anger. The dragon roars in the wild, the mountains and the earth are shaking, resounding through the universe. Deafening, 81 heavenly dragons, each like an eternal god, vigorous and terrifying. West Desert, and even the whole world can feel it. They looked at the West Desert in horror, watching this terrifying power erupt, and their hearts were very shaken. Lin Jiufeng didn't shake at all, he directly raised his hand, and an invincible fairy law erupted. Eternal in a hurry. Boom! Lin Jiufeng played this immortal technique, and in an instant, terrible energy overwhelmed the world, and Lin Jiufeng came with unparalleled power, as powerful as the co-lord of the human race. He watched the world. He is invincible in the world. He is Emperor Jiufeng. After the eruption of Xianshu, it shook the 81 dragons, and the wind and thunder burst into sound. The sky bursts, and the sky dragon is as big as a mountain. Under this celestial technique, UU reading www.uukunshu.com has lost themselves, fighting fiercely with each other, fighting endlessly, and all kinds of rays of light shatter the vacuum. As for Lin Jiufeng himself, he stepped forward in one step and came to the person after the fusion. With a wave of his hand, he directly inserted his chest. Aha! Suddenly 6 screams sounded, and this person trembled. Above his head, 6 phantoms were caught by Lin Jiufeng with one hand. Tell me, there are many, many historical questions about the celestial race. You answered me, and I can spare your life. Lin Jiufeng said coldly. The reason why he didn't kill them at the beginning was to get these answers. We said, let's tell you. There was no tough guy among the 6 knights. After Lin Jiufeng's soul was pinched, he immediately surrendered, begging Lin Jiufeng not to kill him. Lin Jiufeng let go of his hand and walked around them. He didn't squeeze and looked at him indifferently. He had a lot of doubts and needed them to help him solve it. However, at the moment when Lin Jiufeng let go, a single blow to a mortal technique Eternal Ancient hurriedly exploded the void, and a lot of black holes appeared, and the chaos was filled. In these chaos, a touch of colorful light came out, decisively and concisely, and penetrated the soul of the 6 knights with one blow. Lin Jiufeng was caught off guard and frowned slightly. He shook his hand and said in a low voice, thinking that this can stop me from knowing? Joke. The curtain opened, and the secret behind it will not be long buried. Chapter 333 7 Archaic Clans. The colorful rays of light shot from the chaos had no power, but came to the 6 knights of the celestial race in an understatement, and then suddenly penetrated their souls. The 6 knights died on the spot. The horror in their souls, their disbelief, is not fake. They never expected that Lin Jiufeng would not kill them, but instead was killed by his own people. In the chaos, after shooting out this colorful light, calm was restored. Lin Jiufeng was not looking at the 6 knights of the celestial race, and dropped the fused corpse casually, looking towards the chaos. The colorful light just now, if it were shot into Lin Jiufeng's body, it would not be possible to kill him in one shot. Because Lin Jiufeng integrated the anti-life Dao formation, it was completely different from before. Therefore, this colorful light shines on the souls of the 6 knights of the celestial race. Lin Jiufeng and them didn't expect it. It is impossible to think of it. Lin Jiufeng's sense of consciousness only stayed at the peak of Xianxian. Although his strength is exploding now, his realm is also the peak of Xianxian. His inspiration is a step slower, and this colorful light succeeds. Staring at chaos, Lin Jiufeng did not leave immediately. He felt that under the calm chaos, there was an undercurrent surging. And this undercurrent is not simple. Lin Jiufeng watched for a long time, and as the 6 knights of the celestial race died, all the shocks settled and the world returned to calm. However, the space in this area is still torn apart, and the chaos is still pervading. It cannot be repaired in a short period of time, and it will take at least several days. Lin Jiufeng did not leave. He had been staring at the chaos. Even if the power of the world began to repair the broken space, he did not give up. Tear. Lin Jiufeng looked at the void that was about to be repaired and stretched out his hand. The void was torn apart again. Chaos appeared again. When the time came to night, he had been waiting for a day. This time, he did not wait in vain. He heard the sound. A very small voice, rustling, as if someone was talking in an underground cave. You dare to kill the Pegasus Knight of my celestial race. An angry voice scolded. Your Pegasus Knights are really tough enough. If I don't make a move, they might even have said what color underwear their parents wear. Another sarcasm sounded. That's also a matter for our celestial race. It's not your turn to intervene from the Azura race. The voice began to become irritated. We are now sealed. We only need to wait a while before we can go out completely. The 7 primordial clan is a whole. I will take action to clean up the weak. Is there any problem? The sneered voice changed without surprise. Then you shouldn't kill them all. Do you know how much we will pay for letting them out? We must compensate, otherwise, we will never die. The angry voice calmed down and began to discuss benefits. Sure enough, you don't care about their life and death. There are many Pegasus Knights, and you just want a little more profit.
The sarcasm was still ridiculing. Are you going to give it? An angry voice sounded again.
Yes, you want it, and I will give it to you.
The sarcasm was still so disdainful.
When the seal formation of the King of Resurrection breaks, your celestial race will be the first to enter that ancient land of burial of the gods.
This is my promise to you,
said the sarcastically.
Not enough. The angry voice felt dissatisfied.
Don't be shameless, don't know how to promote, it really angered my Azura clan, and directly pressed you, let you go out the last. The sneered voice was angry and said coldly.
Okay, that's it.
The angry voice immediately agreed, and he didn't dare to provoke the sarcasm. After I entered the land of the burial of the gods, I was the first one to kill that person. I dared to kill the Pegasus Knights of my celestial race. It was simply a bare heart and leopard courage.
The angry voice turned and said coldly. The sarcasm voice was too lazy to answer, and went silent.
Lin Jiufeng, who has been listening attentively, has a dumbfounded expression.
The 6 knights of the celestial race, weren't they killed by the one who spoke with sarcasm? Why has it become a homicide now? You questioned him just now. Now that you have given a little benefit, you have changed the enemy?
The sound in the chaos had disappeared. Lin Jiufeng waited patiently again, and made sure that there was no sound, before he frowned and thought.
7 ancient clan, celestial clan, Shura clan.
The celestial clan should be the mother clan of the goddess of war, and the backstage supporter of Xianting. Even the 7 Swire clan are the supporters behind the scenes of Xianting. The Shura tribe is obviously stronger than the celestial tribe, and the celestial tribe people are a little afraid of him.
But they have been sealed and can't get out now. Moreover, the one who sealed them is the King of Resurrection.
Lin Jiufeng sorted out the conversation information he had just heard, and the whole person was shocked.
Xianting and Protoss were created by the 7 Archaic clan. It is equivalent to 2 brothers.
Xianting was very obedient, allowing it to be controlled by the 7 Archaic clan. But the Protoss was very disobedient. They discovered some unknown secrets, and decisively counteracted the 7 Primordial clan. The first thing to do was to solve the running dog of Xianting. This is the origin of the Great War between immortals and gods 20,000 years ago. Lin Jiufeng had never known why he started fighting before, but now he understands. But what shocked him even more was because of one person.
The King of Recovery.
Lin Jiufeng has heard of this name twice.
Once when using 7 Sage Enlightenment Pills. Once opened in the Fairyland.
Lin Jiufeng signed to the 7 Sage Enlightenment Pills before, and entered the realm of empty and dark, and saw the 7 supreme beings and listened to their preaching. Among them is the King of Recovery. That time, he said a word. I came from the dusty age, breaking the sun, moon, mountains and rivers, overturning the fairy garden, and rebuilding the mountains and rivers. At that time Lin Jiufeng still didn't understand what this meant. It wasn't until he entered the fairyland and learned something that he knew that the King of Resurrection was a figure 10,000 years ago and was very close to his time. Lin Jiufeng was really puzzled at the time. The aura tide started 10,000 years ago. It was not as easy as he thought. It was normal to practice to the immortal realm, and then be disturbed by the aura tide and fall into the mortal world. Therefore, he thinks that the King of Recovery is very powerful, but it is beyond the immortal realm, and it is impossible to reach a hugely exaggerated realm. But now, the shock of the conversation and the chaos caused Lin Jiufeng to overthrow this idea. The behind-the-scenes man who gave birth to Xianting and the Protoss was sealed by the King of Resurrection before he appeared in this world. How strong should the King of Recovery be? When this idea came out, Lin Jiufeng was completely shocked. How did he become so powerful in the age of spiritual energy tide? Lin Jiufeng really wanted to ask, he also wanted to become stronger. Because in the conversation between the people of the celestial race and the Shura race, they said that they would soon break the shackles and come to this world. But not their 2 major ethnic groups. It's the Taiku 7 clans. He is behind the cultivation of Xianting and Protoss. It controlled Xianting with one hand and suppressed the terrifying existence of several eras. No, why are they sealed, and the 6 knights of the celestial race will come? Lin Jiufeng remembered this question. There must be something wrong with this. But this can also explain why the Celestials were angry after the 6 knights were killed. They paid a big price. There are also people from the Azura clan who can also transmit energy. Does this mean that they will really come soon? Lin Jiufeng frowned, very worried. Finally, when the Celestial clan and the Shura clan were communicating, they always called this world the place of burial of the gods. How did this title come from? Lin Jiufeng raised another question. No one answered for him. These problems made Lin Jiufeng's happiness in killing the 6 knights of the celestial race completely gone. Before she died, the of War told Lin Jiufeng that the world was about to be opened. Now it's really fulfilled. The countless secrets hidden under the long river of history are about to be revealed, and masters of all walks of life will come to this world. And in this so-called place of burial of the gods, the most powerful person is Xuanhuang Gyatso, but he is doing his best to suppress the wild beasts under the Great Lane Temple. These were left over from the time of Emperor Shakyamuni, and they haven't died yet. It can be foreseen how terrible they are. Xuanhuang Gyatso was the living Buddha 20,000 years ago. 20,000 years later, Xuanhuang Gyatso of the Immortal King. He could only sit alone in the Great Lane Temple, using his body as a front to suppress the Great Lane Temple and suppress the wild beasts. Otherwise, these fierce beasts come out, and the 7 primordial clan is about to come, these two things collide, and people in this world are waiting to be extinct. Now in this world, the only thing I can rely on is me. Lin Jiufeng raised his head and watched the scorching sunrise. The warm sun dispelled the darkness and dispelled his inner worries. There is no night insurmountable. UU reading www.uukunsha.com does not have a spring that will not come. This era has gone through many hardships. It is not a problem to continue walking down here. Lin Jiufeng sighed. A line of words appeared before his eyes. Listen to the conversation of the 7 Swire clans, do you sign in? Lin Jiufeng smiled happily, he can still sign in, he can continue to become stronger, he is the great emperor of Jiufeng, he will protect this hard-won prosperity. Sign in. Lin Jiufeng nodded. Sign in successfully, get a piece of Zulong monument. This is a very ordinary thing. A stone stele appeared in front of Lin Jiufeng's eyes. Lin Jiufeng carefully observed that this was really just a stone monument. Weather-beaten, the things portrayed on the body of the stele have long been weathered and smoothed out a lot. But you can vaguely see that a dragon is carved. Check the information. Lin Jiufeng was confused and had to check the information. This is a stone monument that you need to discover. The message is just this sentence, saying it is equivalent to not saying it, leaving Lin Jiufeng speechless. That's why a dragon is carved on a stone tablet, and it's an ancestral dragon tablet. Lin Jiufeng vomited. He still put away the Zulong stele. When he heard that he signed for the Zulong tablet, Lin Jiufeng thought he had signed for something rare. But seeing this long-weathered stone stele, he understood that the name was seriously inconsistent with the actual object. With a trace of loss, Lin Jiufeng left West Desert, he returned to the land of Zhozhou and the imperial capital. Chapter 334 Human Clearance Plan. Imperial Capital. In the palace, Lin Jiufeng came here again after decades. By his side, the top empires such as Emperor De, Princess Yulin, Emperor Tiantian, and those who reached the realm of true immortality came. Because the news brought by Lin Jiufeng was too shocking. Dedi didn't dare to be careless at all, and called all the masters to discuss together. After knowing these news, they didn't believe it for the first time. It was amazing and completely impossible. But the one who brought the news was that Emperor Jiufeng, who was once invincible in the world. Of course, it is still invincible. Some people who have reached the real immortal, and even the peerless evildoer has reached the realm of Xianxian, who think they can wrestle with Emperor Jiufeng. After seeing Lin Jiufeng sitting aside and silently not talking, he suddenly died, and the thought of fighting with Lin Jiufeng was gone. Just sitting quietly on the side, Lin Jiufeng's aura was naturally different from theirs. Lin Jiufeng is the bright moon in the sky, and they are the fireflies on the ground.
The gap between them made them choose to believe the news brought by Lin Jiufeng.
Especially the great momentum caused by the Battle of West Desert not long ago, even if they were separated by an endless distance, they also felt it. That ruining aura, that terrifying edge, shocking people, it is difficult to contend. So, there will be a catastrophe coming next, and the so-called Primordial Seven clan will return to this world and start a great purge?
Princess Yulin frowned, worried. Yeah. Lin Jiufeng nodded. Grandpa, is there no alternative? Princess Yulin asked worriedly.
The battle that broke out in West Desert just before is enough to crush us.
Except for the grandfather, no one is their opponent. Dedi said solemnly. Tell you, I just want you to protect the people of the Feathering God Dynasty. As for the Seven Primordial Clan, I will take action. Lin Jiufeng stood up and said. Grandpa, you are only one person. Princess Yulin said immediately. From the beginning to the end, I am alone. You don't need to worry about this. Lin Jiufeng left without looking back. Practitioners in this era have not had many years from the rejuvenation of spiritual energy to the construction of martial arts temples and the practice of the whole people. Their potential is endless. But now, I can't count on it.
Lin Jiufeng didn't think about how much they could play a role. He told the German emperor this information that he wanted the German emperor and the masters of the Yuhua Divine Empire to pay attention to it.
Many people.
In this era, the population explosion has benefited from the emerging gods, and now the emerging gods have the responsibility to protect them. After Lin Jiufeng left, the German emperor said solemnly, "From now on, we will take care of the people at the national level and try our best to cultivate outstanding talents.
We must make preparations whether it is useful or not." Princess Yulin and the masters seriously agreed.
Lin Jiufeng returned to Lingong. He didn't think much about it, just told the little white cat about it, and then began to retreat. He needs to improve his strength.
And now to improve his strength, signing in is one way.
But now, most parts of the world have signed him in. Even if there is a place where you can sign in repeatedly, it is not very helpful to Lin Jiufeng.
The top priority is to break through the peak of Xianxian as soon as possible and enter the realm of ancestors.
Under the realm of ancestral immortal, there is also Junxian. After Junxian, is the Fairy King.
For Lin Jiufeng, there is a long way to go.
The world curtain opened, Lin Jiufeng is always the next second, and the Seven Great Clan will come down. He doesn't have so much time to waste, he must hurry up. To this end, he took out the 6 ancient characters that he had signed in. These 6 ancient characters have a special Taoist rhyme, as if they are the concretization of the Taoist. Although he now holds the 3000 Avenue in his hand, Lin Jiufeng still needs continuous in-depth understanding.
He began to enlighten. As he became more enlightened, it became easier to control the anti-life Tao formation in his body. The power will be greater.
Lin Jiufeng is looking forward to how powerful his anti-life formation will be when he breaks through the ancestors and the queens. As for the damage of integrating into the anti-life Tao formation, Lin Jiufeng can no longer take care of it now.
He needs strength.
He is invincible in this world, but now his enemy is no longer this generation, but the strong man of countless generations in history.
Lin Jiufeng is now like an invincible master in the town, suddenly entering the vast world of practice.
He must constantly improve himself to deal with batches of peerless masters. As for the damage caused by the forced promotion, Lin Jiufeng had already ignored it. The 6 ancient characters hovered in front of Lin Jiufeng's eyes, rippling with the microwave of Tao. Lin Jiufeng closed his eyes, and 3000 filaments protruded from his body, absorbing energy, filling Lin Jiufeng's body, and giving Lin Jiufeng a lot of help.
His realm is constantly improving.
In the third world, Lin Jiufeng spent 50 years stepping into the pinnacle of profound immortal, holding the 3000 Tao in his hand. He could take that step. But then it was the birth of the goddess of war. He continued to fight the goddess of war with all his strength.
In the end, he integrated the anti-life avenue formation to succeed.
So now he is starting to break through, and it is not as difficult as he thought. With the help of the 6 ancient Chinese characters, a breakthrough came naturally. All this is as calm as eating and drinking water. Lin Jiufeng stayed in retreat for a month.
This month, the world is safe.
Everything in the world is normal and thriving, but with the emergence of the gods, the national policy was formulated on the cultivation of genius children, so that the already abundant talents suddenly began to explode.
For many people, this is very normal.
But for some people, it feels abnormal. The Xuanhuang dynasty has suppressed the world, and it is invincible in the world. No force dared to be wild in front of the Xuanhuang dynasty.
Why is Xuanhuang still doing its utmost to cultivate geniuses? It seems that Xuanhuang has experienced a huge threat. For a time, many people are investigating information. After careful investigation, a lot of information surfaced.
Swire 7 races.
Xianting Protoss. Come to the world. The crisis is coming.
All this information flowed out, and for a while, people all over the world panicked. On that day, the German emperor summoned all the masters above the realm of true immortality of the Xuanhuang, and this news could not be concealed. Now that they are all out, many people are beginning to become anxious and can't wait to improve their strength. They are really afraid that the so-called 7 primordial clan will come and start the so-called Great Purge.
Some people even started to think, will it be better to join the 7 Swire clan by then?
All of a sudden, people's minds changed, and all kinds of rumors were flying. But these have no effect on Lin Jiufeng.
He smoothly exited the customs and broke into the realm of ancestral immortal.
20,000 years ago, he was also a master at the leader level of a party. But he who holds the 3000 avenue in his hand is really not comparable to the realm of ordinary ancestors. In the realm of ancestral fairy, there are 3 big mountains, namely the blue sky, the yellow sky, and the sky. After crossing 3 mountains, you can reach a new level. I just entered the blue sky, and I haven't walked a few steps yet.
It's even more distant to get out of the mountain. But now I can blow up opponents at the same level without any effort.
As for the Huangtian realm, there should be no problem. There should be no way for the sky, but there is no problem in being invincible.
All of these are not counted as the anti-life Dao formation. If the anti-life Dao formation is added, it will not be of the same level.
Lin Jiufeng let out a long sigh of relief, standing in the cold palace, looking up at the sky. He always felt that the sky was going to fall down. The little white cat was behind him, stretched out his hand to hug him, snuggled against Lin Jiufeng, and whispered softly, "Are you worried that the 7 primordial clan will suddenly come into the world?" Lin Jiufeng didn't speak, just clinging to the little white cat's fingers, with a clear heart. "I have also been working hard to improve during this period of time, digging out the power in my bloodline, and getting a lot of help.
It's really not far from the realm of ancestral immortal,"
Little White Cat said softly. She wants to help Lin Jiufeng.
But the only thing that can help Lin Jiufeng is the blood power in her body. This little white cat is very distressed.
She thought of a lot of ways, even if she has now broken through to the peak of Xianxian, only 1 layer of yarn from the ancestor, but still hasn't figured out the origin of the bloodline power. Lin Jiufeng turned to look at the little white cat, he was also speechless. From the time he knew the little white cat, he knew that the little white cat's blood was very special, and until now, the little white cat's blood is still very special. For more than 100 years, I haven't figured out the blood problem of the little white cat.
It's really mysterious.
You continue to explore the secrets in your bloodline, I'll go out. Lin Jiufeng said to the little white cat.
Where to go? Little white cat asked curiously. Go see my brother.
Lin Jiufeng replied softly.
Brother, Emperor Yuan?
The little white cat remembered. She had seen Emperor Yuan several times. It's just that she can't speak at that time. Yes, I haven't visited him for a long, long time. Lin Jiufeng said softly, looking very guilty. He promised to resurrect Emperor Yuan and Emperor Ming a long time ago.
But until today, Lin Jiufeng didn't know how difficult it is to resurrect them.
Even with the realm of ancestor immortal cultivation base, Lin Jiufeng is still not sure. At the beginning of the Yuan Emperor's tomb, he signed in for the life-changing technique, and now, he has fully understood the life-changing technique. But it is too much trouble to implement.
Lin Jiufeng only remembered now.
At that time, there was only one sentence to check the information about the life-changing technique. The host needs to think about it. It's not easy. It's not simple. Lin Jiufeng has been thinking about it for more than 100 years. Still didn't get a clue. But this is not the key. The key question is that Lin Jiufeng doesn't know, after this 100 years, almost 200 years, will the souls of Emperor Yuan and Emperor Ming disappear in smoke? It is very possible. Because at that time, Emperor Yuan and Emperor Ming were not great masters, they were only in the realm of martial saint. From now on, this cultivation base is really too low. Therefore, Lin Jiufeng is really not sure how long their souls can be preserved. This is also a hurdle in his heart. He dared not think about it. Now that he is back, facing the imminent threat of the 7 primordial clan, Lin Jiufeng's first thought is to see Emperor Yuan and Emperor Ming. One is my brother and the other is my nephew. They are the most important people in his early life. You wait for me here, and I'll be back when I go, Lin Jiufeng said. Take me with you, I should also pay homage to my uncle and nephew. The little white cat said with bright eyes looking at Lin Jiufeng. Lin Jiufeng didn't refuse this time, it was time to bring the transformed little white cat to see Emperor Yuan and Emperor Ming. Let's go. Lin Jiufeng took the little white cat and went out together to the royal tomb. The 2 best locations of feng shui and the royal tombs were buried here by the first 2 emperors of Yuhua Xinqiao. The front of the emperor's tomb is clean and there must be someone responsible for cleaning it. Lin Jiufeng came with the little white cat and stood in front of the grave. Although it was very clean, Lin Jiufeng still personally cleaned up the dust for the Yuan emperor and Ming emperor. He was silent throughout the whole process. After cleaning up, he stood in front of the Yuan emperor's tomb. Watched silently. There was a trace of sadness in his expression. In this world, Lin Jiufeng really has very few people who make heart-to-heart, and among them, the people who have heart-to-heart in the early days are the ones he values most. The little white cat stood beside Lin Jiufeng, silent, and accompanied Lin Jiufeng. Where are you now? Lin Jiufeng spoke for a long time, with a hint of doubt. He was really scared. In the near future, when he was really capable of resurrecting Emperor Yuan and Emperor Ming, their souls were already gone. The breeze blew, and no one answered him. Lin Jiufeng sighed, looked at the Yuan Emperor's tombstone, and whispered, "Be sure to wait for me, I will protect your original firm ideals for you, and grow the feathered gods. When I reach the realm of the Emperor, the immortal king, I can definitely be resurrected. Yours. Yu reading www.uukunsha.com. Lin Jiufeng believed that at that time, he would definitely be able to do this. By the way, this is your sister-in-law. Lin Jiufeng introduced the little white cat. The little white cat bowed, stretched out his hand to embrace Lin Jiufeng's arm, and whispered softly, "Emperor Yuan, hello." After returning from the royal tomb, Lin Jiufeng worked harder. He didn't want to waste time and continued to enlighten the Tao. He wanted to move away one by one and make a breakthrough in the 3 mountains in the realm of ancestral fairy. But just in the 2nd month of his retreat, with a bang, the world changed drastically. A huge stone statue fell from the sky and instantly smashed into the imperial capital of the Yuhua God Dynasty. The impact caused the people to be killed and injured directly. Countless people wailed, countless houses were affected, and screams resounded through the imperial capital. Dedi immediately dispatched the Yulin army to treat the wounded and evacuate the people. There are also masters of Xianxian, go to check this statue. But in the eyes of the statue, a blood-red light shot out, directly evaporating the Xianxian on the spot. In an instant, the entire imperial capital was shocked, including Dedi and Princess Yulin. The stone statue is alive. It made a huge sound and rumbling. The human removal plan starts from the imperial capital of the Feathering God Dynasty. Dedi and the others changed their faces in an instant. What are these words? Human removal plan? Damn it, go and invite Grandpa. The emperor shouted without hesitation. This Xianxian was instantly evaporated. Who could be the opponent of this stone statue? Chapter 335. The stone statue is alive. The stone statue is very powerful and terrifying. To the masters of the emerging God Dynasty, it is like a demon god, and it is difficult to resist.
The German emperor shouted to invite Lin Jiufeng out.
But in fact, Lin Jiufeng woke up from his practice as early as after the stone statue fell.
Boom!
He immediately tore the space and appeared in the imperial capital.
In the last second, the emperor just yelled for Lin Jiufeng to come out of the mountain. In the next second, Lin Jiufeng stood in the void.
With a kick and a bang, the body of the stone statue shook abruptly, and it swayed back 3 steps, and immediately stood firm, looking at Lin Jiufeng with red eyes.
Without much movement, the stone image seemed to be thinking.
But Lin Jiufeng moved his ankles with a serious expression. This stone statue was very hard. He just used the power of the ancestor after the breakthrough, but he just made it back 3 steps, and there was nothing else.
Although Lin Jiufeng didn't use the anti-life Dao formation, his ancestor's power should not be underestimated.
It is enough to see how good the material of this stone statue is. Withstanding the blow of the ancestor, there is no damage at all. In the imperial capital, the people who had fled hurriedly saw Lin Jiufeng standing in the void and fluttering in white, shocked as a god.
Some young people don't know Lin Jiufeng.
In the past 50 years, Lin Jiufeng has not been in the limelight.
The new generation of people don't remember him at all. But the older generation is very impressed.
The great Emperor Jiufeng, the guardian of the Unrivalled God Dynasty, was the strong man who once carried the Unrivalled God Dynasty forward. He helped the German emperor to reform, he suppressed the 10,000 races, and he was invincible in the world. In that era, no one was an opponent of Emperor Jiufeng, and the enemy would tremble unconsciously when they heard this name. But in the next 50 years, geniuses gathered and masters came forth in large numbers. Emperor Jiufeng hid in the world and was gradually forgotten. Except for the older generation, people still remember that people in the new generation did not understand him carefully and did not know Emperor Jiufeng at all. Now that the imperial capital is suffering from this calamity, Emperor Jiufeng suddenly appeared, and all of a sudden he let everyone into the era when the empire was born, and the empire was in a precarious manner, and he was alone to suppress the 10,000 races. For a time, cheers continued and everyone shouted the title of Emperor Jiufeng.
The world's first strong reappeared.
But Lin Jiufeng didn't listen to the cheers of these people. He looked at the stone statue seriously and asked coldly, "Where are you from?" The stone statue was dumbfounded. There were still traces of carvings in some places on its body, as if it had just been carved by someone and then dropped.
The greatest possibility is the 7 Swire clan.
But Lin Jiufeng is not sure. He needs to ask clearly. The water in this world is too deep. Only the eyes can move on the stone statue, emitting a weird red light, which is very evil, just staring at Lin Jiufeng. After a short observation, a rumbling sound came from the stone statue, resounding throughout the world. "You are the patron saint of this world, Emperor Jiufeng?
Are you one of the 7 primordial clan?" Lin Jiufeng asked coldly.
"Not long ago, you killed the 6 knights of our race." Inside the stone statue, an old voice sounded.
"Heaven and human race."
Lin Jiufeng's pupils contracted, and as expected, the heaven and human race had dropped the stone statue. "It's good to know, the 6 knights of the celestial race were defeated by you, but you can't resist the guardian of the celestial stone statue." The old man's words carried a bitter killing intent.
"A broken stone, you also want to make a big wave in the world?"
Lin Jiufeng smiled contemptuously. "This world, occupied by your human race, is simply ruined. You are called the Great Emperor, but you only have the cultivation base of the ancestors. It is simply tarnished by this title," the old man said with disdain.
"There is a great emperor in one era. Since the people call me Emperor Jiufeng, then I am Emperor Jiufeng. I am upright, unlike you hiding in the dark and dare not show up."
Lin Jiufeng sneered.
"Dignified? Hiding in the dark? The idea of sitting on the well and watching the sky."
The old man of the celestial race was talking to Lin Jiufeng through the stone statue guard, and he was extremely disdainful, thinking that Lin Jiufeng was sitting on a well to watch the sky, a leaf covering his eyes, and not knowing the nature of the world. "We have destroyed countless civilizations, we have cultivated Xiantian, and we have cast the Protoss. Although the Protoss betrayed us, it is all in the past. Xianting and the Protoss have long been perished in the long river of history, and we have also been blocked from the world for more than 10,000 years, allowing your humans to occupy this land of the burial of the gods. Now that we are back, we should clean up your and prepare for the next race, the next era. You Jiufeng Great Emperor, can't resist. The old man of the celestial race said with a cold voice, speaking very rudely. The people of the world also heard this, and panicked. In addition, it has been circulating for this period of time that there are terrible races coming to this world and sweeping the human race. They look at Lin Jiufeng with eagerness. Now the only people who can save the world are this one. 1. Emperor Jiufeng. Lin Jiufeng's eyes were still bright, and he was not affected by the celestial elder in the slightest. So despise our human race, but your primordial 7 races, aren't you also sealed by the human race's resurrection king? Lin Jiufeng said coldly. Boom! As soon as the name of Resurrection King came out, huge, terrifying energy burst out from the stone statue, tumbling constantly, spreading around it, and sweeping the surrounding houses all at once. That is, Geniewei had already moved the nearby people away, otherwise a lot of people would definitely die. How do you know the King of Resurrection? The celestial elder roared in a rage. How did I know? It has nothing to do with you, I just know that you still can't come down now because of the resurrection of the king. Lin Jiufeng calmly said. There have been cracks in the seal long ago. We can send the 6 knights of the celestial race, or the stone statues of the celestial race, and we can come down in the near future. The celestial race old man sneered coldly. Also, the king of resuscitation has been killed by us. He is overbearing and trying to stop the torrent of history with his own power. He is simply looking for death. The old man said viciously. Lin Jiufeng frowned, and the king of resurrection was killed. What the celestial elderly said is true or false. But in the next second, he couldn't think about this, because the old man of the celestial race was already furious. It was because of the name Resurrection King that immediately angered him and completely activated the guard of the celestial stone statue. Kill this pseudo-emperor, and then clean up all the creatures in this world. They made this world dirty. What we need is this place for the burial of the gods, not this group of useless races. The old man of the celestial race was cold. Give orders. The stone statue moved, raising the palm of the hand and hitting it directly, with a bang, and the true dragon, divine phoenix, white tiger, and basalt followed each other, humming continuously, sacred and peaceful, like the birth of a god. With this blow, the imperial capital was trembling, and the terrible energy flooded directly around. Countless people watched in horror. They were like a flatboat in the ocean, which could be washed away and shattered at any time. And this energy aftermath is not something they can resist. Lin Jiufeng frowned, he instantly sacrificed the general worship platform, and the general worship platform expanded, blocking the slap of the stone statue. Boom! The stone statue slapped the general worship platform with a slap, and the true dragon, divine phoenix, white tiger, and Xuanhuang all exploded at this moment, slamming into the general worship platform, and the worship platform trembled constantly. However, the Beijiangtai was resisted, but because of this violent impact, the inside of the Beijiangtai was activated, causing the Beijiangtai to explode with terrible power and directly overturned the stone statue. Rumble! The stone statue flew upside down and smashed into the contiguous houses. At the same time, the imperial capital was trembling like an earthquake, and it collapsed at any time. Lin Jiufeng was not idle either. There were tens of millions of people in the imperial capital. He didn't dare to be careless. If this broke out like a battle in West Desert, the aftermath could shake them to death. That was definitely a huge blow to the emerging God Dynasty. And many, many people will die. So at this moment Lin Jiufeng did not hesitate to activate the anti-life Dao formation. Behind him, a real world emerged. Among them, a huge mountain range towered into the clouds, with turbulent black mist and white mist, which were 2 forms of the anti-life avenue formation. Lin Jiufeng rushed out in an instant, with the terrifying power of the anti-life avenue formation, directly suppressed. The stone statue just wanted to stand up, and was directly suppressed by Lin Jiufeng and knelt down. Boom! Lin Jiufeng's face was cold, he broke through the realm of the ancestors' fairy, and his strength was different from the past. Now he is very powerful and terrifying, and is more able to activate the anti-life Dao formation. Lin Jiufeng held the 3000 Avenue in one hand and the worship platform in the other. He turned and hit the stone statue to see. The huge force pressed it down, and the void was distorted. Boom! I don't know how much strength this is, hitting the stone statue, causing the stone statue to vibrate, as if two worlds are colliding, a strong light spreading around. This is inevitable. Although Lin Jiufeng can use the power of the anti-life Tao formation, in fact he can't control this power, and can't control it as finely as his own power. Therefore, the spread of this energy made many people's faces horrified, and this escaping power made them scared and unable to resist. When you run into it, it's just a word, die. Lin Jiufeng's eyes were cold, and he let out a low voice, the lights of Wanja. In the next second, a light hanging in front of the gate of Lengong, swaying slightly, emitting a gentle force, swept out, directly eliminating the force of Lin Jiufeng and the stone statue colliding. Although the stone statue was smashed and kneeled on the ground, it did not feel pain, was not exhausted, and had enough energy. It tried its best to resist Lin Jiufeng, and then wanted to forcibly stand up and perform its task. But how could Lin Jiufeng give him this opportunity? He directly enlarged the worship platform, like a mountain, and smashed it directly on the stone statue. Then, with a light slam, he moved forward and forcibly shook the stone statue's head. I don't know what material the stone statue was forged. It was very hard and difficult to destroy, but Lin Jiufeng was unreasonable, and took the anti-life formation as the foundation and took it with one palm. I know you are powerful, but I don't believe it. If you turn you into another creature, you can still have such a powerful body? Lin Jiufeng yelled coldly. The greatest energy of the anti-life Tao array is to turn one creature into another. This is the foundation of the anti-life Tao array. But now, Lin Jiufeng suppressed the stone statue by worshipping the platform, preventing it from becoming active, and then madly input the energy of the anti-life avenue formation into the stone statue's body. Boom! 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 The stone statue began to struggle, but gradually, its struggle became mild. Its cold body was originally a stone, lifeless, without any fluctuations, but now, in its heart, there was a slight beating unexpectedly. The stone statue is alive. It changed from a stone to another species, flesh and blood creatures. The anti-life avenue array turned the stone statue into a human being. A human being like Lin Jiufeng. The stone statue is still very strong, but its skin has become active, the color of the stone has faded, and there is an extra thing called the soul in its head. It came alive. The stone statue is human. It became him. What the happened? At this moment, the roar of the celestial old man came out of the stone statue, and he was very furious. He felt that the guardian of the celestial clan's most precious stone statue was losing control. Lin Jiufeng worshipped the stone statue on the platform, but suddenly discovered that there was something called thinking on the stone statue. This made the five senses of the stone statue three-dimensional, and his huge body exploded with terrifying power, which made Lin Jiufeng horrified. Boom! Beiji Yangtai was stunned by him. The stone statue frowned and stood up, looking at Lin Jiufeng in the messy imperial capital with a confused expression. His eyes became clear, no longer blood red. He was thinking. But no one knew what he was thinking about. Only Lin Jiufeng frowned and watched. This stone statue was transformed into a human by the anti-life Tao formation. The huge energy in his body was transformed into terrifying energy at this moment. This momentum is the same as the previous Xuanhuang Gyatso. Lin Jiufeng regretted it. The anti-life avenue formation method has even created a fairy king in a daze. You reading www.uukunsha.com. He has to pay a great price to suppress him. Lin Jiufeng's mouth was very bitter. The old man of the celestial race also felt the change in the stone statue and shouted in surprise, "The stone statue guard, kill the person in front of me, and slaughter the city." At this moment, the eyes of the stone statue turned red. Lin Jiufeng immediately became alert and sent a message to Emperor De, immediately transfer the people and leave the imperial capital. Dedi didn't dare to be careless, and decisively began to mobilize manpower and began a large-scale transfer. Lin Jiufeng smiled bitterly, and made a great enemy for himself. He breathed out a suffocating breath, preparing for a battle. But who knows, after the eyes of the stone statue flashed blood-red light, it immediately became clear, and then screamed, "Get out of my head, I am not the cold stone statue before." Boom! He directly used a powerful and terrifying force to pull out the old man of the celestial race in his mind. Afterwards, Lin Jiufeng heard a scream, which belonged to the old man of the celestial race. He yelled in disbelief, "You, the broken stone, was carved by Lao Tzu according to the ancient secret method by his own hands. You are still using the world's most precious chaotic rough stone. Do you treat Lao Tzu like this?" The celestial old man broke the defense. "Dead old man, you carved me so ugly, and you want to control me, go." The stone statue waved its violently big hand, and completely shattered the divine soul hidden in the body of the old man of the celestial race. Then, he looked at Lin Jiufeng. Chapter 336 I Can Stop It. The stone man tore a ray of soul of the old man of the celestial race, completely out of control. Under the transformation of the anti-life avenue formation, he has life, and is no longer a cold stone statue. Therefore, the first thing he did after he was alive was to tear up a ray of spirit of the old man of the celestial race who carved him. On the one hand, I don't want to be controlled. On the other hand, he really disliked the other party's craftsmanship. The carving is too ugly. When there is no life, no one cares. But now, he had his own thoughts, and immediately disliked it. The old man of the celestial race hid in the dark, his eyes were resentful, his lungs exploded, but he was helpless. He can't come down yet. I can only snorted angrily, leaving the celestial race unselected. You actually chose the human race, waiting for us to turn you into a chaotic rough stone again. The stone man pretended not to hear it, so he pulled out his ears and punched out. Boom! The void exploded directly, rolling energy swept the sky, completely blocking everything around. The old man of the celestial race was also beaten back to the sealed land, waiting for the next arrival. The imperial capital under the catastrophe was turbulent. The imperial capital after the catastrophe was in a mess. Whether it was the stone man falling to the ground or Lin Jiufeng's shot, the turmoil caused was still huge. Although Lin Jiufeng had tried his best to control it, he even let Wanja Dinghua make a move. But the imperial capital still suffered a huge blow. Tens of thousands of people died, crying and wailing one after another. Lin Jiufeng looked guilty. So much so that a line of words appeared in front of his eyes, which did not arouse Lin Jiufeng's excitement. To defeat the conspiracy of the celestial race, do you sign in? Lin Jiufeng said calmly, sign in. Sign in successfully, get the chaos array. In Lin Jiufeng's hands, 49 flags exuding the aura of chaos appeared. These were the flags of the Great Chaos Array. In Lin Jiufeng's mind, a map emerged. What's the use of the Chaos Array? Lin Jiufeng consulted the information. The Great Chaos Array is to ban the world, turn everything in the formation into chaos, and attack the enemy. If you can't break this formation, you can't leave. Lin Jiufeng's eyes lit up right now. This chaotic array sounded very good. He could completely kill the 7 primordial clan with this formation. This made Lin Jiufeng's heavy heart a touch of comfort. The huge body of the stone man slowly shrank and became 2 meters in size. He looked at the chaos around him, and looked at the formation flag in Lin Jiufeng's hand, thinking that Lin Jiufeng was going to use the formation flag against himself, and immediately said, I am also a human now. You don't need to worry about me continuing to make trouble. Lin Jiufeng knew that he had misunderstood, but he didn't explain it either. He just put away the flag, looked at the stone man, and said, I gave you your life. The stone man nodded. This is a fact. If Lin Jiufeng hadn't been there, he would be a stone statue now. Just obey orders. I owe you my life. Stone man said solemnly. It's not that serious. I just want you to tell me what the situation is with the 7 Great Clan? Lin Jiufeng waved his hand. He now knows too little about the 7 Great Clan, and he urgently needs to know some inside information. The stone man sighed, and said, among the 7 primordial clan, I only know some things about the celestial clan, and what I know is not a big secret at all. After all, I was carved out, just because the stone used is very precious. Among the 7 primordial clan, there are only a few dollars. Then tell me what you know, especially where the celestial race is now, and when will they come to this world? Lin Jiufeng said immediately. The celestial clan is in the formation, it should be the 7 primordial clan, all in the formation. Stone Man said. Formation? Where is this? Lin Jiufeng frowned. According to legend, this is a once broken big world. The ethnic groups inside were also nurtured by the 7 primordial clans, but they rebelled afterwards against the 7 primordial clans. In the end, the formation was shattered, leaving a fragmented main body. Xuanhuang said. According to what you said, this formation is already mutilated. Why do the 7 primordial clans still live in it? Lin Jiufeng asked inexplicably. They didn't live in by themselves, but were forced into it, and then blocked it with a huge formation. Xuanhuang shook his head. Resurrection King. Lin Jiufeng thought of a person. An old man of the celestial tribe who gritted his teeth when he mentioned it. This name is already a taboo in the celestial race. In the celestial race, when I was sculpted, there was a statue of the reviving king next to it, which was used to vent my breath. Xuanhuang recalled. It had no thoughts and no life before, but he remembered all the things that happened to him. The Resurrection King set up a large formation, trapping the 7 primordial clan in the formation for more than 10,000 years. Until recently, the formation began to loosen. The celestial clan immediately paid a great price and sent out the 6 knights and was killed by you. They were not reconciled, and immediately sent me down. Then I was transformed into a human being by you. You really offended the celestial race to death. The stone man looked at Lin Jiufeng and admired it very much. Lin Jiufeng is the emperor of this era. Although only the cultivation base of the ancestral fairy realm, it is far from reaching the standard of the great emperor. But what Lin Jiufeng did could afford the title of great emperor. Lin Jiufeng smiled indifferently, and said with a relaxed expression, you said that if I kneel down for them, put my body on the ground, betray the human race, let them slaughter, can I survive? Yes, there are such people in the celestial race. Many people from the previous eras were willing to be dogs for the celestial race and survived. Xuanhuang nodded. Lin Jiufeng said with emotion, you can survive as a dog, and you can survive when you kneel down. It's great, you don't need to be as tired as I am now. I want to surrender too. But I'm a person, I'm born with hard bones, and I can't kneel down. Lin Jiufeng smiled lightly and said. Xuanhuang looked at Lin Jiufeng, with a trace of emotion in his eyes, and said, this imperial capital will face great disasters next. Lin Jiufeng put away his smile, and asked seriously, what do you mean by this? The celestial race has found a way to come to this world. They are getting through the last paragraph. As long as it gets through, they should be able to come to this world ahead of time. The end of that channel is in the entire imperial capital. Xuanhuang said in a deep voice. Lin Jiufeng stood up immediately and contacted the emperor decisively. The enormous power of the soul swept the entire imperial capital and found the emperor in the Forbidden City. Immediately, all the people in the imperial capital will be moved away, and you will also leave, taking all the high-level officials of the Xuanhuang divine dynasty and leave here. Lin Jiufeng's words were very tight and decisive. Daddy's face was serious, he didn't hesitate at all, knowing that Grandpa was doing them for their good. I immediately moved the capital, mobilized all the army, moved the people and their property, but Grandpa, what about you? Daddy asked worriedly. I'm guarding the imperial capital. Lin Jiufeng took a deep breath and said. But? The emperor worried. Nothing but, you just need to do your own thing, don't forget the original intention, which is the greatest help to me, now move the capital. 3 days later, I don't want to see the imperial capital still have people. Lin Jiufeng interrupted him, coldly and resolutely. There are tens of millions of people in the emperor, and they will move away within 3 days, which will test the dispatching ability of the Xuanhuang dynasty. But over the past 50 years of development, the mobilization ability of the Xuanhuang dynasty cannot be underestimated. At the order of Emperor De, the people in the imperial capital soon fled here with their own property, spontaneously. That night, Lin Jiufeng and Xuanhuang watched with their own eyes, that the originally prosperous imperial capital had all moved away overnight. If you have limited mobility, or there are too many things, the army can help. Millions of troops were all dispatched overnight, and left the imperial capital with the people. At noon the next day, when the sun covered the earth, warm as spring, shining on Lin Jiufeng in Shuren. The two of them did not speak overnight, and Yu read www.uukanshu.com and left the imperial capital just looking at Wubai. Lin Jiufeng gave Dedi 3 days, but it only took less than a day and all moved away. There are only 3 people in the imperial capital. Lin Jiufeng, Stone Man, Little White Cat. The little white cat refused to leave. She wanted to accompany Lin Jiufeng, and Lin Jiufeng would not drive her away. Shuren didn't leave. He looked at the people who left the imperial capital with a sad expression, and he didn't know what he was thinking. Until now, the imperial capital, which was still full of flowers and raging fire yesterday, is now deserted, like a dead city, under the ruins of broken walls. Only some animals are still there. Do you want to resist the celestial race with your own strength? Shuren finally had to leave. He looked at Lin Jiufeng with a clear expression of incomprehension and asked, "My home is here, and all the emperors of the Feathering God that I protect are here. Where shall I go?" Lin Jiufeng smiled calmly. "You can't stop it," Shuren said solemnly. "I can stop it," Lin Jiufeng said firmly. "You can't stop it." Shuren shook his head. "I can stop it." Lin Jiufeng persisted, and stared at Shuren with firm eyes. "You are not afraid of not having firewood. You have such an outstanding talent. As long as you escape the first batch of the 7 primordial clan and give you 300 to 500 years, you can definitely go against the sky." Shuren persuaded. He didn't want Lin Jiufeng to die, because he still owes Lin Jiufeng his life. But Lin Jiufeng still shook his head and said firmly, "I can stop it. Trust me." Chapter 327 The Old Man Arrives. Shuren looked at Lin Jiufeng and stopped persuading. He knew that Lin Jiufeng had made up his mind, and he couldn't persuade him. In this city, the people have moved away, and the high-level officials of the Xuanhuang dynasty have also moved away. The Stone Man has to go too. But before he left, he told Lin Jiufeng, "If you can really resist the Celestial Clan, or even resist the Primordial 7 Clan, and trap them in the Imperial capital, then I can help you and protect the world." He is now in the realm of the Fairy King, and he has the confidence to say this. Originally, he wanted to hide, avoid the celestial race, and wait until he was stronger before coming out. But now, he chooses to believe in Lin Jiufeng and is willing to repay the kindness that Lin Jiufeng gave him in life. "Okay, I will do it. As long as I don't die, the 7 primordial clan will not be able to leave the imperial capital. I will definitely drag them until their seal is broken and fully descended," Lin Jiufeng said firmly. Shuren looked at Lin Jiufeng seriously, and quickly left, disappearing to the horizon. At this moment, only Lin Jiufeng and the little white cat are left in the imperial capital. Originally the most prosperous imperial capital in the world, it has now become an empty city, as if the pause button was pressed, and only animals wandered between the cities. Lin Jiufeng walked out of the ruined wall, walking on the crowded avenue in the past, feeling the long-lost empty and quiet. There are only 2 people left in the whole city. He just wants to go back and hug the little white cat. The other Lin Jiufeng didn't want to temporarily. Cold Palace. Walking back to the Cold Palace, Lin Jiufeng saw the lights of Wanja. "Will you lose if you lose the people?" Lin Jiufeng asked. The lights of Wanja flickered slightly, and the lights did not weaken, but brighter. "This is also the world's fireworks, guarding the human race. I am honored," Wanja Dinghua responded to Lin Jiufeng. It really gave birth to its own mind and soul. To some extent, Wanja Dinghua is already a creature. The magic weapon is alive, able to think and practice independently, which in itself is incredible. Even Lin Jiufeng's admiration platform is full of mystery and powerful, but he does not have such ability. "We seem to have never fought side by side, this time we fight together once." Lin Jiufeng smiled happily.
Wanjia's lights are also swaying slightly, also very happy. Since being signed by Lin Jiufeng, Wanjia's lights have been hanging in front of the gate of Lengong. Until today. During this period, it also showed its own power once or twice, but it was all the same, and it never completely displayed its power. Like Lin Jiufeng, Wanjia Dinghua started at the end of the day. Even Lin Jiufeng couldn't figure out how powerful it was all the way to the present. Therefore, Lin Jiufeng is looking forward to this time, its full burst. For the heavenly human race, Lin Jiufeng needs thousands of lights. After passing through the Wanjia Dengguogu, Lin Jiufeng entered Lengong. He once again saw the little white cat of the world's riches. Unlike some skinny beauties, she is lazy, plump, graceful, and beautiful. At this moment, her hair was entwined with a fan, and she was wearing a long skirt, with a variety of amorous feelings. Standing there, she was more charming than Hua Jiao. You can go. Lin Jiufeng looked at the little white cat and said helplessly. I am your wife, wherever my husband is, I will go. The little white cat calmly said. Lin Jiufeng looked at the little white cat tenderly. Very dangerous, it will kill people. Lin Jiufeng said. Don't be afraid, I believe that my husband will protect well, and I will protect my husband well. I am also in the realm of the immortal king, and in this world, it is not weak. Little white cat said wittily. You are really a little fairy. Lin Jiufeng sighed helplessly as he could not do anything with the little white cat. That's also the little fairy that belongs to you. The little white cat walked over, reached out and hugged Lin Jiufeng, pressed it to Lin Jiufeng's chest, and whispered softly. Don't worry, I've been studying my bloodline recently, and I seem to be a bit clueless, and I will definitely help you. The little white cat said firmly. Lin Jiufeng is holding the plump body of the little white cat, but there is no evil in his heart. Stay with me all night, and then you can save the world. The little white cat suddenly kissed Lin Jiufeng's chest and said. She wants to be pregnant with Lin Jiufeng's baby overnight, and in the end, she is willing to accept it regardless of the outcome. Okay. Lin Jiufeng picked up the little white cat and walked into the room. Suddenly, Yingsheng laughed endlessly. After spending the night with the little white cat, Lin Jiufeng began his silent practice. In the imperial capital, wherever he can sign in, he is already signed in. Only the extremely shady places can be checked in repeatedly. Lin Jiufeng once again went to the extremely gloomy land. This time, a line of words suddenly appeared in front of my eyes in the extremely land. Are you in the dark and gloomy place? Sign in again? The dark and extremely gloomy place, this is the real name of this place, and it is this that reveals layers of secrets before Lin Jiufeng's eyes. Lin Jiufeng was not surprised, he knew it back then. In the dark and gloomy place, there is a big mountain called the Undead Mountain. Inside the mountain is a blue lake. Looking from a distance, it is like a tear on a person's face. The whole Undead Mountain is more like a head of supreme existence. Sign in. Lin Jiufeng agreed. The purpose of his coming down to Extreme Land is to sign in this time. By the way, he wanted to go and see on Mount Undead. Sign in successfully, get the sword of the Templar. A sword appeared in Lin Jiufeng's palm. This sword is full of sacred aura, upright, with infinite power, and is inherently incompatible with darkness. Moreover, this was among the top magic weapons that Lin Jiufeng signed in the past. Even Lin Jiufeng felt that it was second only to Wanjia Dinghua and Beijiangtai. He immediately checked the information of the Templar sword. The sword of the temple is the supreme magic sword in the Protoss. It was cast during the peak of the Protoss. It once smashed the fairy garden and possessed a mighty power. Lin Jiufeng's eyes lit up. This had something to do with the Protoss, it was the supreme magic weapon of the Protoss, and he had once broken the fairy garden. Then he is now holding the sword of the temple to deal with the behind-the-scenes existence of the creation of the fairy court and the gods. Isn't it a cycle of causality and retribution? Nice treasure, very suitable for me. I was also an unparalleled swordsman back then, known as the sword in the world, but since I gave the sword case to Princess Yulin, I have not been able to find a long sword to my heart. It's different now. With this sword in hand, I can finally use it as much as I want,
which is a little more bargaining chip. Lin Jiufeng smiled contentedly.
Lin Jiufeng walked into the extremely gloomy land by refining the saint's sword to the dantian. This place began when he was beaten into the cold palace and has been here. It is still full of mysteries and cannot be solved. Lin Jiufeng obtained something contented this time, and with a comfortable mood, he walked into the extremely gloomy place. In the distance, the undead mountain is still there, standing quietly between heaven and earth. Lin Jiufeng could also see the tear clearly. Are these real tears? Lin Jiufeng fell into confusion. He couldn't figure out the secrets in the extremely gloomy place. Of course, now he has no time to figure it out. After strolling around in the extremely gloomy place, Lin Jiufeng went out. He is going to do one thing. Arrange the chaos array. The formation flag of the Great Chaos Array was still in his hand. Lin Jiufeng walked around the imperial capital, planted the formation flag in every corner, and blasted into the depths of the earth with a bang. According to the array requirements of the Chaos Array, Lin Jiufeng placed the flags in different directions and connected them into one piece. Finally, Lin Jiufeng needed to be activated, and the Chaos Array would be activated, covering all areas near the imperial capital. At that time, don't defeat Lin Jiufeng, don't defeat the Chaos Array, don't want to leave. After doing this, Lin Jiufeng was relieved and let out a sigh of relief. He was ready for everything now, just waiting for the celestial race to come. And the imperial capital was empty for thousands of miles, there was no one, and all moved away. Everything that happened in the imperial capital spread all over the world in an instant. Everyone knew that the invincible Emperor Jiufeng several decades ago was using his own power to resist the 7 primordial clan. In the past few days, Lin Jiufeng's reputation has once again been discussed by countless people. Only then did the younger generation know that there is such a powerful existence in the Xuanhuang God Dynasty. 100 years ago, he resisted all races and wiped out the disaster. 100 years later, he resisted the 7 Swire clan and stepped forward again. Various stories about Lin Jiufeng spread wildly in the world. But Lin Jiufeng didn't know, and didn't want to know. He put all his heart on the celestial race. The day after setting up the Chaos Array, the sky started to rain. At first, it was pattering, drizzling, and the cold air falling, but there was nothing else. Lin Jiufeng stood in the cold palace, admiring this scene. The little white cat was sitting not far away, lying on the railing, watching the rain fall on the flowers. This scene is the same as before. Lin Jiufeng took the little white cat www.unrivalled.com to watch the rain breakthrough. But now, this is not the case. Boom! In the drizzle, a sound like thunder suddenly rang out over the imperial capital. A crack appeared in the sky and was torn apart. A terrifying aura, constantly superimposed, burst out from the crack. At a very fast rate, the cracks grew bigger and bigger, to the extent that ordinary people couldn't understand it. A huge channel is slowly formed. Boom! A terrible aura broke out, and a figure walked out of the passage. The world of this burial land is too filthy, it should be cleaned up. After this person arrived, he immediately said coldly, "This is an old man. The corners of the eyes are long and narrow, the nose is hooked, and the hip bones are raised, which is a bit different from ordinary people." He combed short hair with black and white hair intertwined, aggressively, spreading his hands, overlooking the imperial capital, and shouted coldly, "Jiufeng kid, come out on your knees and kowtow to apologize. Maybe I can give you a whole body and let you have a good time." This old man was the one who was overheard by Lin Jiufeng in the land of Shima. It is the one who carved the stone statue. It was the one who was furious with Lin Jiufeng and Stone Man. He simply hated Lin Jiufeng, so as soon as the passage was opened up, he immediately lowered it. He had to take action personally to kill Lin Jiufeng, showing a long repressed anger. Chapter 338 The Sword Picks the Fairy King. The arrival of the old man of the celestial race brought a terrible shock of energy. There was a boom. Huge energy fluctuations spread between heaven and earth, and the void suddenly set off a huge wave, which expanded rapidly, spread thousands of miles, and continued to expand, attracting everyone's attention. Everyone knows that terrible and powerful enemies are coming. The Comer is not good. When I came into the world,
I wanted to destroy all the races in this world. It's terrible. Outside the imperial capital, the high-level members of the Xuanhuang dynasty, the masters of the major ethnic groups, all changed their expressions. This is an unprecedented threat. Not just for one person, but for everyone in this world. This is so scary. This terrible momentum can only be matched by the immortal king recorded in books? A young immortal murmured, his face frightened. How many secrets are hidden behind this world? Someone also shouted. We live a good life, why does he come and clean us all? Some people are even more unwilling to say. This is the oppression of the strong against the weak. It makes you feel suffocated, extremely angry, but unable to resist. An old man sighed. The great Emperor Jiufeng is so powerful, why hasn't he been oppressing us, but has supported the Yuhua divine empire and treated the people kindly? A child asked his doubts. Stupid boy, people are different from person to person, especially those with good intentions or even rarer. If such a person meets, it is the blessing of our generation, but this world is more hegemonic. The strong. A wise teacher is powerless. Can Emperor Jiufeng stop this person? The child asked. No one can answer this question. After silence, a female teacher in the martial arts temple said gently, we have to believe in Emperor Jiufeng, and cheer for him. Emperor Jiufeng is the emperor of our time, and he can. The students resolutely said, Emperor Jiufeng, it must be possible. In the imperial capital, Lin Jiufeng walked out of the cold palace. Behind him, a pair of beautiful eyes stared closely, full of worry and fear. The little white cat didn't say anything, she just folded her hands together, keeping all the words in her heart. She believed Lin Jiufeng. Boom! The old man of the celestial race slapped it and smashed the forbidden city. It used to be the center of power of the emerging God Dynasty, but now it has been slapped down, and there is no existence, and the earth is sinking 10 feet. Is this the center of your human rights? The celestial old man stood in the void with his hands on his back, sneering at Lin Jiufeng, who came out. Spread your anger on the palace that is still abandoned, and you will be so proud of it. Lin Jiufeng said with disdain. Do you still dare to speak hard and not recognize the situation in front of you? The celestial clan old man screamed coldly, his whole body was shocked, and he reached 10 feet directly. Because of his anger, this momentum was cold and airy, accompanied by the flow of golden light, Xuanhuang fourth shoot, Rui Kai Wandao. Coming directly toward Lin Jiufeng's oppression. Boom! Lin Jiufeng's body shook, his face became serious, his legs pressed hard, and he insisted not to kneel down. Is this your strength? The celestial old man looked at Lin Jiufeng indifferently. The strongest man in the world, under my aura, almost knelt down. What can you do to protect such a weak human race? The old man of the celestial race sneered. Lin Jiufeng raised his head with difficulty, staring sharply at the celestial clan old man, gritted his teeth and asked, the passage is opened, are you the only one to come down? A fairy king is enough to wipe out this place of burial of the gods. The celestial clan old man said proudly. He was very confident. Seeing Lin Jiufeng so hard, he felt like a cat was playing with a mouse. Take it easy. To be honest, just come down alone, I'm a little disappointed. Because you alone are not enough for me to kill. Lin Jiufeng slowly erected his back and looked at him with cold eyes. Under the pressure of this huge immortal king's momentum, his body, the anti-life Tao formation, began to operate. Click. The anti-life avenue formation seems to have thousands of jagged teeth, turning crazily at this moment. In the fairy realm of Lin Jiufeng ancestor, the anti-life Tao formation was madly mobilized, urging it to the extreme. This is very laborious. The anti-life avenue array is constantly pulling his body, as well as his soul, frantically being pulled into his body. This caused huge damage to Lin Jiufeng's body. But this also brought great power to Lin Jiufeng. He glanced at the old man of the celestial race, and finally moved, his figure erratic, like a celestial volley, but also light and fast, and the speed is extremely fast. Boom! Lin Jiufeng held the stage of worship with his left hand, and the energy between his right hand gathered and turned into a golden scroll with flashing runes and engraved 3,000 avenues. The left hand worships Jiangtai, the right hand Sanchen Avenue. In this way, he greeted the old man of the celestial race. Master fights are actually very simple. If you don't know the other person's mother, it's fine. Now, Lin Jiufeng does this. Boom boom boom. By smashing the platform down, the terrible energy fluctuations vibrated and produced ripples, glowing with weird rays, to suppress the old man of the celestial race. Roll. The old man of the celestial race didn't take it to heart at the beginning, but after Lin Jiufeng approached, the burst of power instantly changed his expression. This was not the powerful power that the ancestral immortal realm could possess. He shouted angrily, using his hand as a knife, he slashed directly towards the worship stage. Clang! There was a loud noise, the hand knife with a huge light smashed on the stage of worship, and a huge sound erupted. Originally, the celestial clan old man thought that he could split the worship platform in half. However, Bai Jiangtai broke out with a stronger force and directly bounced back. A huge light burst out from the inside of the worship platform. The golden light is dazzling, directly transformed into a golden ocean, a dazzling brilliance, sweeping around, turning everything into gold. Kill all things together. The golden light of the old man of the celestial race in front of the general worship platform is nothing at all, it is completely incomparable. Boom! The stage of worship broke out, and the old man of the celestial race was directly bounced out, blood surged, and he looked at it in disbelief. This terrible power turned out to be a magic weapon that bounced back on its own. This is not an immortal weapon. The celestial clan old man opened his eyes full of anger, and shock. On the stage of worshipping the generals, he saw some scary shadows. But he was not sure because he didn't see clearly. And this scene was seen by the world, everyone cheered and excited, shouting the name of Emperor Jiufeng. The elders of the celestial race in the realm of the immortal king were actually shot off, and they saw hope. Emperor Jiufeng seems to be able to save the world. Lin Jiufeng doesn't know what the world thinks. He only knew that his body was overloaded with the anti-life Tao formation, so he had to get rid of the old immortal king as soon as possible. He wants to kill the fairy king. Lin Jiufeng held the book transformed into 3,000 avenues and directly photographed it. Take advantage of your illness and kill you. Thanks to Jiangtai's voluntary counterattack, he directly stunned the celestial old man. Before he could react, Lin Jiufeng took the 3,000 avenue and took it down. The old man of the celestial race can only sacrifice a piece of bone armor in a short moment, blocking the 3,000 avenue. These two piercing sounds of metal clashes were also transmitted by the 3,000 avenues hitting the bone armor. The golden admiration platform and the brilliant 3,000 avenues, at this moment, hit the sacrificial bones together. In an instant, sparks shot everywhere, piercing through gold and cracked rocks. The huge sound and huge waves swept the imperial capital. The prosperous imperial capital was directly turned into ruins under this blow. Countless houses were destroyed by the energy tide created by the impact of two people. Fortunately, Lin Jiufeng had let the German emperor move the people away early. But now, he held the 3,000 Dao in his hand, knocked on the bone armor, and the burst of power directly made the celestial elders' attention. You can actually have the power of the immortal king in the realm of ancestral immortal realm. How did you do it? The old man of the celestial race screamed, his hand bones and directly attacked Lin Jiufeng. The bone armor is unpredictable, turning into a huge monument, and when the photo is taken down, all kinds of seals flashing on it, mysterious and unpredictable, as if it were explaining an ancient scripture. This is the magic weapon of the celestial elderly. The magic weapon of the fairy king. This is terrible. The ancient scriptures and talisman seals circulating on the bones are the Tao he comprehended. The Great Road is in front and the others are behind, oppressing them together. Boom! Lin Jiufeng's 3,000 avenues directly hit him head-on, and he didn't care what the other party's purpose was. Anyway, he had already given up his life. No matter what today, the old man of the celestial race will definitely die. So even if it is head-to-head, Lin Jiufeng is unceremonious and attacked decisively, with the 3,000 Great Dao in his hand, and the anti-life Dao array constantly torturing him, running wildly, and already causing huge damage to Lin Jiufeng. So if you fight, he will get hurt.
If he doesn't fight, he will be injured as well.
Then drag the old man of the celestial race and attack decisively.
Bang bang bang.
At this time, Lin Jiufeng held the 3000 Avenue in one hand, and held the worship platform in the other, as if holding the golden sun in his hand, smashing it down.
Puff! Puff!
3000 Avenue hit the huge bone armor, and the huge power rebounded, directly causing Lin Jiufeng to vomit blood. His body trembled, and a dozen bones in his body were directly broken. The old man of the celestial race was slightly injured, and the bone armor itself could resist, and he was in the realm of the immortal king, and his body was much stronger than Lin Jiufeng. He also vomited blood, but not as serious as Lin Jiufeng. But after vomiting blood, he suddenly discovered a terrible thing. The golden ray of worship platform smashed down again.
When?
This time, it was as if two planets collided together.
Destroy the world. Boom! Boom! Boom!
Terrible energy quickly hit the sky and the earth, rising to the pure blue and falling to the yellow spring. At this moment, the imperial capital was swept away, and countless mountains were razed to the ground. Under this terrible collision, the bone armor made a creaking sound, and then it exploded directly.
No!
The celestial old man cried out in anger. He saw with his own eyes that there were cracks in the bone armor, and the golden light penetrated like magma, dripping on him, and then directly penetrated his body like a holy sword.
The immortal King Dao fruit.
The celestial clan old man knew something bad, and he had to save the situation, so he gritted his teeth and chose to sacrifice his own immortal King Daogua, just like the female god of war. The immortal King Daogua was terrible. After being sacrificed, he broke out directly and wanted to penetrate the worship platform, the 3000 Avenue, and Lin Jiufeng. But Lin Jiufeng had already prepared for the moment when the immortal King Daogua appeared. An upright, brilliant holy sword slashed down in the air. The sword of the temple is the supreme magic sword among the Protoss. It was cast during the peak of the Protoss. It once smashed the fairy court and possessed stalwart power. Lin Jiufeng kept this hand all the time, just to guard against the enemy. Now the old man of the celestial race has sacrificed the immortal King Dao fruit, and he has seen the power of this thing a long time ago. The goddess of war who had been sealed for 20,000 years was sacrificed, and all of them were so powerful.
Isn't it even more terrifying now that the celestial elders who have the strength of the immortal king are now at their peak?
So the sword of the temple broke out at this moment. Slashed out with a single sword, unexpectedly above the void, under this sword light, the scene of the peak of the Protoss appeared. It was the descending of the gods. In order to increase the power of this sword, Lin Jiufeng added 12 movements of the gods to this sword. This is a terrible vision of Lin Jiufeng signing in, and it has not played a big role all the time. But now, the 12 movements of the gods and the sword of the temple are perfectly combined. Show the horror of the peak Protoss directly.
Immortal King Dao fruit is powerful.
But under the sword, it was overshadowed.
This is the absolute splendor of the Protoss. This is the supreme sword that once shattered Xuanhuang.
At this moment, a sword cut down.
Immortal King Daogua is directly divided into two. In the next second, worshipping the platform directly smashed the bone armor.
At this moment, the golden light shone, and it fell into the chest of the old man of the celestial race. Every ray of light was a golden sword inserted into his body. For a time, blood spurted.
Ah!
The celestial old man screamed. There is no good place on his body, his chest is transparent, his 5 internal organs are cracked, and his soul is injured. He was furious, and he looked at Lin Jiufeng in fear. Lin Jiufeng stood in the arena like a demon, holding the sword of the temple in one hand, directly picked it up with a sword, and then shook it hard. With a poof, blood spattered, and this body was torn apart and flew in all directions. Pieces of meat and bones fell with a lot of blood. Only the soul is immortal, pierced by the sword of the temple, and real blood flows out of the illusory soul.
Don't kill me!
The old man of the celestial race shouted in fear. Reading www.ukanshu.
Calm looked at Lin Jiufeng with fear.
At this moment, Lin Jiufeng's black hair was scattered, holding the sword of the temple, in the ruins of the imperial capital, strode forward without stopping. He walked to the passage where the celestial old man came down. Looking at the passage with a sullen expression. He knew that at the end of the passage, someone was watching all this. At this moment, the world was boiling. Everyone was stunned. Such a method was clean and terribly scary. The great Emperor Jiufeng actually killed an immortal king. The Fairy King. You have only seen it in the books handed down by the Protoss, but have never seen it. I saw the real Fairy King today. Invincible. In their eyes, the celestial old man is a symbol of invincibility. The horror of the immortal king was vividly displayed in his body. But at this moment, Lin Jiufeng pushed forward, and with every step he fell, the earth shook like a giant traveling. Holding the sword of the temple, holding the spirit of the old man of the celestial race, pointing to the sky. Let the blood of the old man of the celestial race flow. Lin Jiufeng was completely indifferent. His black hair was like a waterfall, like an ancient of war. 7 ancient tribes, have you seen it? This world, I am the king. If you want to destroy this world, you'd better send an army down. This kind of stuff is not enough for me to kill. Lin Jiufeng made his own declaration towards the end of the passage. Chapter 339. The army is coming. The sword picks the Fairy King. Lin Jiufeng declares war on the 7 Swire tribes with an absolutely cold and arrogant attitude. Seeing this scene, the people of the world cheered excitedly, shouting the name of Emperor Jiufeng, and were full of joy. Including all races, including foreign races, all worshipped under Lin Jiufeng's majesty at this moment. After all, the 7 primordial clans came to the world to destroy all the tribes, not just one tribe. Everyone feels sorry for each other and has the same life and death threats, so they are extremely united. Adding to the fact that the Xuanhuang dynasty has been propagating the idea of great unification for decades, everyone agrees with the idea of a country. This time suffering such a catastrophe, Emperor Jiufeng once again stepped forward to stop the threat, but instead forced the 7 primordial clans. It's too cool. At this moment, the sense of national identity and national pride is directly overwhelming. The people in the world who cheer the Emperor Jiufeng don't know where. But Lin Jiufeng was not at ease. He knew that he had already tried his best to kill the celestial old man. Except for the Wanjia Dengguanhua and Chaos Array, he had already used everything he could use. However, this is not enough. The old man of the celestial race is an immortal king, very powerful. However, there is no shortage of immortal kings among the 7 tribes. If they were to come down one by one, Lin Jiufeng would not be able to hold it even if he had an anti-life formation. At that time, even if he was not beaten to death by a member of the 7 ancient clan, he was drained of everything in his body by the anti-life Dao formation. Therefore, Lin Jiufeng must seize the time to energize the main force of the 7 primordial clan to ensure that this world can continue to go on. Standing in front of the passage, a line of words appeared in front of Lin Jiufeng's eyes. Defeat the celestial sinner immortal king, do you sign in? This sign-in information let Lin Jiufeng know what is the name of the Fairy King he is currently picking with sword. Sinner. It's a good name. Sinner, deserve to die. Lin Jiufeng smiled sarcastically and agreed to sign in. Successfully sign in, get an immortal King Dao fruit. Lin Jiufeng's eyes suddenly lit up, and he truly felt the surprise. He was helpless now. When he was facing the 7 Swire clan alone, he signed this thing, which was the greatest help to him. Although this is not his immortal King Tao fruit, but it doesn't matter. He can burn the Fairy King Dao fruit and gain short-term power of the Fairy King. Therefore, even if the body dragged by the anti-life formation method can't stand it, he can continue to fight. The time God gave me is too short. Even if another 50 years, I can definitely enter the realm of the Fairy King, instead of using various external forces to forcibly increase my combat power. Lin Jiufeng smiled bitterly, which was his regret. But the matter has come to this point, and he cannot tolerate complaints. The 7 primordial clan had been completely angered by Lin Jiufeng. The human beings considered by them to be a failed race actually killed an immortal king among the 7 primordial clan, returned the sword to pick up the soul of the immortal king, and said nothing. Simply outrageous. In the passage, there was a sound of breaking through the air, and in an instant, 4 old people rushed to it. Boom! The terrifying aura instantly filled the space between heaven and earth. For fairy kings, their faces were cold, and they didn't talk nonsense after they appeared, and directly sacrificed the law like the ocean. Rumble! The terrible power permeated the sky and the earth, extremely terrifying, like raging flames, directly flooding the sky. The extremely splendid and terrifying brilliance permeated the fields, flooding the heavens, to refine and suppress Lin Jiufeng. The human race should be destroyed. You can't stop it. An ancestor who uses external force also wants to go against the sky? Throughout the ages, I don't know how many masters have died in our hands. You are not the first, and you will not be the last. The four immortal kings attacked, each with a cold expression. The terrifying energy, terrible attack, and terrible mana of the fairy king broke out completely at this moment. Bang bang bang! These energy shocked Lin Jiufeng. Just looking at it was terrifying, and the world watched nervously. Can Emperor Jiufeng resist? Lin Jiufeng would naturally not be stunned. He knew this was a tough battle, so he didn't hesitate to shatter the soul of the sinner fairy king, and then left them only an afterimage. Lin Jiufeng's speed is too fast. He has an anti-life Dao formation, which runs wildly in his body, emptied his energy and face. But in exchange for even more terrifying power, he seems to be walking in ancient times, separated from the present world, unaffected. Holding the sword of the temple, he stepped 100 feet away and rushed to the four immortal kings that came down. Song. The sword sound erupted like a dragon chant, resounding above the imperial capital. Lin Jiufeng's black hair was dancing upside down, killing all directions. His face was pale, but his eyes were like torches, as if the soul was burning, and the anti-life formation in his body was constantly running, which was very terrifying. At this moment, he holding the sword of the temple is not only not sacred, but like a who broke free from the shackles and slayed out of hell. Lin Jiufeng tried his best. He knew that he had no chance of winning by hitting four, so he targeted a fairy king. The sword of the temple slashed down in the air, with Lin Jiufeng's slaying confidence and torch-like spirit. OM! The sword of the temple burst out with a huge light, and it was cut down. At this moment, the void trembles violently, rattling in the wind like a piece of rag, and the turbulence continues. Lin Jiufeng held the sword of the temple, treating it as a sharp sword that shattered everything. He held it in both hands and slashed down, driving the monstrous golden light and engulfing the earth. Point straight to a fairy king. The immortal king's complexion changed drastically. He quickly backed away, displayed the immortal method, and pulled away. He didn't want to fight Lin Jiufeng, a dying person. He was not stupid if he had to drag him into the water. However, Lin Jiufeng just locked him and didn't give him a chance to escape. Crack! Lin Jiufeng strode out, and the void was shortened at this moment, and he came to this fairy king in an instant. The so-called fairy king aura. The so-called fairy king Tao fruit. The so-called rule of the fairy king. They didn't stop Lin Jiufeng. Under the sword of the temple, there was dust. When he came to the fairy king, Lin Jiufeng swung the golden temple sword, slashing down. This is scary. The fairy king sacrificed his magic weapon, a huge umbrella. Ziluo umbrella. This is the weapon of the fairy king, which is completely different from the fairy weapon, intertwined with principles and principles. It's terrible. The Ziluo umbrella was a weapon of the fairy king that intertwined the laws of heaven and earth. He held it in his hand at this moment, bursting out one after another, and hitting Lin Jiufeng, like a sea of turbulent waves. But Lin Jiufeng didn't care. His body was protected by the stage. Bai Jiangtai blocked the Ziluo umbrella's attack. Lin Jiufeng was full of killing intentions, like a wild wolf, staring at the target and not giving up. Until he killed the prey, he was satisfied. At this moment, this fairy king is Lin Jiufeng's prey. As for the other three immortal kings, they discovered something was wrong and also noticed Lin Jiufeng's crazy thoughts. They quickly approached and attacked together to stop Lin Jiufeng. But Lin Jiufeng ignored them and exposed his back. He wants to kill the immortal king in front of him. As for the others, Lin Jiufeng couldn't manage that much. He could only shout, "Wanjia lights!" The lights of Wanjia, which had been hanging in front of the door of the cold palace, moved at this moment. The lights of Wanjie shook, the lights were surging, and they shook out, as if a universe was opening up. The whole body was crystal clear, sweeping away the three immortal kings. Boom! Wanjie's lights have absorbed countless energy, the world's fireworks, and the people's well-being. At this moment, it has become powerful. This was a terrifying collision, with light wafting and violent. The Wanjie lantern was even more terrifying than Lin Jiufeng, and it immediately enveloped the three great immortal kings. Then the terrible power it had accumulated directly exploded. There was a loud bang, and the power like a vast ocean surged down, covering every inch of space, like a cosmic galaxy collapsed. Wanjie lights up, and briefly suppressed the three immortal kings. Although less than a second. But this speed is enough. Lin Jiufeng's eyes flickered, and at this moment, he brandished the sword of the temple, doing his best to cut it down. Son. This blow, exaggerating the sword of the temple, was extremely terrifying. Then, the sword light fell, smashing the dead, and cutting the woven purple umbrella into two halves. The fracture was flat and smooth. What? The immortal king who had just come down cried out in pain. He personally watched his fairy king weapon be cut off. Immortal King Daogua was also cut off. He was also cut off along with himself. In the center of his eyebrows, a crack appeared, bursting with bleeding. His eyes were full of fear. He felt the fear of death that he had never felt before. Death was beckoning to him. Come to him. The immortal king wanted to resist, but his body could no longer lift any power. Puff! The sword of the temple in Yifan's hand had the sharpest sword light in the world. It slashed and cut the purple umbrella while the sword's edge also cut into the head of the immortal king. For a time, blood surged. Lin Jiufeng gritted his teeth and shouted angrily, "I am going to hack the fairy king today." After the roar, he slashed forcefully. The sword of the temple, like a golden lightning, split the fairy king's body in half. Very symmetrical. The corpse of the immortal king was something that predecessors could not even think of. At this time, a large swath of blood rushed out, and the two halves of the body fell to each other. His face was full of fear, and there was endless panic in his eyes. He couldn't think that Lin Jiufeng was so terrible. This time he and the other three immortal kings came down and died so quickly. Boom! The corpses that had been split in half landed separately. The corpse of the immortal king will not rot for thousands of years. But at this moment, no one paid attention to the corpse of the fairy king. Everyone looked at Lin Jiufeng. People in the world. Emerging the high level of the gods. Masters of all major ethnic groups. They uttered the most excited cheers. Lin Jiufeng beheaded another fairy king. But the other three immortal kings of the seven clan of the Taiga tribe had pale faces. They were out of the control of Wanjie's lights and saw this shocking scene. An ancestor beheaded an immortal king. The three immortal kings were trembling with anger, wishing to have the flesh and blood of Jiufeng. But looking at Lin Jiufeng, whose hair was as black as ink, the sword of the temple in his hand, standing in the sun. I don't know why, there was a chill in their hearts. At this moment, Lin Jiufeng's whole body is more brilliant. He was actually injured himself. It was an injury caused by the crazy operation of the anti-life avenue array. After all, he was the ancestor of the immortal realm, and he couldn't support the anti-life Dao formation for a long time. On his chest, on his wrists, blood dripped down, staining his body red. But this not only did not weaken his power, but set off him as a demon standing there. Holding the sword of the temple, the sword peak was dripping with blood, and it was dazzling in the sun. He was like a of war from ancient times, and pointed directly at the three fairy kings. One died, and three of you are left. Come one by one, all I have is time. Are you the only immortal kings of your primordial seven clan? If this is the case, then this world, this place of burial in your mouth, is not that easy to destroy. Lin Jiufeng said coldly. There was a smell of blood in his mouth and nose. To be honest, his injury is really serious. But Lin Jiufeng is still strong. Secretly, Lin Jiufeng burned the immortal King Daogua, which he had just signed in, to support his own strength. You are really a freak, and fortunately the human race has only you out of it, and we haven't given you enough time, otherwise it must be our confidant. A fairy king gritted his teeth. Why talk nonsense with this person, kill him, and bloodbath other creatures in this world? A fairy king yelled. Let's take action together and kill him. The last immortal king yelled without hesitation, and presented a picture scroll. The picture scroll flew out and spread out in front of Lin Jiufeng. Inside the ancient magic mountain towered, dark clouds pressed on top, lightning flashed and thundered. It's terrible. This is another fairy king weapon. Since you are eager to die, then I will kill you first. Lin Jiufeng sneered, and he used both the Beijiangtai and Wanjia lights. Worshipped Jiangtai and Wanjia Dinghua to drag the other two immortal kings. Lin Jiufeng faced the fairy king. He ran the anti-life avenue formation frantically, regardless of his body has reached its limit. At the same time, he was madly burning the immortal King Dao fruit to give his body battery life. To be honest, this battery life is too expensive, and what is needed is the life's essence of an immortal king. That's it, Lin Jiufeng remained strong. Holding the sword of the temple, he drew a string of sparks in the void, stepping hundreds of meters away, and the stars in his eyes were disillusioned, and he quickly killed it. A few flashes came in front of him. Lin Jiufeng rushed through the scroll mountains. He himself seemed to become a mountain moving, and every time he stepped on the weapon of the fairy king, he would make a loud bang, turning the weapon of the fairy king. The mountains inside were trembling. Lin Jiufeng at this moment is so powerful and terrifying. Prime Demon Mountain, give me suppression of him. The immortal king roared, inputting all the energy. The immortal king Daogui was also sacrificed and integrated into this immortal king weapon. Whoop! The primordial demon mountain map immediately exploded with terrible power, and flew up in the air while shaking, and spread out all of a sudden. Around the primordial demon mountain, the void collapsed and chaos lingered. In the picture of Taiga Magic Mountain, there is a real world emerging, among which there are countless magic mountains towering into the clouds, black fog raging, lightning intertwined, avenues ups and downs, terrible killings burst out, and Lin Jiufeng is trapped in it. The moment Lin Jiufeng wanted to rush past, a mountain of thousands of feet flew out in the Taiga Magic Mountain map, squeezing the sky, and it was as dark as ink, suppressing it. OM. This is terrible. He wants Lin Jiufeng to be crushed by this mountain, trapped in the primordial demon mountain, and then refined. It can be said that the few great immortal kings Lin Jiufeng met, as far as he used the weapon of the immortal king to be superb, the others were nothing. Before he could use it, he was killed by Lin Jiufeng. Lin Jiufeng's face was cold, and he snorted coldly, "Do you want to suppress me? Idiot, talk about dreams." Lin Jiufeng vigorously moved the sword of the temple and slashed it in the sky. At this moment, the golden body of the sword was slashed on the huge black mountain. Boom! The moment the huge black mountain was pressed down, the sword of the Templar suffered a tremendous amount of force, and it almost bends. But the harder the pressure, the terrible the rebound. Boom! I don't know how much energy was used. All the energy in Lin Jiufeng's body poured into the sword of the temple, including the 12 movements of the gods. At this moment, 12 terrifying phantoms appeared in the void where the sword body of the temple was extremely huge. Gods once betrayed the gods of the 7 primordial clan. At this moment, because of the sword of the temple, it appeared again. The immortal kings of the 7 clan of primordial ancients screamed when they saw this scene. Without exception, they all hated the gods once. Crush him! The fairy king roared, trying his best to manipulate his primordial demon mountain map. Lin Jiufeng didn't care about him, turning the sword of the temple, and the terrifying energy merged into the phantoms of the gods. Suddenly broke out. Boom! The power of the sword of the Templar directly smashed the black mountain that had been suppressed in the sky, and huge stones fell everywhere. At this moment, the extremely real picture is like the end of the world. The mountain in the Taiku Demon Mountain map was shattered, and the imperial capital also suffered along with it. There were floods, rocks rolled down, and mountains fell. All this seemed to be a black torrent, with a terrifying momentum, rushing in all directions. Fortunately, there is no one in the emperor. So many deaths have been avoided. And it can be clearly seen that a peak in the Motegu Demon Mountain map dimmed and almost disappeared. 9 mountains pressed together. The immortal king was shocked. He saw that Lin Jiufeng was about to escape from the primordial demon mountain. Without hesitation, he burned his immortal King Tao fruit. He stood in front of the magic map and pointed with his hand. 9 black mountains that were bigger than before rushed out and flew towards Lin Jiufeng. 9 mountains came out together, and the black pressure was overwhelming. At this moment, the magic mountain obscured the sky, like a dark cloud, blocking the sunlight, leaving a large shadow on the ground. This scene is like it is recorded in the mythology, moving mountains and filling the sea. How many seats are you here? I'll break a few of them. Lin Jiufeng didn't give in, and rose directly into the sky, accompanied by a soft whistle. With his long sword facing the sky, he went forward and greeted the 9 ancient black mountains. At this moment, Lin Jiufeng's eyes were bright, and he remembered how he was back then. Actually, I've always been a sword god. Lin Jiufeng found the feeling that the world was invincible when he made a sword. At this second, he was like a lord who ruled the world, pointed by the sword, and unimpeded. Clang! 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 The sword of the temple in Lin Jiufeng's hand was constantly swinging, colliding with the magic mountain in the sky. Shang! In the next second, he held the sword in both hands and raised it forcefully. The sword's front drew an arc, cutting off a large mountain and dividing it into 2. This sword's spirit is 30,000 li long. The world was shocked. The remaining 3 immortal kings of the 7 primordial clan opened their eyes wide in surprise. How powerful is this to cut a mountain with one sword? Boom! Lin Jiufeng raised his sword for the second time, and his blood was already burning. So this time he directly inserted the sword of the temple into the mountain. Then, there was a roar. All Lin Jiufeng's energy was input. Shocked hard. The sword of the temple was completely powerful and shattered the huge black mountain. This is... The master of the Taigu Demon Mountain map directly changed color. He watched Lin Jiufeng cut and shattered his own magic mountain, his heart dripping with blood. The terrifying power displayed by Lin Jiufeng is simply unbelievable. For the first time, he began to wonder whether his primordial demon mountain picture could resist Lin Jiufeng. The answer is of course unstoppable. Lin Jiufeng doesn't care what he thinks. His blood was boiling now, holding his sword in his hand, and attacking everywhere. Boom! This time it was a shocking blow, but Lin Jiufeng singled out a sword and smashed a large black mountain on the spot. The stones rushed into the wild like rain, everywhere in the world. Lin Jiufeng continuously wielded the sword of the temple. Under his attack, the 9 large mountains were either picked up or pierced. In the electric flint flower, Lin Jiufeng is like Aeon Devil, invincible, all killed, people can't react. At the last moment, Lin Jiufeng turned into a divine rainbow, the human sword merged into one, and he swooped over. The sword's front was directed by the primordial demon mountain. At this moment, in the picture of the primordial demon mountain, the huge black mountain inside has been torn apart. The ones that were cut off by Lin Jiufeng exploded and shattered as early as this fairy king weapon rushed into the sky. At this moment, Lin Jiufeng's final blow was to tear this fairy king weapon apart. Where the long sword was pointed, the sound of sword blasting exploded. This is the momentum. Before anyone arrives, the momentum has fallen like an ocean. Wow! I'll take you! The fairy king roared, and he stretched out his hand and shook the scroll vigorously, like a black ocean, overwhelming the sky, trying to take Lin Jiufeng in. Then, he would destroy this fairy king weapon and let Lin Jiufeng and Taigu Demon Mountain together disappear completely. Call. The wind between heaven and earth swept violently, and chaos lingered. The Taigu Magic Mountain spread out and enveloped the world at once. The sky disappeared and turned into a world in the picture. Then, Lin Jiufeng, who was about to show off his power, swallowed it in and disappeared. Without hesitation, the immortal king directly detonated the Taigu Demon Mountain. However, Lin Jiufeng had already been killed before he detonated. Hey! Suddenly, the Taigu Magic Mountain picture was directly torn apart. A golden temple sword, smashed out of the ancient Magic Mountain map, stabs the owner of the magic map straight. A fairy king. At this moment, the immortal king felt an extremely terrifying sword light attack. Ru Mang is on his back, Cold Mang is biting, and murderous. Boom!
Boom! Boom! Behind Lin Jiufeng, there was a loud noise.
This picture of the primordial demon mountain that intertwined Dao and Li, the weapon of the immortal king, appeared a line of cracks, directly exploded.
The Taiku magic mountain still destroyed itself.
But Lin Jiufeng broke free long ago, and the long sword in his hand pierced out like lightning.
Puff!
The long sword pierced.
Blood flew out.
The golden sword body penetrates the holder of the magic map and pierces it from behind.
Then Lin Jiufeng gave a strong shock. Yu reading www.uukunsha.com.
The immortal king's body suddenly exploded, and the flesh and bones were scattered. Including the spirits, they are divided into two, and the cut is clean and tidy. It is enough to see the sharpness of the sword of the temple. After killing this fairy queen, Lin Jiufeng vomited a mouthful of blood, and the backlash against the formation of the great Tao of life was too serious. Even if the immortal king Tao fruit was burning, he couldn't support it for long.
We must fight quickly.
Lin Jiufeng took a deep breath and slew the other two immortal kings without hesitation. He wants to solve them quickly. However, from that passage, the infinite mana was revealed to be pressed down, like a world shrouded, causing the earth to sink more than 10 feet directly.
Boom!
Lin Jiufeng's body was directly shaken out. He fixed his eyes and saw that hundreds of people from the 7 primordial clan descended.
Among these people, the immortal kings are the majority. Moreover, they are still coming continuously.
The 7 primordial clan was really angry. Lin Jiufeng killed 3 immortal kings in a row, just hitting them in the face.
So this time, a large force came down.
Lin Jiufeng saw this scene without any worries.
Instead, he smiled. My chaos array can finally come in handy.
Lin Jiufeng let out a long sigh of relief, looking at the archaic 7 clan that continued to descend.
He raised his right hand. 5 fingers spread out. In the palm of the hand, there are runes circulating. That is the opening rune of the chaos array. Chapter 340, A Wedding.
The 7 primordial clan could no longer help seeing Lin Jiufeng beheading the 2 immortal kings again. Decisively, 100 immortal kings were handed down at once.
Boom!
Hundreds of immortal kings came, and their terrible aura directly lifted Lin Jiufeng away, causing the earth to crack, the peaks to collapse, and the world to crack. This new world has never received so many terrifying fairy kings at once. Between the heaven and the earth, a bright avenue of light appeared. Immortal King, the existence of the king among immortals. The existence that the world thinks will not appear. In this short day, hundreds of people appeared. Their arrival brought the coercion of the immortal king, covering the void, filling the world with the terrible coercion of the immortal king. The aura of the hundreds of immortal kings superimposed, as if they suddenly cut the long river of time and broke the shackles of space.
It's terrifying. It's frightening.
The whole world was too scared to speak. It was as if the ants were looking at the giant elephant. They could only feel the breathtaking coercion in the imperial capital.
But he couldn't see everything that happened in the imperial capital.
The entire imperial capital, at this moment, became fuzzy and terrifying.
The time and space here has become extremely chaotic. Only chaos is left.
The order of the world and the laws of the great avenues seemed to be cut off all at once. Only the terrifying figure of the 100 immortal kings was the only one.
Boom! On the ruins of the imperial capital, these immortal kings who came down were blurred at first. Rumble!
They were frantically vomiting the spirits of the mountains and rivers of this world, giving off an aura of contemplation of the world.
Really a disappointing time.
The races of this era have not created any cultivation methods that are against the sky. They have continued the Xianting set of things and have come to this day. Since it has not created a new path of practice, it is worthless.
Walking with the Xianting style can never surpass Xianting, it can only pick up people's teeth.
We have digested the things of Xianting, and it's time to start creating new races.
Human race is really the weakest race in history, vulnerable.
These immortal kings couldn't see their real bodies, and after absorbing the essence of the mountains and rivers, their eyes turned into blue light, and they flickered in the dark, making the heart cool, and the soul could not help sinking. Their dialogue is very insignificant to human race. It also revealed why the 7 Swire tribes always created new tribes and then obliterated some tribes. Their path of cultivation is difficult, and the road ahead is difficult. They hope that new ethnic groups will appear, open up new paths of cultivation, and finally return to the original state. After the cultivation path of an ethnic group is perfected, they can harvest this wave of mature leeks. This is a perfect plan. In this way, the 7 Swire clan continued to harvest the essence of different civilizations. For example, Xianting and Protoss 20,000 years ago. These are 2 very different paths. Xianting took the route of the immortal, and now it is inherited by the human race. The Protoss is taking another path, creating the kingdom of God, lighting the fire, and everyone is a god. When the primordial 7 races harvested their essence, the choices of Protoss and Xianting were completely different. Xianting obediently surrendered. Protoss fierce resistance. Then, a big battle broke out. The 7 Swire clan could have cleaned up the broken situation after the war. But there should be a resurrection king behind, sealing the 7 primordial clan. The damage he brought to the 7 Swire clan is very great. The ancient 7 tribes hated him deeply. It is also because of this matter that human race has a chance to breathe and dominate the world. However, the accident still occurred. A group of Xianting remnants stole the origin of the world. At this point, the aura tide appeared. Terran also lost the opportunity to become stronger. Every few thousand years, there is an aura tide. After reaching the immortal realm, one must choose to fall together with the aura tide. Until this era, Lin Jiufeng smashed Xuanhuang, released the origin, and returned to the world. Everyone just started to advance by leaps and bounds. However, it was too late. The 7 primordial clan has also begun to descend into this world. This decline is approaching 100 immortal kings, and for this newly born human race, it is a catastrophe. It's totally unstoppable. Everyone's eyes and hopes were on Lin Jiufeng's body. Guardian of the world, Emperor Jiufeng. If he can't stand it, all races will be wiped out today. Lin Jiufeng gritted his teeth, his body was very painful, and the anti-life Dao formation was already dragged down. He stood up, and there was a formation floating between his palms. Even if you die, I will kill you too. Lin Jiufeng gritted his teeth and said coldly. Boom! 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 At this moment, I don't know how many mountains turned into dust. It exploded like this, there was no suspense at all, it was a complete destruction. Moreover, what is even more terrifying is that deep in the earth, a savage breath emerges. In an instant, within thousands of miles around the imperial capital, many creatures were aging, their flesh and blood dried up, turned into bones, and their lives came to an end. Lin Jiufeng slowly floated up into the air, and his clothes were hunting. His actions aroused the attention of hundreds of immortal kings. Everyone looked at him together. There is another person in the way here. It's okay for the human race to have such a character. His time is too short, he is only over 100 years old. If we give him 1,000 years, then we will be really tricky this time. The winner, the loser, he was born in the wrong age, there is nothing to say. Kill him, bloodbath this era, let the land of the burial of the gods begin a new round of recovery. The immortal kings spoke indifferently, at this moment they could really ignore Lin Jiufeng. Lin Jiufeng can kill a fairy king. You can kill 2 people. Can kill 3 people. But he can't kill 100 immortal kings. I'll kill you. A fairy king in armor stepped forward and pointed out. The sky's laws are surging, and the sky's avenues are swept across. The sun, the moon, the mountains and the rivers are all turned into powder at this moment. Rushed towards Lin Jiufeng. But Lin Jiufeng looked at him indifferently, standing on a high place, looking down at the world, 2 terrifying lights shot out, that was his eyes. Boom! This gaze connected to the chaos array, and cut off the laws of the sky in Daoguang in an instant, looked at the fairy, and made him fly out suddenly, coughing up blood. This was an extremely shocking scene. If this fairy king hadn't been wearing a king warrior level battlesuit, Yu Qianjun flashed out a dreamy magic, blocking this terrible damage, he must have become a fan. How is this possible? Such power is terrible, it is definitely not your energy. The immortal king was beaten directly into the ruins of the imperial capital, shouting loudly, in disbelief. The other immortal kings were also taken aback, completely unexpected that Lin Jiufeng would become so terrible. There was also an immortal king who observed meticulously, and suddenly discovered the weirdness of Lin Jiufeng. His palm is the source of his power. The immortal king shouted coldly. Everyone immediately looked at Lin Jiufeng's palm. This is the ancient formation. An immortal king who was proficient in formation was shocked. He actually understands the ancient formation method? He actually wants to urge the ancient formation to deal with us? Kill him, hurry up, don't let him push the ancient formation. Although we have many immortal kings, we can't be careless. The ancient formations have terrible power, so we shouldn't underestimate them. The immortal king of the 7 clan of primordial ancients roared in shock, killing intent like thunderclouds, and suddenly became violent. In an instant, dozens of immortal kings shot together to kill Lin Jiufeng. But boom! In the next second, the heaven and the earth are resonating, and the avenue is mingling. Various fairies such as true dragons and vermilion birds appeared in the void. Accompanied by the 3,000 avenues, these spiritual things are flying in the Taoist gods. In the depths of the earth, a huge formation rose from the ground. Chaos is coming. The killing broke out. The chaos array finally started, and in an instant, it evolved into a mysterious and terrifying. All kinds of strange scenes appeared, lingering under the sky. Surrounded the imperial capital. A huge force, unmatched chaotic energy, slapped down at this moment. Bang bang bang. Directly shoot these dozens of fairy kings flying. But the already dilapidated imperial capital exploded directly at this moment. In the world, chaos covers everything. The Great Array banned the original imperial capital for thousands of miles. Chaos covers here. Terrible, murderous, looting and exploding. The first beheaded was the immortal king who was injured by Lin Jiufeng just now. He was invaded by chaos on the spot, his face struggling with horror, but the chaos array didn't reason with you at all and directly detonated him. Whether it is the body or the soul, at this moment, the explosion is complete. The immortal kings of the 7 primordial clan panicked, they hurriedly took action, resisting the chaos, and didn't dare to care. Facing the ancient formation method, the immortal king will be afraid. Chaos linger, they are already struggling to avoid murderous auras, let alone enter the center of the chaos array and kill Lin Jiufeng. At this moment, Lin Jiufeng's body reached 9 days and stepped on Jodo, and his body was full of immeasurable light. In his body, the anti-life avenue formation has stopped. There is infinite light in his eyes, which is extremely bright. This is not normal. Lin Jiufeng's body had been dragged down by the anti-life Dao formation, and it was scarred. Now he used his body as a guide to activate the chaos array. He has reached the limit. For a person in the realm of ancestral immortals, he blocked more than 100 immortal kings and fought continuously. You use yourself as the primer of the formation to activate the ancient formation, you will also be backlashed, and you will die. An immortal king looked at Lin Jiufeng in anger. Anyway, it's all a death. Rather than dying in your hands, it's better to drag you to die together. This is more cost-effective. Lin Jiufeng smiled weakly. The light in his eyes, from that bright to the extreme, slowly became dim. The light of hope was extinguished. Lin Jiufeng's heart stopped at this moment. With the cultivation base of the ancestors, he madly instigated the anti-life avenue formation, beheading the 3 immortal kings, and at this moment, activated the ancient formation chaos formation. Under the overload, Lin Jiufeng used his physical body as the battlefield to set up a big killing formation. He wanted to kill these 100 immortal kings. 7 ancient tribes, this era is the era of Emperor Jiufeng. Lin Jiufeng's last words spoke loudly. His flesh has no life. But his physical body, standing in the void, unwavering, unabated, watching the world, majestic and terrifying. In the chaos array, the murderous roar suddenly increased its power, chaos like the sea, raging, beheading these immortal kings from the 7 clan of primordial ancients. The great chaos array seemed to know that the person at the eye of the array had sacrificed himself and would kill these immortal kings. Therefore, at this moment, the chaos array killed 50 immortal kings in an instant. See you off for Emperor Jiufeng. This is very terrifying. Just after the great chaos array was furious, 50 immortal kings fell on the spot, and the terrifying energy instantly raised the power of the chaotic array again. The remaining immortal kings resisted hard and resented, and cursed Lin Jiufeng as a lunatic, and actually killed them here at the cost of their lives. Outside the chaos array, it was raining. Wow! At first, it was a faint light rain, which quickly became heavy. The whole world is like this. Someone felt the raindrops fall on their faces and stretched out their hands to wipe them, only to find that the rain was so familiar. Xuanhuang Pinnacle sensed something was wrong, his eyes were red, and he knelt towards the emperor surrounded by the chaotic array. The great Emperor Jiufeng has fallen. Xuanhuang shed tears and worshipped Lin Jiufeng. In a temporary palace, the emperor's eyes were red at the time, tears rolled down. Watching the majestic rain, he knelt down and wailed loudly. The grandfather, who had always supported him behind his back, dragged down more than 100 immortal kings for the whole world at this moment. Princess Yulin was so sad that she fainted in the arms of Emperor Tian, unable to accept this. During the day, the emperor's eyes were red, and he held Princess Yulin with his fists clenched. The human race won this battle. However, Terran has lost its greatest support. The fall of Emperor Jiufeng instantly spread all over the world. This reign was for Emperor Jiufeng. Countless people wailed, and the whole world fell into sorrow and pain. Including the tens of thousands who had been suppressed by Lin Jiufeng, they also knelt down. Farewell to Emperor Jiufeng. Within the chaos array, the terrible murderous aura turned into runes, changing in 1,000 ways. Each form was a great rune, turned into a supreme power to suppress the void, and then blasted towards the immortal king who was still resisting stubbornly. Boom! Within the chaos array, terrible energy erupted, with unparalleled power, and at this moment, they shook and killed one fairy king after another. The 100 immortal kings who have just arrived, plus the 2 before. After Lin Jiufeng died physically, he was directly killed by the town. The chaos array, let them be buried with Lin Jiufeng. And the passage of the 7 primordial clan, there is no fairy king descending. Remain silent. This time the ordeal ended with the imperial capital being scrapped, the great chaos lingering around, the fall of Emperor Jiufeng, and more than 100 immortal kings being killed. Cold Palace. After the great chaos array broke out, the entire imperial capital was turned into powder and was not preserved. The only thing left is a cold palace. Wanja lights are flickering. The extremely shadowy place is glowing. 2 different forces, working together, at this moment, in the powerful chaos array, saved Lang Gong. In the cold palace, the little white cat looked desperate, looking at the corpse of Lin Jiufeng hanging high in the center of the chaos array. Tears kept falling. She cried blood like a cuckoo, and her mourning spread throughout Langdong. How could Lin Jiufeng die? How could the great Emperor Jiufeng, who has been invincible, die? The little white cat couldn't accept this, and was sad to the extreme, tears streaming down. In her body, the silent sea of blood, at this moment, actually boiled. The sea of blood rushed out of the little white cat's body. Directly outside the cold palace, entangled Lin Jiufeng's body. The chaos array continued to suppress it and refused to disperse because Lin Jiufeng's body was in front of it. But how long can the corpse of a dead person stand in front of him? It's just a short time at best. Wait until the chaos array disappears. At that time, the 7 primordial clan can still come down. But at this moment, the sea of blood in the little white cat's body was entwined with Lin Jiufeng's corpse, slowly infiltrating in. Lin Jiufeng's body did not come alive. But the chaos array did not show any signs of collapse or dissipation. The little white cat originally saw the sea of blood rushing out, but suddenly saw hope, and looked at it with tears. But hope is still extinguished. The sea of blood hugged Lin Jiufeng's body, but did not bring Lin Jiufeng back to life. The little white cat lay desperately on the ground, his eyes filled with silence. Who can save Lin Jiufeng? At this moment, the thousands of lights, who have not been very aggressive, are free from the eaves of the cold palace at this moment. It flew to Lin Jiufeng's side. Lights linger slightly. Lin Jiufeng unexpectedly appeared in the light. The blazing lights of Wanjia suddenly dimmed a lot. It didn't stay long, and returned under the eaves of the cold palace. In the chaos and darkness, Wanjia lantern is the only light. Under its light, Lin Jiufeng's illusory figure appeared. The Great! The little white cat screamed and rushed over immediately, wanting to embrace Lin Jiufeng. But she passed directly through Lin Jiufeng's body. I am just a ray of remnant soul, and I have been rescued by Wanjia lantern. I am essentially dead. Lin Jiufeng smiled and said to the little white cat. How could this happen? It shouldn't be. The little white cat shook his head and couldn't accept it. Don't be sad, I replaced them with more than 100 immortal kings with my own life. This is very cost-effective. Lin Jiufeng said with satisfaction. Moreover, my corpse got your sea of blood, and even continued the chaos array. If this is the case, the people of the 7 primordial clan will not dare to come down, and the human clan can continue to develop. Lin Jiufeng said with relief. His sacrifice has earned a lot of things. I want you to live. The little white cat bit her red lips and whimpered with tears. What I saw when I opened my eyes in the darkness was you. I only live for you in my whole life. If you leave, what should I do? The little white cat asked. Isn't I completely dead? Lin Jiufeng comforts the little white cat. www.unrivalled.com. Can you survive? The little white cat said excitedly. Well, I have a way. Lin Jiufeng nodded firmly. What's the solution? The little white cat seemed to be a drowning man and grabbed the only straw. This method takes time. I haven't lied to you. You have to believe me. I am the great Emperor Jiufeng. Lin Jiufeng didn't say away, but gave little white cat a hope. I have to do one thing next. Only after it's done can I be resurrected wholeheartedly. Lin Jiufeng said solemnly. What's the matter? Little white cat asked puzzledly. Is there anything else important? The immortal kings of the ancient 7 tribes have all been killed. Lin Jiufeng smiled slightly, looked at the little white cat tenderly, and said, Get married with you. Lin Jiufeng owes the little white cat a wedding. Lin Jiufeng originally planned to hold this wedding after this crisis. But no one thought that the 7 primordial clan descended 100 immortal kings at once. Lin Jiufeng had no choice but to go to extremes. He must have a wedding with the little white cat now. A wedding without anyone attending. Then, using the power of Wanjia's lights, send the little white cat away from the chaos array. This is the last thing Lin Jiufeng can do for the little white cat.